Lindsey Graham died. And I know some of you are like, who was she? Lindsey was a senator for Israel and occasionally hung out in South Carolina. He was known for laughing like a schoolgirl while also supporting bombing them. I know some people are going to be like, wow, making jokes about the dead? No, I'm not going to mock him because I support LGBTQ. I love my gay friends and family, but Lindsey was a special kind of gay. He was gay for Israel, you know? He was a man who liked a package, you know what I mean? He was Mossad's ladybug. He's the only queer person I knew of who supported carpet bombing Iran. I called him the gay of Hormuz. Ironically, he didn't support gay marriage, which just means he was a playa. He was senator for 23 years, which apparently is God's term limit, and his age setting on Grindr. I hope I don't go to hell for these jokes, because I don't want to meet him. Lindsey Graham died before Mitch McConnell. That's not funny. I lost $500 on Kalshi. It was basically a race between the two, the tortoise and the bear. I actually found out that Lindsey died because I was on the phone with Mitch McConnell earlier, and he was like, I was like, Mitch, speak in Morse code. He's like, and then we called Lindsey on three-way, and he's like, three-way? I love that more than I love Israel. First Plattner and then Lindsey. It was a bad week for the graham crackers. Oh, do you think God hates that joke, or does he want schmore? Sorry, call the grammar police. It doesn't make sense that he suddenly died. He didn't have a terminal illness. He didn't recently meet with J.D. Vance. He was 71, but appeared youthful and energetic, like most older gay men who are just cruising. And then he suddenly fell ill after a trip to Ukraine where he was signing aggressive sanctions for Russia. But no one in Russia is known for poisoning anyone. Oh, you really think poison was put in his drink? Ooh, Moscow Mule, my favorite. Let's be honest, he was a war criminal. That's why he got cardiac arrested. I'm aware these jokes are bad. Trust me, I posted them on Twitter. And a fan replied, this is so wrong. I had a ticket purchased for your show, and now I'm not coming. Man, just like South Carolina, now there's another empty seat. I don't normally make this many jokes about the dead, but I know posting this is gonna make a lot of people happy on IG. So I guess you could say this one's for the gram. No filter.
All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a lot to go ahead and get into. Of course, the war's back on. Iran's announcing that they're about to get out of the MOU, which, I mean, do they really need to announce it? And there are strikes going on back and forth throughout the Middle East. The Houthis have now got involved in striking in Saudi Arabia. And yes, this is turning out into the regional war that we all thought it was going to be. I know, right? Tough. But let's go ahead and get right into it with our guy, Trump. He made a couple of announcements today. Let's get right into it. And don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
How is it that I guess my question is how did it get there if it's a state?
Go ahead. You want to discuss that, please?
The land ownership is what it is. But under the Antiquities Act, 120 years ago, Congress made the decision to give presidents the power to designate by executive proclamation a certain land as monument. It was supposed to be the smallest area compatible with the objects to be protected in connection with that. Now, initially, as the Deputy Secretary of the Interior explained a minute ago, that meant a few hundred, maybe 1,000 or 2 acres at the most. These are 3 million acres. As I explained to President Biden, that's 2 Delawares. It's been abused, and so it was done by executive action. President Trump is right-sizing it to bring it in compliance with what the law says.
And Mr. President, just on Iran, you have said now to Congress that we are back at war. How long do you expect this to take? And what's the legal
Take what? Take what?
The war.
Well, I think it's going very fast. We've demolished their military. We're hitting them very hard. And we had a deal yet.
So far, we've hit over 180 targets so far. And we've hit multiple military bases, drone storage sites, and all that good stuff. And of course, about 60, like what was it? About 60 out of 180 of those targets were those speedboats in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Iran is retaliating and they're striking as well. But the thing is, though, it's pretty hard to get the reports on their strikes when they're striking military bases in the region. And they've left it up to the Houthis to go ahead and start attacking oil infrastructure in the region, which, I mean, basically oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, which the Houthis is committing to doing as we speak, sadly.
Yesterday or the day before yesterday was all done. And then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will.
Yeah, that's why they've been attacking pretty much the coast cities, pretty much trying to take out all missile launchers, drone launchers, all that good stuff. They're decimating it right now. The problem with that strategy is that, one, it escalates things, and two, Iran can just start firing these missiles and drones from deeper inside the country. And here's the problem. Iran really don't have to be present in the Strait. They just got to be able to shoot rockets and missiles into the Strait, and they still have the ability to do that. And that's why the Strait is now closed.
End up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed, and it's really a terrible situation. But we'll have it under control very quickly. Yeah.
But the fact that they spread that lie that Iran will kill 52,000 protesters in 2 days, really, with just handguns or just guns, really got okay. Whatever. Some people actually believe that.
Wait, Jeff. I'm sorry. Be nice, Jeff. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Have to teach him to be nice.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your presidency, so a lot of us here actually witnessed a miracle 2 years ago today as we were on the ground covering your rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Right.
You said a lot of times that you believe that God has saved your life. Has there been a moment throughout your presidency so far where you thought this is why God kept you here?
Well, we're doing a lot. You know, we have a country that I use the expression "Make America Great Again," and we've done far more than anyone thought possible, including maybe even me. We've done things that are unreal. At $19.2 trillion, the money being invested in our country is more than any country has ever had by many times. We have trillions of dollars coming in because of the tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, because all of the things. I think because of the election, November 5th was a very important day. When you look at the military, we have the strongest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely during my first term, and we have recruitment now. We're setting records.
Speaking of tariffs, Trump did just have to refund like $18 trillion in tariffs. But, you know, and it's funny, as he refunds it, he's still charging these companies tariffs because, what was it? I think the Section 110 tariffs are still in place. I believe it's already about to be up already. And if he hasn't provided any good evidence on why these tariffs need to stand, then they will be removed.
Records and recruitment. We had, if you go back to the campaign when I used to talk about it, the last administration, they couldn't recruit soldiers. We needed soldiers in every single branch of our military, and that included police and firemen. Nobody wanted to do anything having to do with the uniform in this country because they weren't proud of the country. And now the people are very, very proud to be an American. Our country is doing phenomenally well. We're respected all over the world. If I go, no matter where I go, we just got back from NATO, and I think you saw the response. It was like a very beautiful thing, actually. It was a total response, totally positive response. No matter where we go, we're respected again, maybe respected more than ever before. So I appreciate the question, but that's pretty much it.
Mr. President, thank you. Cameron Arkin with Town Hall. I was curious about there are reports about Iranian drones in Cuba. There are concerns about that.
Bro.
Where does the relationship of the U.S. stand there? Is military?
It's kind of crazy how there's like 2 false flags already set up for an all-out like strike on Iran or all-out war with Iran. And the 2 false flags is that the fact that Trump said, well, if I die, destroy Iran. Well, there you go. Now you left yourself vulnerable to be killed just on the premise of, all right, let's try to get America into war with Iran, which who would do that? I'm not going to say no names right now. Israel, but yeah. And then the second false flag is, of course, Iranian drones in Cuba. So if we ever get hit in Florida or one of the other southern states by drones, they're going to blame it on Iran, and then we're going to go all out on Iran because civilians will have died, and of course they will blame it on Iran.
Still on the table there.
Well, if they do have that, and they might very well have that, we'll take care of it. Marco's just in the other room, and if they do have that, we'll take care of it in short order. we're not going to have a problem. We're not going to allow that to happen. So it could be that they're storing some. We're looking into it now. It could be so, and it maybe isn't. But we'll figure it out
And
fast.
what are you expected to speak about on Thursday, you think?
I'm going to speak on Thursday. We were thinking one of the nice, but this has been such a busy news day today with all that's happening. A lot of very positive things have happened, including the Indy. We're going to have an Indy race, as you know, in 41 days. And that's going to be incredible. Around the Capitol, around down Pennsylvania Avenue, it's going to be something to have 250,000 tickets ordered. It'll be like UFC, which set every record in the book for that business.
No, Trump. So you're going from a UFC event now to a NASCAR event. You know what? I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. But the liberals, bro, they're going to lose their minds. The Dems are literally going to lose their minds. But okay.
Which is the business of fighting.
White House? How did
so we have the Indy cars coming, and it's going to be great. And I just, while we're talking, I have to pay on behalf of Mike and myself, and I think everybody's standing behind me very strongly. I want to pay my respects to Lindsey, who was our friend. He was a friend of all of us. He was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. And it's hard to believe he's gone. Spoke to me just before he passed away, just to say hello. He got back. He felt fine. He was a little tired. And then this whole thing happened. And it's, boy, it's tough. So the flags are at half-mast until Saturday evening, which is an extended period of time, you know, generally speaking, but I think he deserves it. And he's a fantastic person. He was a fantastic man. He was actually a great politician.
You know, it's actually crazy. Like, from what I heard about Lindsey Graham, people actually say he's like a really pleasant guy to be around. He's a really nice, warm guy. But, you know, it's just that his politics, guys. It was his politics that irked me. I ain't gonna lie. But from what I've heard about Lindsey Graham, he was actually a pretty cool guy, pretty fun guy to be around. Now, when it came to politics and how he would switch up, it's kind of funny. Like, you know, when it comes to him being a warmongerer, yeah, you gotta absolutely hate that. When it comes to him pretty much, switching up on immigration like he has, yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. I did not like that too much about Lindsey. And there's other stuff as well that Lindsey said that I don't like. Don't mean I'm gonna celebrate his death, though. Be honest with you. And you see, I'm also talking good about the man. I mean, outside of politics, I guess he was a pretty good guy. So God rest his soul.
He got along with almost everybody. And when he didn't get along, they knew it. He was tough, but he was a good man.
But he was Israel first. I mean, let's not get it twisted, though. It's like look, whatever, American patriot. But I mean, the support for Israel made me question that sometimes. Okay, yeah, American patriot, but support of Israel made me question it. For some of you guys, you're just going like, man, I don't see where you even see a patriotism. But I mean, hey, like I said, let's not speak too ill of the dead now.
Very much in favor of the Save America Act. He told me about that. We were talking about that and some other things, but he just felt tired, but he felt fine. And then this horrible thing happened just a short time afterwards. So it was terrible. I just want to pay our respects.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran has agreed to a deal and then walked away from it. Have you reached the conclusion that a negotiated settlement won't be able to happen?
No, I never reached that conclusion, but we're hitting them very heavy tonight, as you know. We have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have numbers that we haven't had in years, and we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens. But we're knocking out all of their offensive capability, and we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back. And it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go.
Crazy. And guys, hold on, let me go back on that one. I need to rehear what he said. But guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen or smashing the like button if you're watching horizontally. Appreciate the support. But let's go ahead and get back into that.
We haven't had in years, and we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens. But we're knocking out all of their offensive capability.
And guys, I'm gonna be real with you. We're going on an all-out blitz here. It's now or never. And you could tell by the way we're hitting them, and we're not even dragging it out. We're just striking. It's because, like Trump said, we got only about 4 weeks of our strategic oil reserves left. And if there's any more complication in the strait, gas prices are going to go up. We're going to have to continue pushing out more and more strategic oil, and it's not going to look good for us at all. And I mean, I don't know how long China is going to reduce their imports. So like everything is kind of depending on, well, I mean, how much we can take, or if Donald Trump could actually kick Iran off the strait and actually control it. Because pretty much for what I'm hearing is that Iran is taking control of the strait. They're shutting it down. But America comes back and says, actually, no, we own the strait. And we're just like, you sure about that? But yes, the U.S. rejects that. Let's see here. The U.S. rejects that the claim and says commercial vessels are still moving through an alternative channel near Oman. So pretty much they're using the alternative channel near Oman to go ahead and let through these boats. But here's the problem, though. We're wasting ammunitions and we're pretty much striking Iran on their coastal cities so they can't respond. And here's a problem, though. Like, how long can we keep this up? Because we're only doing this to make sure that these ships get through, but we can't constantly just keep bombing Iran just for these ships to get through. We'll run low on munitions, and eventually the Houthis are going to start striking at those ships going through the Omanian, well, I'm about to call it the Omanian Strait, but going through Oman's waterway. So we'll see how long this lasts. But if Trump can't finish the job within a week, we're going to have a problem.
And we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back. And it's a blockade.
Oh, and like quick report here, it does say CENTCOM reportedly says roughly 20 ships crossed during the previous 24 hours, suggesting Iran has not imposed a complete physical blockade. And, this is of today. So who knows what's going on now? I'm going to go ahead and check.
Not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them. But I think the combination is the thing that really does.
Not really. The blockade really wasn't working. Like I said, they can go through the Caspian Sea to get to Russia and China. Then they go ahead and use Pakistan. Yeah, that blockade is not working. Now, this type of blockade where you're pretty much just getting up a little more closer into the strait, bombing their coast so they don't have an ability to send drones and missiles into the strait. Now, that's an actual blockade. I'm going to have to give it to them on that one. But how long can we keep this up? We're hitting all these targets, but they're hitting us as well. And the only problem is that there's let's be real. There's people with their cameras out in the city of Iran that were, all over the place in Iran that were bombing. Thing is, though, yeah, there is nobody really having their cameras out to record the destruction to our military bases that I hope aren't happening, that I hope is not happening right now. But Iran is already claiming damage.
But you think a deal is still possible? You think they'll return to that?
Yeah, I think a deal is possible. Sure, I do.
But Mr. President, you noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing Iran for months now. Is this just the new normal for the American people?
Well, we're in Vietnam for 19 years. We're here for 4 months. So I think we've done a lot. We've knocked out their Navy in a period of 1 month. We knocked out their Air Force. Their Air Force is non-existent. We knocked out most of their missiles, most of their drones. We knocked out their drone manufacturing capability, about 92%.
Even though drones and missiles are raining all over the Gulf region. Yeah, okay, guys. We took out 90% of their drones, like he said, 6 months ago. And what happened? They're still out there throwing missiles and drones, getting past missile defense systems. So, I mean, you said it once, you said it twice, you said it a third time. I don't know if we can believe you now, Trump. We got to see it to believe it. Whenever Iran's unable to start shooting out missiles and drones and they just surrender, then we'll believe it.
Missile capability for manufacturing, we knocked out 89%. And they have a little capability, but they don't have any capability for.
Oh, guys, you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements for me, or just a joke? I'd be happy to read it out loud. Just make sure you super chat it in or Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you want to cry about that, I mean, you can cry in the chat, okay, guys? So it's fine. But make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Appreciate the support.
For us, this is almost a military skirmish. Now, with all of that being said, you have to get people that want to make something. We had a deal with them 2 days ago, and then they said, oh, we can't make that deal. We have to negotiate it further. And this is what they've done for 47 years. The difference is nobody negotiated like I do. And this should have been done by Bush and Obama and Biden and people before them, frankly. It's 47 years they've been ripping off everybody and really hurting and killing thousands of people. So they killed 52,000 protesters, but they killed many people with Soleimani.
The number goes up every day. Like I said, but by the end of this war, it's going to be 100,000, I guarantee you. And here's the problem with him saying this. There's no proof that Iran killed 52,000 of their own protesters. I mean, let's be real. mean, what, they killed 52,000 of their own protesters, and they have 1 million people come out for the Ayatollah's funeral? Over 1 million? Yeah, that don't make too much sense there. And then also, they took out 52 million people with just guns in 2 days, no bombing, no nothing. Yeah, that don't add up either. And then also, they can't provide none of the names, birth dates, or anything of all 52,000 people at all. Yep, that just ain't adding up. I'm sorry.
Who I killed in the first term, Soleimani killed many people, many people. And not only killed, when you see a young former soldier walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been horribly hurt, that was done by Iran. That was done by Soleimani. He was a person that was very evil. He was an evil genius. He was looking to take out a lot of our military installations in Iraq and Iran. And I got him before he got us. So we have to do what we're doing.
I agree with you. Him taking out Qasem Soleimani was a good idea. Like, let's not get it twisted. The only problem with taking out Qasem Soleimani is it came with its own consequences. Like, yeah, we pretty much messed up the axis of resistance. We pretty much threw them off balance in their leadership. But that only pushed Iran to start upgrading, to actually enriching their uranium to a higher percentage. So, yeah, we threw out a function axis of resistance, but we also pushed Iran to enrich towards 60%, which they've stayed at since 2021. And we took out Qasem Soleimani in 2020.
And the strait is open. It will be open. We've cut down their capability very substantially, but they're going to fight for a while. Our military has done a fantastic job. And, the bottom line, though, and I say it to everybody, and I say it as much as they want to listen, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, that plane right there, if we didn't bomb them, they would have had a nuclear weapon long ago. Within 1 month from the day we bombed them, they would have had, if we didn't do it, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, Israel would no longer be with us, and the Middle East probably would no longer be with us, because you saw they sent missiles to 5 different countries that never even...
Because you attacked them from those countries. Hold on, dog. Did you forget? It's like, bro, they warned you. They said they're going to close the strait and they're going to attack all your bases in the region. Well, where's all of our bases in the region? In the Gulf countries. So basically, they told us, yes, you're green lighting the Gulf countries to get struck if you start this war. And we started anyway with the belief that we could take them out within 4 days to 2 weeks. And here we are, guys. Here we are. About what? 6 months later?
I knew they were involved because they're stone cold crazy. They are crazy. And we're not going to put it up. Yeah, I want to be reimbursed because we're protecting a very rich portion of the world. We're spending money.
Yeah, I forgot.
And so what?
Oh, yeah, and you want to charge a 20% on the toll. Oh, my goodness. I love this man sometimes because it's just too fucking funny. Like, dog, this is what you're literally bombing Iran over, is them controlling and tolling the strait. And then you gonna come up here and do what? Control and toll the strait. Oh, man. I love this man sometimes. Oh, shit. He just makes the world too funny sometimes. I swear to God.
We've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection. We're protecting by the countries that we're helping. For instance, you look at the 5 countries. You have Saudi Arabia. You have UAE, you have Qatar, or Qatar, as I always say, you have Qatar, Bahrain, and by the way, you have others. You have Kuwait, and you have others, and they will do very well, but we think it's appropriate that we don't need them. We have more oil than any other country in the world. When you add Venezuela, which has been amazing, which has tremendous amounts of oil that we control, when you add Venezuela and everything else, we have...
Oh, guys, like I said, if you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in or become a member or send in a Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. Trust me, you can keep spamming me in the chat and thinking I'm going to react, but I'm not, guys. I'm not. But you can definitely debate with one of the mods. You can call your mom about it, your sister, but shoot, you ain't going to get no free attention here, my brother or sister.
More than 50% of the world's supply. We don't need it. But we need it from the standpoint of protecting allies, et cetera, including Israel, including Saudi Arabia, including Qatar, including UAE. We're protecting all of them, and we've done a very effective job. So 4 months ago, these people had military that was very strong, by far the strongest probably in the Middle East. They were called the bully of the Middle East. Now they don't have a Navy. They have 159 ships underwater. They had a total of 159 ships. Now every one of them is underwater. They had 230 airplanes, attack planes. They're all gone. They're gone. They had tremendous radar. It's all gone. They had tremendous anti-aircraft. It's all gone. Sadly, their leadership is all gone. They had their first tier leaders are.
All right, then Trump. Okay, if that's all true, then why aren't they surrendering? Now, like I said, I mean, like, look, bro, I'll be willing to believe you, but that's not what reality is saying. I mean, they're still firing off rockets and drones, so you ain't take out all the drones or rockets. I mean, they have not surrendered. They're still claiming control of the strait, so they have not given up. And if you're claiming that you decimated all these things, then you would expect Iran to give up by now, but they haven't. So what does that tell you? That, well, sadly, he's exaggerating our success on the battlefield. Not saying that we're not having no success, but it is highly being exaggerated.
They're all dead. They're second tier.
Oh, guys, and here's a problem too. You got to remember the underground bases. Yes, that's what kills this whole on-ground operation here. He's bombing the ground, not underground. And this is where Iran is keeping most of their missiles, actually. Most of the missiles that they hold are underground. And then they fire a lot of them out of the ground and from mountains. Like, we can't hit all of those. But I mean, hey, look, man, we're doing a damn good job trying. I'll tell you that.
Leaders are all dead. They're third tier leaders who we're dealing with, more or less. Some of them are already gone. And then you read fake news like your network, CNN, which is fake news. You read them, you have them say, well, actually, aren't they doing quite well? Let me just tell you, they have now inflation of over 300%. 4 months ago, they had inflation of 5%. Now they're at over 300, could be 350%. They made a deal, they broke it, probably 10 times. And they killed a lot of people. They killed our people. But the protesters, what they've done to the protesters, 52,000. Have you ever seen any of the burial?
No, I feel you, though. I feel you. It is a moneymaker. And shout out to my man, Jet, for starting us off. He says, not going to lie, won't mind us tolling the strait if possible. Like, I know it's wild, but. And. Yeah, me neither. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a little, 20% toll on the strait. I mean, that's a lot of money right there. Am I wrong? Like, come on now. That's a lot of money. Like, forgive us, but that's a lot of money. Even though we're bombing Iran trying to do the exact same thing, it will work out well for us, just like it worked out well for Iran. I know, right? It's tough. Hey, man, we need all the money we can get, man. We $400 trillion in debt, guys. Come on now. Work with me.
What they're doing, where they're burying the protesters. They killed 52,000 protesters. And on my watch, they can't do any of that. So we have them in a position.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my man, Jet. All right, man. So let's go ahead and get right back into this. And he said, U.S. tolling the strait would also increase gas prices. Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, that is also true. Now, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not for us. But no. It's gonna raise gas. Like, you are pretty much tolling all the gas is going through. 20% of the gas of the world's gas going through the strait that's getting tolled. I mean, yeah, that's getting passed down to consumers. Oh, shit. That is definitely getting passed down. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of an inflationary policy if you really think about it. Like, we're trying to bring down inflation, Trump, with 20% toll in the strait. I mean, you ain't think we're gonna pay that? I mean, it's not gonna be as bad as the strait being completely closed, but come on now. And shout out to my man Sid. Appreciate the support, brother. Razor blade. All right, guys, let's get right back into it. But I know, Jed. I know. I thought we found the way, but the way ain't causing prices to go up. So it is what it is. Shout out
that they don't have any military. There's not a thing they can do about it. All they have is fake news, because they have the fake news. Would rather see us lose the war than win the war, which is really treasonous. In a certain way. So we're doing another major attack tonight. They want to make a deal. They came back. We made a deal 2 days ago, and they want to make a deal. They've been negotiating for 47 years, but nobody's ever hit them militarily. We're hitting them very hard. Thank you very much, everybody.
I mean, shoot, he hitting them hard, all right, bro. 180 targets, probably more than that by now. I'm not going to lie. It's way more than that at this point, because they're still going. and so is Iran. And here's the thing: it's probably going to be like maybe like 3 days to a week where we're going to get the full damage report. Hopefully, we get something soon because it's hard to evaluate the damage while strikes are still going. Trust me, strikes are still going. But all right, though, let's get into the right side of media here and let's see what Fox News is talking.
Months ago, U.S. Central Command announcing fresh new.
Oh, guys, like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements you got for me, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you want to share some information, super chat that in as well, or Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right into it. Oh, and double tap that screen.
Airstrikes against Iran for the third consecutive night. U.S. strikes are reportedly against Iranian military targets, coastal surveillance systems, drone and missile capabilities. This comes after previous airstrikes and after President Trump declared America as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait and will reinstate the Iranian blockade and slap a 20% fee tomorrow. Here's the president elaborating more on Fox and.
Oh, yeah, this image right here, pretty much, what was it? We sent our own kamikaze speedboats. Yes, because of course, not just Iran has them. Of course, we got them too. But yeah, we sent our own kamikaze speedboats right into one of their ports. And of course, it was easy to strike it right after we just decimated a whole lot of ports, a whole lot of coastal cities. So, hey.
A 20% fee tomorrow. Here's the president elaborating more on Fox and Friends.
We're going to keep the strait. And we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Sometimes you can't help but like love this guy because he's too fucking funny. It's like, bro, you just got us into a full-blown war over them, like administering the strait. Now here you are talking about, you know what? I think I'm going to do it. Like. What was this all for then? But I mean, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years.
I mean, we could have just not started this war and then the strait would have just been open, free to everybody. I mean, that was always an option. Or we could have stuck with the MOU and how everybody was just taking that designated Iranian route. Yeah, I mean, that could have been the option as well instead of going into a full-blown war now. And now it's about to turn into a regional conflict because the Houthis is attacked Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia attacked them back. So now we got two countries who are military active. Fairly active.
Okay, Emily, guardian angel of the strait. Do you like the ring of that?
I love the ring of it. I think the important question is whether it's successful. Look, I think a lot of Americans feel a measure of exhaustion about this and in the details. And the question everyone is asking is, what is success? And when can we breathe easily that gas prices are stable, oil prices are stable, and that our troops are safe, that the commander-in-chief is secure also in his safety, as he's talked about the 18th assassination plot against him. So we are now privy to a media coverage that gives us details and play-by-plays every day and every hour. Now we're in the third night in a row that American forces are striking Iran, deservedly so. But I know many Americans think essentially, why are we negotiating? Why are we negotiating with terrorists here? So a lot of people support, clearly there's a ton of economic options and military options that remain. And I think many people support a lot of these military options so that it can be finally done. That's right. And Jesse, people are saying, why are we negotiating with these people? But the thing is, wasn't that baked into the negotiations originally? They had to make these touchstones. They had to move along and they had to meet the demands of the United States to get the agreement. So this is what the Hawk said, let's go in and finish the job. And then the people who wanted to make the deal said, look, if they don't agree to what we're proposing here, then we're going to have to hit them again. That's what's happening. Everyone knew this was going to happen. That's why they structured the deal like.
No. We knew this was going to happen because we knew that you weren't going to let Iran have control. We all knew that President Trump was going to let Iran have control of the strait. Like, we just knew what it was. Like, we all were hoping, we were praying on it. We were like, you know what, man, let's let it go. Just hopefully God let Trump let it go. Let him tuck his ego just for one time in his effing life, you know, by your grace, because it ain't gonna be by his self-control. But yeah, if you could just do that for us one good time. I know I was praying, I really was, but in back of my head, I just knew, I was like, yeah, he's gonna attack these guys just for even trying to show control of the strait. He's just not gonna accept that. And if the Democrats won't let it down, America First guys won't let him live it down. So he's gonna go all out.
That.
and they violated it. They said they wouldn't clip tankers, they wouldn't toll, they did both. So for the last 3 nights, it's been more than a love tap. Trump's been calling it a bitch slap. Heavy airstrikes all along the southern coastline. And the president, I think, has run out of patience. He gave peace a chance. They violated the terms of the sheet they signed.
No, actually, we violated the terms of the sheet they signed because Iran, yeah, guess what? We agreed not to attack each other. So who attacked who first? Because remember, when Iran shot that drone in the Strait, it was a Singapore vessel. Then there was another one from Cyprus. And now you can't sit there and say that those are American assets. Now, pretty much Trump struck Iran over assets that wasn't even ours. Do you see the problem here? So yeah, we pretty much broke the MOU because we agreed that we would not strike each other. Iran striking those vessels is not them striking us. But for some reason, we decided to go out there and strike Iran.
The blockade's back. The sanctions are back.
Yep, all of it.
And
back.
I think you're going to see possibly a resumption of major combat operations. We'll see. We still have 2 carriers there. We still have 15 warships there. The southern route along the Oman coast is wide open. It's free under an American security umbrella. Ships are getting out. But what's happened is the decapitation strikes in the first couple weeks of this operation were so devastating. We basically fractured their leadership. So the people that signed this thing, they're just the politicians. The people with the guns, the military, they're seeing their power slipping away if they have peace. And they're seeing their money dry up. So they're trying to toll, they're trying to get a little action. But this is
I mean, look here, Jesse. Look, I love it. I love the enthusiasm, dog. I love the positive direction you're going with this. But dog, it's only been like 2 days since this popped off. Let's give it a little time before we sit here and start calling it a dub. Because that's what we did with Epic Fury. You guys are over here going like, oh, yeah, they're done. I don't know how they're going to come back. Then they come back harder than ever. It's like not only do they close the strait, but they pretty much decimated some of our military bases or made them inoperable and inhabitable. So, yeah, trust me, I love it. I love it. But let's wait a little bit longer because I'm not going to come out and say that we're completely kicking their teeth in until I find out if these retaliatory strikes actually struck. And also, are they going to surrender? Are they going to give up because we're doing all of this? Or they're going to keep retaliating and using the Houthis as well? Because, yeah, that's a problem. And if they get the Houthis to close the Red Sea, I mean, we really got a problem.
big miscalculation because Trump has had it.
Harold, how else do you deal with these guys? Did you see their latest, I call it a hit list. They said it's their revenge list. Macron is number one, Starmer and Trump. He listed all three of those. Okay. The Iranians did. But Macron and Starmer, they're not exactly hawks. They want to make a deal. They want to be conciliatory. So they want revenge on them as well. How else is Trump supposed to deal with Iran?
Well, as I've said many times and many evenings on the show, the president should stop talking and just start acting. We have been threatening to obliterate them. The president uses all kinds of very strong action verbs on Truth Social to say what he's going to do if they don't do certain things.
I'm going to end the civilization. I'm like, yo. Ah, man, bro, you gotta love that genocidal language sometimes. It's a bit disturbing to hear, but it's just like, oh, damn, man. Look, I'm be real with you. I didn't even know Trump had it in him to say something like that. But once he said it, I was like, okay, yeah, we're going there with Iran. And I'm not going to say that since I heard him say that, oh, yeah, I knew we were going to go and get into full-blown war. But it did make me think like, I ain't gonna lie, that's your attitude. And you said it. Somebody might have talked him out of it, to be honest. He might have been willing to do it, but somebody talked him out of it. Who knows if that same person's gonna be there to talk him out of it again. And besides, already upping the ante on them. And like I said, what we are being seen right now, shout out to CENTCOM because they show us stuff. But here's the thing, though. It's not like, the military guys go start pulling out their phones, showing us all the strikes that's happening in Bahrain and Kuwait.
I've been a proponent for, if we're going to engage in negotiations and engage in dialogue with them, we should continue to do this. We should have never stopped doing this. I think we lost some ground over the last several weeks when it was clear that they were violating the memorandum of understanding, and it was clear that the Strait of Hormuz was not fully open. Now, I would remind everybody, several months ago when the president began talking about military strikes, a lot of it, Tom, was because of the economic strife there in Iran. You may recall there was a run on a bank. There were people.
Actually, this is the only report that I got so far. Now let's see. IRGC claims major hits across Gulf, destroyed fuel tanks, and missing. My bad, not missing, but missile deports at Jordan Air Base while striking a U.S. drone command center in Bahrain. All right, says attacks are retaliation for U.S. strikes on Iran overnight, with more to come. Okay, shout out my guys at RT. And of course, you got the. It's kind of crazy. You do got videos here. Let me go ahead and show you guys. Main screen it for you. All right, so they do got some videos here. Pretty much of the smoke coming out from the airbase in what was this? Kuwait? No, in Bahrain or Kuwait. Then we got a little bit more. Shout out to the Mossad commentary. I mean, look, bro, you can trust this guy to show you all the damage that's happening in Iran. The U.S. has now destroyed Iran's military bases. At least 500 missiles have been locked and loaded. Here's the problem, a big dog. Here's the problem, Mossad. They have underground bases, dude. So us striking on top, I mean, hey, it does damage. I'm not gonna sit here and act like it ain't shit, but it ain't enough. It is not enough. Of course, there's more strikes going on. American strikes have heavily reported targets on Baldar Abbas, Qasem, Shirki. Oh yeah, and I'm not even gonna try with this, but just all through Iran. Like, guys, look at this. Oh yeah. Now, don't worry, guys. Of course, I'll look for more, but. Shoot, now let's see. Iran obliterates 5 million in U.S. Hamzar rocket system in Kuwait. Missiles prepared to fire towards Iran also destroyed. U.S. unconfirmed. 3 U.S. troops killed, 7 injured. All right, goddamn. I hope that's fake. I hope that is bullshit. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right back into it with Fox News. Just have to show you a couple clips that I was able to find. All right, let's get back to it, guys. Oh, you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Make sure you double tap that. Make sure you super chat in or send a Venmo, guys. Much appreciated. Or you can go ahead and send a gift. Just show some support and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and smash that like button, guys.
People out protesting, thousands of people out protesting, and the Iranians were firing on the people. And the president said, our president said, you're not going to fire on those people. We're going to come to help. We started our military operation, and the president at that same evening said people in Iran should rise up and take their country back. We are here to be helpful. Iran is the size of a couple Californias. It's not like you couldn't even attack meatpacking district in New York City and tell people on the Upper East Side to rise up. This was not realistic in so many ways. We fast forward. We talked about nuclear material, eliminating their ballistic missile capability, the ability to strike. And then the Strait of Hormuz has now become the primary objective. I hope the president continues to do this, but I hope he gives us a speech, because I think the country needs to understand, and Emily was touching on it in many parts of what she said at the outset. Are we continuing this effort because we want to eliminate their nuclear capabilities? We want to eliminate their ability to fire ballistic missiles. We want to eliminate their ability to fund proxies, or we want the Strait of Hormuz open. It's my hunch now that it's about the Strait of Hormuz, because if you get the Strait of Hormuz open, you're able to calm global markets. You're able to calm prices here in the country. And what we have to realize is that the Iranians, as I've said many times on the show, they read the art of the deal too. They've watched the president, and they also have a real good hint that we have elections coming up in November. So they're going to continue to do this, especially if they believe the American people don't fully know what our objective is here, and if they believe the American people might be a little wobbly because gas prices are creeping back up again.
Just to add to that, it's about the Strait of Hormuz, but to also cut off Iran economically, which a lot of the experts we have on the air every day, Dan Hoffman and others, say you've got to choke them off. You've got to choke them off economically. And according to that statement from Central Command, they said these strikes will continue imposing a heavy cost on Iranian forces and degrade their ability to attack innocent civilians and commercial shipping in the Strait. That being said, just looking at oil markets, which now are around the clock, oil up about 9% right now. So that's a pretty big reaction, although still below $80 a barrel, right at about 78 right now. This says gas prices have been coming down. President Trump's efforts, if you've heard him in the past 24 hours, continue to be to instill confidence in the markets that this is going to open, that this will remain open. So to your point, Harold, his focus has and always has been on the Strait of Hormuz. Why?
That's crazy. When I checked it, like, what was it? Like last time I was live, what was it? Yesterday, I was pretty much showing you guys the maritime traffic. And here's the thing, I'm gonna show it to you again. And yesterday, none of this was here. None of these ships were low-key getting active at all. But here's the weird thing, guys. I mean, the ships, like where all the ships are mostly being seen at, this is pretty much Iran's side right here. And this would be the Oman side where we're telling ships to go through. like this little part right here, and up here, the northern side is where Iran is controlling. Southern side, Oman controls. Northern side, Iran controls. And it looks like there's a lot of activity up here, especially over here at this port near Iran. Like I thought there's a blockade, bruv. But all right, let's get back to it.
Fifth of the world's oil supply moves through there. I mean, the world depends on the oil that moves through there and the commercial shipping that moves through there every single day. So this is the fifth round. I don't know. This is the fifth round in a week. We just saw the letter from the White House notifying Congress. This is, obviously escalation and additional action on the part of the White House.
I am so much smarter than I was when this segment started.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
All right, guys. Hold on. Did this man really say that? Bro, really? Hold on, Hannity. Lindsey Graham didn't love war. He wanted peace. Yo, Nick, you tripping, bro. Hey, nah, you tripping, G. Nah, you tripping. I ain't even gonna watch that. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. I can't believe he said that. Hey, bro. Oh, man, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, bro. This man wanted war with Russia. He wanted war with every Middle Eastern country in the Middle East. I mean, bro, he promoted war any chance he could get. I mean, come on now. Don't be delusional. R.I.P. to the man. Come on.
The U.S. military says it's carrying out more attacks on Iran for the third consecutive night. Explosions have reportedly been heard in Keshem Island, Bushehr, and Bandar Abbas. President Trump says the strikes are targeting Tehran's capabilities related to the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, Trump announced a new U.S. blockade in the strait would take effect on Tuesday. The U.S. military said ships suspected of passing without authorization will be subject to interception, diversion, and capture. Well, we have correspondents following developments in the United States, Iran, and here in Qatar. First, though, to Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, so just talk us through what more the U.S. military has been saying about these latest strikes and the targets that they were going after.
Well, CENTCOM Central Command said that it was carrying out strikes for the third successive night. Those strikes appear to still be underway. It says that the targets were facilities associated with Iran's attempts to keep control of the Strait of Hormuz. You're talking about drone facilities. You're talking about Coast Guard operations. These are all the targets that the CENTCOM at least says they were looking at. These are exactly the same targets that it has been carrying out attacks on since this current round of conflict began.
And meanwhile, Mike, President Trump says he's reimposing a naval blockade in the strait and charging a 20% tariff on cargo ships in the waterway. And all this as the price of oil is going up.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Pretty much saying, look, it's like, oh, well, if we're going to be protecting the strait, we need to go ahead and toll it. It's like, yeah, bro, it's gonna be inflationary. And also, yeah, I mean, you're the one who started this war. You're the one who got the strait closed. Why can't you do it for free? And not like I would want us to do it for free. That's on our tax dollars. But I'm just like, yeah, well, you probably shouldn't have started this problem if you weren't ready to deal with those type of consequences. And I'm pretty sure the world is going to be more pissed off at us if they let us toll the strait. I mean, think about it. The world didn't want Iran to toll the strait. That was your main argument. Trump said, well, nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear bomb, and nobody wants Iran to have control of the strait or toll it. And you're just going to turn around and do that exact thing. You think the world is going to be okay with that? I mean, okay, bro.
Well, that naval blockade is due to start in the course of tomorrow. It's very similar to the previous blockade. But what is different this time is the fact that President Trump says he's going to be getting tolls from vessels passing through that route. Now, this is the southern route, the northern route of the Strait of Hormuz, alongside the coast of Oman. Obviously, Oman does have control over part of that. In fact, some of that route goes through its territorial waters. But here, President Trump is now saying he's going to take these tolls. This despite the fact that only recently his Secretary of State said that to take tolls for vehicles passing through international waterways amounted to contravention of international law. And there's a cost factor involved, too. If President Trump does get his way and charges that 20%, a fully laden oil tanker carrying capacity barrels of oil, that's going to mean another $30 million cost in transport fees, which obviously will be put on the consumer globally. And of course,
yeah, that's going to get passed down right to the consumer. Where else is it going to go? What, you think the oil companies are going to take it to the profit margin? Maybe some of them. but not all of them. Actually, I'm gonna be real with you. The problem with oil markets is that these oil companies that they're not really competitive. They're really not. I mean, that's OPEC is literally a cartel. Like, let's just be honest. They control oil prices. Nobody can compete with them on it. So trust me, there's not going to be no practice of, oh, well, maybe we'll take it to the profit margin because there's competition out there in the market. Nigga, there is no competition out there in the oil market, to be honest with you. So they're all going to abide by the same standard and pricing.
Here in the United States, where consumers are already deeply disturbed by this ongoing war, seemingly without end.
All right, Mike Cannon live for us at the White House. Mike, thank you. Let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He's live in the Iranian capital. Tawhid, so talk us through what the Iranians are saying about the latest U.S. strikes and what Iran says it's hit in response.
Well, it has been yet another night of the continued air strikes by the Americans in different cities across the Iranian southern coast. And speaking of the
guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. We got over 100 of y'all guys watching, so make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Latest, we've got reports about explosions in two important islands of Qeshm and Abu Musa, which are critically important, seeing their geostrategic role and the fact that they are in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz. Also, for the first time in the Kish Island, we've got reports about explosions being heard. In addition to that, we've got Bandar Abbas in Hormuzgan province and two other provinces of Khuzestan and Bushehr, in which several cities, including Omidyeh, Kangan, and Jam, are said to be targeted. These are the latest from the Iranian territories. Also, from the Iranian response, I can say that the army came out to say that a U.S. vessel has been targeted. Also, they were talking about attacks on U.S. military bases and assets in Kuwait, saying that a communication center as well as a Patriot system and other U.S. military assets in Kuwait have been targeted. And now the state TV, IRIB, is saying that Jordan, which hosts a U.S. military base there, that military base, according to the report that comes from IRIB, is said to be targeted. The message that we are receiving from the Iranian military is that they are going to continue their retaliatory strikes as long as...
See, that's the problem here. Like, now we got video footage of the strikes and all this good stuff of U.S. strikes. The thing is, though, we ain't got no video footage of the retaliations. Like, were all of them struck down? Most likely not. And most likely some made it through. Like I'm saying, I mean, this is Yemen going to Saudi Arabia, but Yemen was able to actually hit Saudi Arabia. And of course, Saudi Arabia hit back. And you can see that as an Iranian retaliation right there. And it kind of lets us know where things are going. Because, I mean, if Yemen's getting involved, then, I mean, that Red Sea going to be a little hard to use or a little unsafe to use. And then, of course, we got reports of Jordan being hit, Bahrain, Kuwait being hit. I mean, it's just a matter of time until he adds UAE and Saudi Arabia, until they add UAE and Qatar, and then things are really going to get bad.
As the American attacks continue.
And Tawhid, Donald Trump says he's reimposing a naval blockade on the Strait. How's that likely to affect Iran's economy, and how is Tehran like to respond to that?
Well, from the day one, when they started to go through the trajectory of diplomacy, they were saying that the U.S. naval blockade, as well as the lifting of the sanctions, are among the key points of concern for the Iranians, seeing that the deteriorated economic situation was there, and they had to deal with that by one way or another. Also, we know that rhetorically speaking, Iran is talking about formulation of their responses. When it comes to practice, also, we know that they have tightened up their measures when it comes to Strait of Hormuz in particular. While the U.S. president was talking about authority, control over the strait, the Iranian side, in particular, Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the country, came out to say that whoever provides safe and secure passage for vessels, for commercial vessels at the strait, is going to be responsible. And that is the Iranian side. Specifically, he said that the Iranian side should be compensated for that. And he said Iran has always been the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz. This is one important aspect. The other important aspect is the military rhetoric that we have been hearing. And that's, then again, we see another line of contradiction. while the U.S. president is talking about the diminished power of the Iranian military. On the other hand, the Iranian side is saying that it is on full preparation for continuing their retaliatory strikes in case of continuation of the American attacks.
Yeah, so the more we attack them, the more they're going to just attack us and attack the Gulf region. And right now, they're just pretty much trying to destroy bases or whatever bases we got left in the region. And I mean, they're pretty much trying to decimate our ability to respond in that region. And I mean, let's be honest with you. I mean, we're like us being able to shoot missiles from those countries. I mean, it sucks, but I mean, trust me, we still got air dominance or well, I can't say air supremacy because, well, I mean, that's been proven false, but we definitely do got air dominance.
Tawhid Asadi, live for us there in Tehran. Tawhid, thank you. Well, meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates says 2 national tankers have been hit by Iranian strikes. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val is following developments for us here in Doha. Mo, so the UAE Defense Ministry is saying these 2 tankers were hit in Omani waters. What more are you hearing?
3 hours ago, okay. All right, and this is where things get a little shaky. So now that these vessels are going through Oman's, they're going through Oman's path in the strait, guess what? They're getting struck. They're getting hit. And while America is too busy defending bases and striking Iran, I mean, how are we going to protect these vessels? And if they're already getting hit, and this happened about 3 hours ago, guys, well, what do you think is going to happen? Like, ships are going to stop going through. It's not going to be worth it. And insurance companies are just going to start pulling their policies.
Yeah, that's right. There is a statement from the UAE Ministry of Defense giving some details about this attack, saying that Iran used 2 cruise missiles to hit those 2 tankers. One of them, both tankers, the Mombasa and the Bahia, caught fire because of those strikes, and an Indian crew member on one of them, on the Mombasa, was killed. 8 others were injured, 6 of them with serious injuries. They include 4 Indian crew members and 2.
Oh, God, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want me to read out loud, I'll be happy to do so. Just make sure you send it in the Super Chat or Venmo, guys, or if you're on Rumble, you can do there as well. But don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
To Ukrainians, the Ministry of Defense described it as a brazen attack and a violation of international law, and saying the United Arab Emirates has the right to defend its assets, and it's going to take the necessary measures to counter those.
Okay, yeah, it says UAE government says attack happened in the southern passage of Hormuz in Oman's territorial waters. Ah, damn.
Actions by the Iranian side. We know that also in Bahrain, sirens have been sounded.
And we also got some confirmed numbers on, well, let's see here. Israeli attacks have killed 73,231 Palestinians since October 2023. And that number will likely get higher.
By the Iranian side. We know that also in Bahrain, sirens have been sounded a while ago, but we don't have details about what happened there or if there is any impact or an attack. But these are signs of another escalation, and the usual thing that we see, the usual action by the Iranians that we see after any American attacks on Iranian soil.
Mohammed Val here in Doha. Mohammed, thank you. Let's bring in Alex Vatanka. He's a senior fellow with the Middle East Institute and specializes in Middle East and regional security affairs. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. Alex, good to have you with us again. So the U.S. military has started these 3rd round of strikes against Iranian targets in the Strait. What impact is this likely to have on the risk of a significant escalation between both sides, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, good to be back with you. Look, I think, just listening to President Trump hours ago, it's not clear where he's going with this. We heard the letter that he sent off to the U.S. Congress telling them that, the ceasefire is effectively over. Is this a tactical maneuver on his part? Is he trying to get Tehran's attention? Does he really want to go back to a full-fledged war? He might want to do that, but the military science, the logistical support that you need to have that ready to go, they're not necessarily there. So, it could well be that this is just an attempt by U.S. to sort of force Iran to essentially give to the United States what basically Donald Trump's bottom line is, which is an Iranian acceptance that the Strait of Hormuz is going to go back to where it was before the war was launched on Iran on the 28th of February. And the Iranians are very reluctant to do that. That's the bottom line. That's where we are right now. And in the middle of that, you can expect
I'll be so honest with you. We would not be here right now. Honestly, no, we'd probably still be here. Be real with you. If it wasn't going to be over the Strait, it was going to be over Lebanon. I mean, right now we're arguing over the Strait, but let's be real. I mean, like if it wasn't this, it was going to be Lebanon and Israel's refusal to back off of it.
Tit for tat and the escalation continue. But again, let's all remember, neither side really wants to go back to a full-fledged war. And that should give us hopefully some reassurance that maybe they will walk all the way to the brink and then walk away.
Yeah, and President Trump says he's reimposed the naval blockade on Iran's ports in the Strait. Is this likely to change anything in the regime's calculations about those claims over the waterway? Because Iran sees this as an issue of sovereignty and not necessarily a bargaining chip, right?
Yeah, that's Iran's position today, that it has a sovereign right to control the traffic. You know, when the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, was signed effectively on the 17th of June, the Iranians thought that had been achieved. That was not the American understanding of what the MOU was about. And so from get-go, when that MOU was signed, that clause about who controls the strait, has been in dispute. And you've heard in the last few days open anger being expressed on the Iranian side about the Sultanate of Oman, that Oman essentially, if you believe in the narrative of some folks in Tehran, went against the MOU, went against Iran by agreeing to this southern corridor, effectively opening up the Strait of Hormuz outside of Iran's supervision. This is why we started seeing on the 7th of July, the latest round of ships being attacked by Iran. It's so keen on having, at least symbolically, being accepted as the power that controls the maritime.
Yeah, they're not trying to let it go. That's the problem. It's like, bro, they're literally telling us you're going to have to whoop our ass off the strait. I'm just like, bro, like, come on. Can't y'all just I don't know, look, we'll let you keep enrichment. Just open up the goddamn strait, okay? It's like I'm sorry, but if we keep on doing this, guys, we're only going to make things worse. We're going to turn into a full-blown regional conflict, and we just don't need those problems right now. And it's pretty much Iran is saying that, well, over their dead body, and I don't like that attitude. I know you don't like it either, but that's the reality. Iran is telling us that you will not take us off the strait, and it's going to be over our dead body. And I mean, if we commit to that, then we'll just say goodbye to the Middle East. That's all we got to sit there and say. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm wrong, but 9 times out of 10, I'm not.
Traffic in and out of the strait, because from their point of view, this is their most important leverage point, and they're very reluctant to give it up.
Yeah, and Trump's also announced he'll charge a 20% tariff on all cargo shipping passing through the waterway. I mean, Trump was against Iran charging a toll, and now he's doing the very same thing, ironically. What is Trump's thinking, Alex, behind this move, and can he even...
Hey, shout out my man Sid. He's like, dude, did you ever watch Nick Fuentes debate Destiny about Israel on Fresh and Fit? Terrible showing for Destiny. Might be fun to return to work now. Honestly, though, Nick Fuentes did cook the hell out of I hope that's where you're going with it. That's what I seen. I see Nick Fuentes literally cook the hell out of Destiny on that. We might have different views on that, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty much terrible showing for Destiny. Okay, we do agree. Yeah, bro, it was terrible. Bro, I remember actually there was a one time Destiny was supposed to be completely destroyed when he debated Ryan Dawson, but I guess he showed up tired, so he kind of fumbled the bag on that one. But Nick Fuentes, bro, you debate Nick Fuentes on Israel and Israel's influence and politics and how they pushed us into multiple wars or multiple conflicts in the Middle East. I mean, he's going to cook you on that one. Now, if you get to debating him about race and all this good stuff, I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to cook Nick Fuentes on that because he omits a lot of information.
Force this under international maritime law? That's the question.
But hold on. And you know what? We'll play some Nick later on tonight. Oh, don't worry. We're going to go ahead and mix that in there. I mean, if you want to play that Pacific debate, though, let me know. I wouldn't mind going back over that again. That was a fun time in Fresh and Fit history. But back when they was popping, man, back when Fresh and Fit was popping, now Fresh and Fit's cooked. Like they kind of showed that Myron was literally the show. And ever since Myron does his little, political show, which is doing fantastic, by the way, Fresh and Fit kind of just died. And then when he comes back on, he does his little shows with them again. And then it boosts up in numbers. Like it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad how they couldn't form a fan base like outside of Myron. But hey, it is what it is. That's what happens when you just depend on one talent. But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Oh, this is a really interesting development. As you pointed out, this is a surprise to all of us because this is against the sort of freedom of navigation, the exact principle the United States in many ways went to, well, certainly in the case of the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, went to war with Iran for. And now the U.S. is not only doing the same thing, and essentially asking for money to do the same thing. And the big difference is Iran is right there. It's a literal state, whereas the United States comes from around the world to extract taxes. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I think a lot of Americans, including legal scholars, are going to say this is not going to fly. Yes, we understand the appeal of extracting money from the rich Gulf countries, as Donald Trump just put it a few hours ago. But end of the day, this is not going to look good for the United States. And again, it might be just a tactical pressure that the American president is trying to bring on Iran. And once he's told about the real sort of pros and cons of pursuing this, he might just give up on the idea.
Alex Vatanka, Senior Fellow with the Middle East Institute. Alex, many thanks.
I mean, here, bro, Trump told us the pros and cons, and it just don't sound like he gives a F. I mean, bro literally said, look, I mean, this could put us in a Great Depression. 4 weeks away from running the strategic oil reserves low. And we're running low on munitions. But here we are just bombing these guys willy-nilly. 180 targets on munitions that we're kind of running low on. Ain't that crazy? I mean, I guess all that doesn't matter no more, but we'll see. We'll see. All right.
Missile struck the runway. A delegation from the Ansarullah Houthi group was returning from Tehran after the funeral of Iran's supreme leader.
The Houthis, I ain't gonna lie, they some extremists, bro. They just throw missiles just to throw missiles. They don't even care that it's gonna land anywhere. They just want it to hit your land. They're just that reckless. But all right, though, let's get into it. Yemen tensions rise as missile strikes hit Saudi airport runway and Iran plane. Damn.
Comes as Yemen's government says its military targeted the runway at Sana'a airport in an effort to prevent an Iranian plane from landing. This is the moment the missile struck the runway. A delegation from the Ansarullah Houthi group was returning from Tehran after the funeral of Iran's supreme leader. The Houthis have blamed Saudi Arabia for the attack on Sana'a airport, but there's been no confirmation of Saudi involvement.
Yemen's legitimate government, with the help of the international community, has tried on so many occasions through diplomacy and other legal means to convince the Iranian regime and the Houthis in Sana'a to correct course and come back into the international fold. We called on them not to breach Yemen's airspace. This is not the first breach, but this time was different as it challenged the legitimacy of all internationally recognized laws. And now we tell them that our patience has run out, and we will respond to the breach with adequate means to confront the plane violating our airspace.
Oh, shit.
Well, speaking of the United...
Yeah, they getting a little too bold out there. I'm not going to lie. Like Iran going in y'all airspace, Saudi firing missiles at y'all. Yeah, they're trying to drag you guys in. Yes, Saudi. They're trying to drag you guys into the regional war.
The Nations Security Council, Yemen's permanent representative to the UN, says they have credible evidence the Iranian plane was carrying weapons
Bro,
to
you
smuggle.
understand how bad like a regional war could get for Saudi Arabia? Like, you gotta understand, like that, bro. Saudi Arabia got a lot of Shia Muslims. Like, let's not get it twisted here. A lot of these monarchies are Sunni monarchs ruling over a Shia majority. So if a war pops off and basically the Pope of Shia Muslims is telling everybody to go crazy, what do you think those Shia Muslims are going to do? And especially if Iran has the capability to get guns into their hands, yeah, we got a problem, guys. This is going to get a whole lot deeper than we wanted to.
To Ansarullah Houthi fighters.
The flight was not purely civilian in nature. The flight carried personnel and military equipment. The Yemeni government has the right to submit the information and evidence in its possession to the Sanctions Committee for the necessary action within their mandates. As the government of the Republic of Yemen presents these developments, we look forward to a clear and firm stance from the Council to maintain international peace and security.
Well, the Houthis have issued a statement following the latest strikes. It reads, in response to this criminal Saudi aggression, the Yemeni armed forces carried out a military operation targeting Abha International Airport with a number of ballistic missiles and drones. The Saudi enemy, with its reckless decision to unjustly attack Sana'a International Airport, bears full responsibility. Youssef Mari is following developments from Sana'a.
God damn.
Well, the situation has definitely escalated here in Yemen and in Saudi Arabia. We just have the latest press statement from the Ansarullah Houthis claiming responsibility.
I mean, I ain't got a lot of respect, dog. Like, Yemen is literally one of the most dangerous countries to be in.
For the attack that targeted Abaha International Airport. According to the statement, the airport was targeted with a number of ballistic missiles, including Yemeni drones that were launched from areas that's under the control of the Ansarullah Houthis. Of course, earlier, the Sana'a International Airport was targeted. The internationally recognized Yemeni government claimed responsibility, saying that they acted in defense to prevent Iranian meddling in Yemen's internal affairs. Of course, though, the Ansarullah Houthis, they simply believe that the attacks were actually carried out by Saudi fighter jets because the internationally recognized Yemeni government or their armed forces, they don't have weapons of that caliber. They don't have fighter jets. They don't have ballistic missiles, which is why
but the Houthis sure do. But I didn't know they have fighter jets. That's a surprise to me.
Ansarullah Houthis are pointing the finger towards Saudi Arabia. Many experts who are closely observing the situation are expecting that the tensions and the military operations will only continue to increase unless there is some type of mediation, negotiation that brings an end to the current hostilities. The UN envoy to Yemen, he issued out a statement earlier today urging both sides to practice restraint and to engage in peaceful negotiations.
I doubt that.
Yusuf Maudi, Al Jazeera, Sana'a.
But yes, now you're seeing that this is turning into a regional conflict now that the Houthis are getting involved and they're trying to drag in the Saudis. Yeah, it's about to get real. And this is what we were warning of. Like, if we let this war escalate, bro, people are going to start getting dragged in, different nations. And here it is. Now, hopefully we can get things to de-escalate, but if things keep going, I mean, bro, it's going to be Saudi Arabia and the Houthis. They're going to have Iran and Israel, and we're all going to be joining in, trying to F each other up. All right, but let's go ahead and get right into it with our guys over here at CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up in the super chat or Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, let's go ahead and get right back into it. Oh, and you can send a gift as well.
Attacks between the United States and Iran as the fight for the control of the Strait of Hormuz continues and intensifies. There's a new analysis from CNN showing that the frequency of U.S. strikes, it is increasing and hitting deeper inside the country than before. Oil prices are on the rise after the fresh attacks for a second straight night. U.S. Central Command says it hit dozens of targets, part of its push to try to get Iran to stop attacking commercial ships in the Strait. Iran today is saying that it is going after U.S. military targets, claiming it hit a U.S. base in Bahrain. CNN has not been able to independently verify those reports. But Tehran is also vowing to not stop and promising to keep up strikes on U.S. allies in the region. Yes, raising the question once again of what ceasefire. CNN's Betsy Klein live from the White House with the very latest on this.
Was there ever really a ceasefire? Honestly, like, let's just keep it real. Like, constant acts of aggression on both sides. Is like, was there really ever a ceasefire? No.
Betsy, what are you hearing from there this morning? I mean, I think it's a big question of like, does this continue to intensify now for a third day?
Well, what is very clear right now is that this moment is posing a major test for that memorandum of understanding signed just about a month ago. But what's not clear is how and if this is going to get resolved. President Trump said last week that the ceasefire was essentially over, but he did say at the same time that negotiations toward a diplomatic solution would continue. Since then, we have just seen a steady escalation in this conflict. At the root of this issue here is the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare. And prior to this conflict, no one had full authority or control over that strait. Now, it has become a key point of leverage for Iran since then. Iran says that they control the Strait of Hormuz, they control this waterway, and that they've been launching attacks on commercial vessels in recent days. They say that the passage of ships is not possible without their permission. Now, the U.S. position, according to CENTCOM, is the following, quote, Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. It remains an international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to keep it that way. Now, we saw.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man, Sid. He said, linked part 1 of the Fresh and Fit debate in Discord. I also have all the Destiny snarks if you ever want to hear some shit talk. Of course. Bro, I haven't heard from Destiny in a minute, though. It's like, bro, he don't even do the uncensored America debates no more. Like, what happened to Destiny? I know he's still going live. I know he's still got his fan base, but I don't know. I guess he ain't saying anything crazy. Like, bro, you remember how this man was making headlines almost every day during the election because of all the outrageous stuff he would say? So I don't know what happened to that man. Hopefully he's doing all right. Yeah, I know he has a wild lifestyle. Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Overnight, Saturday into Sunday, as the U.S. launched strikes on dozens of Iranian military targets after they say that Iran targeted one of those commercial shipping vessels. Then the U.S.
And Sid, I got the full video. Don't worry, I got the full video here because I think there was like the first part. Like I think I got the 27-minute video, and I got the full hour 23.
Launching another round of strikes overnight, both aerial and sea drones. Now, Iran has subsequently retaliated with attacks on U.S. military bases in Gulf countries. But as we think about a path forward, the White House view here is that there is a division amongst Iranian leadership. There are the moderates who believe that there should be a diplomatic path forward, and there are the hardliners which say that Iran shouldn't have agreed to this memorandum of understanding in the first place. Now, critically, oil prices are continuing to rise after a brief reprieve, up about 10 cents in the last week or so. The price of crude oil about 3% up. So the midterm elections just about 4 months away. This all weighing on President Trump.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. They are kind of throwing the midterms away by restarting this war and not really telling us. I'm like, all right, bro, so how do you plan to land a plane on this? Because you just can't keep soaring forever because you're gonna run out of gas. And I mean, sadly, that's just not a sadly, that's just not a pun. Like, that's an actual reality. It's like, yo, you got to land a plane. You can't keep soaring forever or you're going to run out of gas. I mean, I'm talking about our strategic oil levels, by the way.
As he weighs his path forward, Kate.
Yeah, some critical decisions that need to be made very soon. It's good to see you, Betsy. Thank you very much. Live from the White House for us this morning. Joining me right now is CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Layton, for more on this. Colonel, what should everyone make of what happened this weekend? A weekend of strikes and counterstrikes. People seem to, as Alex Thompson was saying, it's a ceasefire that's been full of fire. But what do you make of what happened this weekend?
Yeah, good morning, Kate. Well, Alex is exactly right. It's a ceasefire by any other name is not what we're seeing here. And, you're looking at this in a way that, clearly points to an intensification of U.S. efforts to really prevent the Iranians from closing down the Strait of Hormuz. So basically what's at stake here, what we've got is a really a possible change in the whole precedent that you see when it comes to the law of the sea, which is you need to have open waterways that are free, from a navigation standpoint. And the Strait of Hormuz is a prime example of that. There are other choke points around the world, but this one is a very critical one because, as we famously talk about 20% pre-war, about 20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz on its way to its final destination. So this is a critical waterway, and it's been one that the U.S. has recognized as a critical waterway.
Of course, prices are going to skyrocket when 20% of the world's oil is pretty much being held up in one spot. And also, guys, if this war continues, it's not going to be about getting the oil out. It's going to be about, can these countries even produce the oil once Iran and of course, their proxies start destroying oil infrastructure throughout the Middle East? It's not even going to be about, can we get it out? It's going to be about, can we even make it? And I don't think we want to reach that point. We're kind of cooked once we reach that point.
Waterway that needs to stay open for a very, very long time. And when you look at the oil price, you really see that there are, some absolute economic factors that are at play here. And they have, as we've previously discussed, political implications as well as geostrategic implications.
CENTCOM also said that the U.S. used one-way attack aerial drones, one-way attack sea drones for the first time now in this war. What does that indicate to you?
Well, they've learned a lot from the Ukrainians. From one standpoint, you're looking at this, with the one-way attack, aerial drones as well as the sea drones. We're moving into a different era of warfare. And that is an era of automation, an era of robotics, and of course, drones being part of that. So what we're trying to do is use as many types of weapons that we can without endangering our air crews, our sailors, and all our other military personnel. So the way that the U.S. is fighting this war is it really wants to automate this as much as possible, put as few troops as possible in danger, basically avoiding ground incursions and trying to open the strait without too much damage to our forces and too much risk in terms of casualties.
Do you think we are to a point where people need to accept that the way negotiations are going, the attacks, counterattacks, a ceasefire that is full of fire, that Iran will have some control over the Strait of Hormuz going forward that they did not have before this war? Because I'm curious what you see when you look at the military aspect of this, what more the United States can do to get them to stop using that leverage.
Barring a ground incursion and the taking over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm be real with you. Boots on the ground, ground incursion, take over all of Iran pretty much. I mean, hundreds of thousands of lives will be lost, but that's the only way to get this done. And nobody wants to do that because it's not even a sure thing. It's not even a sure thing. I'm not sure we can all the way commit to that.
Of territory on the Iranian side of the Persian Gulf, especially on the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz, it really does look like there's going to be some kind of acceptance of Iran's control, at least of the northern channel. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that's going to happen, but it seems like we're moving in that direction. And if we do move in that direction, that could have grave economic implications for other areas, the Strait of Malacca around Singapore. You've got choke points in the South China Sea. So this is a critical area right here, and this will set a precedent for years to come.
For the globe. Colonel, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
An unwelcome sight right here. You can see oil prices on the rise. Pretty significant jumps overnight after the U.S. and Iran traded a new round of strikes. Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. We should note these prices are still down quite substantially from their wartime highs, but up from before the war, to be sure. Let's get to CNN senior business reporter David Goldman on all this. And they're pointing upward right now. That's the thing to remember.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the direction that we want to see. Remember, we were down close to $71 before this all started. So, you're right.
There.
We were up to...
We were literally almost at like pre-war levels, which around that 60 to 70 area. $67 was the price of Brent crude before this war. I mean, and now it's at what, 78? Yep, makes sense. Probably at $80 now.
$112 at the peak, but 71 now we're talking about $7, and that's why you have gas prices starting to rise, right?
Brent crude is at like $84. It's about to head back up towards 90. WTI, I mean, bro, like I said, it was at like basically $69, but now it's at $79. I mean, per barrel, of course. So yeah, things aren't going in the right direction again. Like I said, it's like every time we get falling gas prices, like, bro, the rug gets pulled out from us, and we just going back to war. And then even if we end the war and we win, Trump is talking about I'm gonna hold the strait, so that's gonna be raise gas prices anyway. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, hey, it ain't gonna be as high as having to complete the whole strait closed. So I mean, we got to be real with that one.
7 cents is not nothing, and we aren't even close to the 456 that we had at the peak, but we're still way above this 298. So we've got quite a ways to go to fall, and we're going in the wrong direction. So what's going on here? Well, there's a few things. The first thing that you have to remember is there's two ways in and out of the strait. One is to hug this coast around Oman, and the other is to go.
And the crazy part is that Iran is attacking people in this coast. Yes, we just got reports that, about 3 hours ago, that Iran is pretty much attacking vessels that are taking the Omanian route. I mean, let's be real. Any ship that's taking the Omanian route, those two vessels, they were trying to take that Oman route, got hit. And because of that, we decided to strike Iran, and then pretty much there you go. There goes the ceasefire. It's kind of cooked now. But yes, as long as these ships go through right here, they're going to be subject to attack from Iran. And Iran can, of course, attack deeper inside their country. But this is what America is trying to do. Like I said, we're trying to destroy everything that they have to pretty much attack in the strait. The problem is, though, that, well, they got underground bases. They got missile launch sites that they can just pop out of from mountains or underground and shooting and go back in. So all of this on ground stuff we're taking out, fantastic. But that does not solve the fact that they're shooting from underground. Like, that's the main problem. And that's why they were able to strike in Oman. They were able to strike those vessels in Oman while still getting pretty much decimated on their coastline.
Around the coast of Iran. And Iran really doesn't like it when you hug the Omanian coast, because that's the route that they can't charge tolls on eventually. They can't register you. They want you going in and out of the coast around their coast. So what did they do? Well, they started firing at ships. And so the CENTCOM said on Saturday, well, they've violated the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. Remember, that's what the president negotiated about 3 weeks ago, and they are out of order. Well, okay, so what does Iran do? They said, well, the strait's closed. Then there's this change of tune, right? No.
So guys, we got over about 300 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get to at least 100 likes, guys. Over 300, man. Double tap that screen and make sure to smash that like button if you're watching horizontally as well. But double tap that screen. Oh, and like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. I'd be happy to engage with it. Just send in a super chat or a Venmo.
Strait is open to all vessels. Traffic is flowing. Is it? Well, not really. So we had, on a normal day, we had around 100 vessels that were transiting the strait. We were down.
I know, right? And we're over here bragging about 20 to 21 transiting the strait. Like, well, CENTCOM, don't look, man, we got like 21 through the strait. Yeah, but the problem is 100 goes through on a daily, on the average, before this war. So to have only 21 make it through, I mean, all right, congratulations. You just got a tiny bit over 20% of the normal traffic.
To 21 over the weekend, and that's the entire weekend. That's not just one day. We had 0 coming into the strait. That means that all of the oil that's trying to get out, it can't go anywhere because it can't get on a ship. So what does all of this mean for Iran? Well, they're still getting their oil out, 1.3 million barrels per day. That is down from June, certainly, but it is still a lot of oil coming out of the strait for the guys that we don't want the oil coming out from.
So you can certainly see the situation is not what the United States wants, not what the United States thought or tried to negotiate the Memorandum of Understanding. Of course, Iran has a much different view of what that MOU stands for. David Goldman, Zara.
All right, now let's see what the warmongers on Fox News are talking about with General Jack King.
Jack King, Fox News senior strategic analyst, mentor, and teacher. General King, thank you, sir. I know you were close to Lindsey. You love the guy. That's my take for what it's worth on the riff. I somehow think, General.
I bet you did, bro. Y'all both pushed for war on the daily. War in the Middle East, war in Russia. I mean, I bet you two is really close friends.
This is, of course, probably my silly speculation. But I have a feeling that if Lindsey was still here, he would want us to be tougher and stronger and meaner and like do something. I'm frustrated. Not that our president won't, but somehow or other, I want to see something harder and worse and more difficult for Iran. How they have, snubbed their nose at us and taken away all these agreements and lied to us and do what they always do, General King. That's just my frustration.
No, I mean, the only reason we're here is because we snubbed our nose at them. We thought there was going to be an easy takeover, and it wasn't. Now we're over here kind of getting salty about it. I mean, bro, you can't say they snubbed their nose at us. We snubbed their nose at them. If we'd have took them like the threat they were, we most likely wouldn't be in this position.
Sir, I'm sure you're thinking more calmly.
Well, I kind of think that he would agree with where we are, to be frank, Larry, because what we're doing here, the battle for the Straits of Hormuz is underway, and it will take some time to achieve this end. Because what it's really all about is two things. One, we have to take down their capability in the vicinity of the straits to interfere with it. And what am I talking about? Obviously, the means, fast boats, drones, anti-ship missiles, but also the controlling and sensors. This is radar, command and control, the logistic infrastructure that supports all of it. So those attacks that are taking place mostly in the coastal area of the Straits of Hormuz, that's a major phase of this operation, and it takes some time to deal with the scale of that. Remember, we started this operation once before. We called it Project Freedom.
Yeah.
And the president stopped it in the 36th hour after Saudi Arabia and others were telling him to please stop. They're going to retaliate against us. And what a lack of spine they displayed there.
I mean, yeah, dog. They're pretty much saying that, yeah, if you keep the blockade, Iran's pretty much saying they're going to start bombing us. So you're pretty much saying we should just accept the bombing so you guys can pretty much keep the blockade that's pretty much raising gas prices across the world. And let's be real. What's worse? I mean, this oil not being able to get out or it not being able to be produced at all. Like, that's what we're dealing with here. And it's kind of crazy how he said, oh, they're weak of spine for not pretty much allowing their country to get decimated. That is wild. But that's low-key what Mark Levin's been trying to sell too, that American people need to know how to suffer with higher prices so we can go to war with Iran. It's like, bro, oh my God. Like, bro, these guys are insane. That's all I gotta say. They're insane, and all they care about is war, and they don't care about the American people, guys. That's all I gotta say. Just like Lindsey Graham. I mean, that's why this guy's like a very, very close friend. Very, very close friend. Ain't that crazy? Two warmongers of closest of friends. Aha. I'm sorry, but like, let's be real here, guys. Nobody likes the warmongers on the right, but the boomers and the brainwashed MAGA.
We've been providing security for these people for decades, and it's about time for them to step up and put some skin in the game. And if it means they have to suffer somewhat to get to the end, that's what we're doing. We're putting our troops out there to achieve an end state to stabilize the region, and they're going to benefit from it. So that gets me pretty frustrated to hear those comments. They're not happening now, thankfully so. But then the second phase of this, Larry, is you pointed your finger at it. They attacked 6 nations in retaliation for the United States starting the battle for the Straits of Hormuz. We have got to take down as much of that retaliation capability as we can.
Yes, sir.
Ballistic missiles, launchers. And we were doing all of that last night and the night before, and we're going to continue to do it. We've likely rubbled some of the entrances to the tunnels where these ballistic missiles and launchers are stored, as we had done before.
I love how they're admitting it. They're admitting it now. It's like, okay, yeah, we know there's underground storages, but don't worry, guys, we're striking them. Yeah, I mean, bro, trust me, that's the whole reason why they made them underground. And so it'd be impossible for you to strike them. Now, unless you're using the bunker busters, I mean, fantastic. I'm glad you guys are taking that initiative. But here's also the major part here. Like I said, it must not be doing anything because Iran's still firing off rockets. And if you're telling me we're about to go through 2-3 days more of Iran firing off rockets while we're running low on munitions ourselves, I mean, guys, how long can we do this for? Like I said, strategic oil reserves running low, munitions running low. Please tell me how we can keep this going. And honestly, I think not Iran, but I think Trump is honestly trying to get this done in a 3-day blitz. Like, if he can't get it done now, he won't be able to get it done ever.
And those that are outside and exposed, we're going to take down that capability. So this will take some time to achieve this end. So this is a focused end to achieve an opening of the Straits of Hormuz where the United States is complete control and ships will be able to move through it safely. That's what this is about, and it is a key objective that can be achieved militarily. I'm confident that we can do this, and so is Admiral Cooper and the people below him as well.
Well, General, I know you're right. I mean, of course you're going to be right. I just don't understand. The president says we control, right now, we control the Strait of Hormuz, and CENTCOM put out releases last week saying that. I wrote a riff. I did a riff on one of their releases saying they control. But we really don't control it yet, do we? What you're saying is, going back to this Project Freedom and so forth, you know, we put our toe in, but we pulled back. And then the next thing you know, there was a deal, and the deal's fallen through, and the MOU, and the MOU's fallen through, and the ceasefire, everything's fallen through here. So you're saying it will take some time to take over the Strait of Hormuz, if I understand you. And I think the president has to level with the American people. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, it takes some time in a sense. Yeah, when they say they control it, they mean they're able to move ships through it right now without interference. But we want that to be long term. And for it to be long term,
which is true,
not just immediate, we've got to take their capability away for them, one, to see who's moving, two, to communicate that, and third thing, to be able to interfere. And so we're doing all of that. And yes, that will take some time to achieve that end, as Project Freedom was going to take some time. And we're doing that for sure.
I
just is
want to
it
be
likely
realistic.
we're going to move back into, are we going to move?
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And well, also, now Woody's pretty much saying about, you know, Iran pretty much keeping control of the strait and us pretty much pushing them off. Like, guys, let's be real, that would work in our benefit. But here's a problem, though. Like, one, Iran has not released control of the strait. They're striking these guys in in Oman's territorial waters. So what does that tell you guys? Like these ships aren't just going to keep going through the Oman's passage if they're going to risk getting hit. And 2 of them already got hit. So by tomorrow, I wouldn't be shocked if the strait is completely closed at that point and nobody's risking it.
Back into major combat operations, the president's got that option. You know how I felt about this right from the beginning. I believe that we should have continued it, and we should have restarted once we started to have problems with the Iranians. The president demonstrated huge patience. He had political, economic pressures, to be sure. He didn't hide that from anybody. He put it right out there for people to understand that. But at the same time, the Iranians' behavior that many people thought was changing before our eyes has not changed. They are different people with the same objectives. They're the same thugs. They're the same killers as they always have been for 47 years. And we got it. This is who they are, and we're going to deal with them appropriately now. That's the path I think we're on. We're on a good path here. I think we can get the objectives achieved that we set out for ourselves. And remember one of the goals that Lindsey Graham was promoting. And it's worthy to remember it. He believed that if we achieve President Trump's goals militarily, to take their aggressive behavior away from him and the means to achieve that end, and so weaken them that eventually the regime would collapse, then we begin to reset the Middle East for enduring peace and stability and normalize relations with the Arab states and the state of Israel. And
yeah, I don't know how easy that's going to be when, it's popped off a war in their region and the Palestinian question has yet to be answered. And if you try to push for a better relations with the Arab countries or Muslim countries without answering that question, there's just going to be more terrorism. Look, you just can't say F with people's rights and then expect them just to go softly into the night.
Fundamentally reset the region. That is still achievable. It was President Trump's goal, and it was Senator Lindsey Graham's goal as well. Graham, while he knew retail politics, he knew how to get things done. He knew how to move legislation. He was
subject to regime change is going to come up again. I agree with you, sir. And I think Lindsey Graham, if were he with us, would want that. But I just want to go back one other major detail. Iran's using the oil sales money to rebuild their armaments, including the nuclear stuff, Pickaxe Mountain, Parchin Mountain. You mentioned this on the radio show Saturday. It's come up again in the reports. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have given them one wooden nickel until much, much more was locked down. But it happened. You have to be realistic. But they're not only allowing the opening up of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran. They're re-escalating the nuclear stuff. Exactly what they said they were going to do. And I don't understand it. The president reported this morning on Fox and Friends that they agreed to all the key things in an 11-hour meeting on Sunday. And then they turn around and start bombing the ship in the Hormuz, and they start hitting our Gulf allies.
Because they were, remember, we said that they can administer the strait, not, you administer one side and we administer the other. That was never the agreement. Are you serious? So yes, of course they're gonna go ahead and start attacking ships. And here's the thing: those weren't even our assets. those weren't our vessels, but we attacked Iran over, well, vessels that aren't ours. Basically popped off of, or about to pop off a regional war over vessels that were not ours. I swear to God, though, if that's the case, and those two vessels will go down in history as maybe a false flag, or probably the most pettiest response ever.
And they're rebuilding. They're using money to rebuild the pickaxe and the parchment, and who knows what else they're rebuilding. That's why I'm worried. We may need to take even greater actions even sooner, sir.
Yeah, well, I think those conditions are there. What the president and General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, and Cooper want to do is get this Straits of Hormuz thing right, and then move on to other things for sure, I think is the path we're on here. And yes, you're indicating what you and I and others have said for a long time. They are who they are, and they haven't changed one iota. After the 12-day war with Israel and Midnight Hammer, when we took their nuclear enterprise, what so alarmed us was right after it. Our intelligence.
We took their nuclear enterprise, but we're over here, like the first round of this war, we was over here scrounging over their right to enrich. We started off this war pretty much saying that they don't even have a right to enrich. And then all of a sudden we're going like, all right, you have a right to enrich, just don't make a nuke. So I'm sorry, dog, but no, that's, hold on now. Let me catch fully what
others have said for a long time. They are who they are, and they haven't changed one iota. After the 12-day war with Israel and Midnight Hammer, when we took their nuclear enterprise.
That's what I'm saying. You can't brag about Midnight Hammer when, when it was pretty much a failure. Let's be real. Midnight Hammer was a failure if we're going right back at Iran for the same damn thing, like 6-7 months later. I'm sorry, but yes, Midnight Hammer, you can call a failure just because of that fact right there. Like, how are you going to sit there and say that we obliterated their nuclear program? Oh, if we didn't take out there for Doe, they was going to make a nuke in 2 weeks, but we're right back in Iran over here talking about, oh, you're 2 weeks away from a bomb. Or what was it? Different uranium? No, it's the same uranium that we said we obliterated. Like, wait, what? Like, dog, do y'all hear how that don't make no sense? None at all. But MAGA just eats it up, though.
What so alarmed us was right after it. Our intelligence picked up, one, that they were going to recover the nuclear program. They hadn't executed, but they made a decision to do that. Two, they were going to accelerate and put on fast forward the development and growth of ballistic missiles assisted by China and get those things into the thousands so that it would produce unacceptable casualties in Israel and also damage to the Gulf states' oil and gas infrastructure. And three, continue full throttle support for the proxies. That was what they did right after that, and that is what alarmed us and said, we can't wait for this to happen. We've got to do something about it sooner.
Well, I'll be real with you. We couldn't do anything about their missiles because they have a right to defend themselves, and we can't do nothing about their proxies because, well, I'm gonna be real with you. These proxies are, look, if Iran stops funding the Houthis, that's not gonna stop the Houthis. If Iran stops funding like Hamas and Hezbollah, that's not going to stop them, guys. Like, these guys are fighting for a cause, not because Iran told them to. I hope you would understand that. And the only way to help terrorists, the only way to honestly fix terrorism is only two options. Either you talk to the terrorists and work something out, but since we have we don't negotiate with terrorist stance, then I guess you got to kill them all. And that's the only way you can do it, guys. Either you kill them all, beat them into surrendering, or you actually listen to what they want and you work something out. If you don't want to do that, like I said, you can just kill them all.
And then later, and that produced
it doesn't work out,
and Roaring Lion for the IDF and Israelis. So here we are again, right? We've had some negotiations with them, and now we're picking up a number of things. One, they want to control the Straits of Hormuz by force. Two, they're attempting to recover right before our eyes their nuclear program. They are continuing support for the proxies. You can bet that $5 billion that they made since June the 17th, some of that money was passed to their proxies, particularly Hezbollah.
Yes, sir.
Because that is their number one proxy, and they definitely want Hezbollah to force Israel out of Lebanon. So yes, they are who they are, and we're on a pathway, I think, to deal with them appropriately. And I'm assuming, Larry, and this is important strategically, that the CIA and the Mossad have put together plans to do two things. One, undermine this regime to help it break apart and all the subtext of what that means. And two, to assist the Iranian people in terms of their resistance.
Yeah, no, there's gonna be no Iranian resistance, bro. I'm sorry, but you're going to wait, you're gonna die waiting on that, okay? Y'all gonna die waiting on that Iranian resistance. Because guess what? We just made it a whole lot more unlikely. Like, do you guys understand that we created a rallying around a flag event against us? So, aka people who weren't against the regime, are now with the regime because they're the one protecting their country. While we're over here asking Iran to give up the right to defend themselves and to pretty much just f their sovereignty to enrich uranium, even though they're part of they're a signature of the non-proliferation treaty. I mean, isn't that crazy? So, I mean, you don't think your average Iranian is just looking at that and being like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to side with the IRGC because America's saying fuck our rights. And then all they're doing is giving guns to these agitators who's going around destroying personal property. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. We gave gun to agitators who was burning personal property. And then they were burning mosques as well. And y'all thought that was, oh no, they're rising up against Islam. No, they're paid agitators who we gave guns to, shout out to the Mossad and CIA, to go out there and do that bullshit, aka all manufactured. I mean, come on now. And here's the thing, guys. I mean, if they wanted to revolt against this regime, they'd have did it by now. It only took 6 to 8 million Iranians to revolt the last time. And that's when the Shah was in power. 6 to 8 million. And the Shah had guns. They had bombs. They had all that the IRGC had, but they wasn't able to take out to quell down 6 to 8 million Iranians. Why can't we get that today? Because the Shah had all the guns too, though. Let's be real. The Shah had all the guns. Same situation that the Iranian people are in now is the same thing with the Shah. And here's the thing, though. I think they're more support of the Ayatollah than the Shah because, I mean, 6 to 8 million, they can't get 6 to 8 million people to take out like the Ayatollah and go against them. That's all they need, about 6 to 8 million people. That's how it happened the last time. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 10 to 13, but they can't even get that. So if that can't prosper, I mean, what makes you think this is ever coming? Especially when we got like 61 million people participating in elections that's controlled by them. What makes you think this is ever coming? I mean, you could sit there and be delusional about it, but I ain't helping you. I mean, we thought we was going to get the Kurds to do it. They told us to F off. I mean, who else is going to do it besides the disgruntled refugees in Iran that don't get no state benefits?
In the midst of all this, we welcome back to the show great friend, mentor, Newt Gingrich, former House Speaker, Fox News contributor. Newt, so just I'll call it some housekeeping. At President Trump's request, Darlene Graham Nordone is the temporary senator from the...
before you say something retarded like they killed 52,000, prove it, please. Find me the article, find me the medical report, find me all the names of all 52,000 protesters killed. Because guess what, guys? We got the names of every Nigerian Christian killed in Nigeria. Names, date, whatever form of Social Security they use, Palestine. We got the name, dates, or their birth dates, whatever form of Social Security they was using down there. But you know what we don't got? We don't got 52,000 Iranian names, birth dates, and whatever form of Social Security they use at all. At all. And here's the thing, it went from 30,000 to 50,000. And the people who came out with the 30,000 was Iranian International, who is based in the UK, not Iran, by the way, and who said that they have classified medical documents that they have not released or shown to the public at all. Basically, they lied to you and hit you with the trust me, bro, and y'all all went for it because of what? It's Iran? Really? Okay.
Great state of South Carolina. Perhaps you know her. I don't. But Lindsey Graham came into office as part of your class of 1994 in the contract with America. Literally. So that's very cool. And I call him a great freedom fighter. I want to talk about a lot of stuff with you, Newt, but, you know, he was.
No, bro, Ham, you cooking. Shout out to my man, Chad. But, dog, you cooking. Because here's the thing is like, so, they hate us for our freedom. They hate us because we're Christian. And I'm like, you sure it got nothing to do with the fact that we destabilized most of their countries and extorted them for the resources? And then turned around and called them shithole countries after. Sure has nothing to do with the genocide in Gaza. You sure has nothing to do with that. Are you sure, bro? You sure you don't want to double check that? Because it sounds way more believable that them being pissed off over those things than you just being a Christian with a free Christian in America. Like, I promise you, it's not that. I think it has everything to do with the fact that we were just effing around in their countries and didn't have the nerve to call them shithole countries. Then while continuing to F around in them, by the way, while continuing to fund warlords and terrorists and all that wild stuff. It's like, ain't it amazing how the average American could just sit there and say, those are shithole countries, without even knowing, like, dog, you understand what we did there? And you understand why they hate us? Because I promise you, it ain't because you're free, dog. It has everything to do with what our government has done over there. And if you can't understand that, then you need to educate yourself on the topic before you have such criticisms of countries, of people that you don't understand, nor do you understand the history of, and how your history is involved in it.
I wasn't crazy about his economics, but he was a freedom fighter on foreign policy. I mean, there's no question about that. And I think he'd be pretty unhappy camper today after the events of the last day or two.
Well, I think, first of all, that emotionally, it's a wonderful thing that President Trump recommended Lindsay's sister. As you know, she was basically orphaned at 13. Lindsay adopted her, helped raise her. She's a central person in his life. And I think
see, that's what I'm saying, bro. I've heard of so much stuff about Lindsey Graham outside of politics, so much good stuff that I'm just like, yeah, I know, I get it. Good person out of politics. He was just bloodthirsty. That's all. Just had a bloodthirst inside politics. When he left politics and he went home, the bloodthirst went away. As soon as he stepped back in Washington, he just had a thirst for Russian and Palestinian blood.
you have her be senator for the rest of this year until they have a replacement elected. I think it's a wonderful gesture.
Yo, and shout out to my man Kingin and Siri for sending in 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate that. And yep, okay. And shout out to my man Chris, also sent 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support on that one as well, guys. You know what? You guys deserve a shout out. Shout out to my man Dancing Kim. All right, let's go ahead and get right back into it. And if you want to see my man Dancing Kim again, just go ahead and send in a, someone getting in a gift or a super chat, and I'll be happy to bring up my man Dancing Kim, because that boy's smooth, man. That hairline crispy and the moves is smooth.
Sure. And I think she will be very well received by both Democrats and Republicans. So I just thought it was a very nice touch at a time sometimes when we all get too angry, too partisan, too political. There's a certain family emotional piece to this that I think is pretty darn good.
You know, she's a registered Republican, dude. Has anyone asked?
Obvious.
I can't quite imagine that Trump would have been this enthusiastic. I mean, Lindsay was one of the great characters of the Senate. I just wrote a piece for Fox News and talked about him. When I tried to summarize, and you were right, we go all the way back to 1994.
All right. Well, I don't feel like hearing about Lindsey Graham again. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and head into the CNN video. Aboard a warship Trump says was attacked 100+ times since Iran war. All right, why not look at this for a little bit? And then we're going to head into independent media. We got some videos from PBD, of course, some Alex Jones, and of course, we're going to react to the Nick Fuentes and Destiny debate on the JQ. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
We're in the Gulf of Oman, near the Strait of Hormuz. Aboard a ship, President Trump says has been attacked more than 100 times since the conflict began.
And they've tried with missiles and with drones.
Yep, everything they've thrown at us hasn't really gotten near us at all.
Earlier, we watched as missiles were prepped and loaded onto these fighter jets. The mission in active combat and defense as real as it gets.
I want to show you these symbols right here. These are drones right here that this fighter jet has taken out during this conflict that started 5.5 months ago. These are missiles that have been taken out just by this fighter jet alone.
With the Lincoln under constant threat of attack, it's guarded by Navy destroyers for protection. On a chopper headed to the Frankie Peterson Jr. destroyer, high above the Gulf of Oman, we get our first look at vessels headed toward the Strait of Hormuz.
See, got 5 vessels so far. RC Maritime traffic. In fact, right here, turn around. See, there's a ship right there, passing by. That's about the 6th ship you see.
The traffic is lower now as tensions rise again in the Gulf. Officially, the Navy reports 20 vessels around the strait as we head to the warship, the tip of the spear.
We are the closest Navy ship to Iran right now.
Correct. You're right on the we call it the picket line, the firing line right now. So if Iran were to attack, the U.S. naval forces, we'd be the first ones they'd be attacking. But don't worry, our radars are working, our guns work. You have a lot of well-trained folks down below.
Threats are part of life
Thank
here.
God. Shout out to
If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted.
Like when Captain Man led this ship through the Strait of Hormuz in April. Radio transmissions between the U.S. and Iran were released by Iran to its state media. Man confirmed to CNN an exchange like this did happen.
I'm ready to open fire on them without any warning.
And so the Iranians were threatening.
Correct. Yeah. They told us, hey, you have to turn around within 30 minutes or we'll open fire on you. We kept going, obviously. Had to go through what was potentially a minefield to get there, which was, not something I had in my my bingo card for things I would do in my life, go through a minefield.
The firepower aboard this ship is everywhere.
We have this as our last-ditch defense.
Captain Man calls the shots from a command center several decks below.
Just with Iran being to the north, they're always on the lookout for all kinds of threats. Have you had any close calls?
My fight really starts at that Iranian coastline and comes all the way back. I don't wait for it to come to me. I go out and I try to meet that threat.
Okay.
Back on the Abraham Lincoln, it can be tough to keep spirits high day in, day out for the nearly 5,000 people on board. Because of its limited port visits, the Navy considers this deployment among the longest consecutive days at sea for any aircraft carrier.
I mean, I haven't stepped off the ship in the year 2026.
Most have been here more than 6 months, under constant threat and change and missing their families.
What kind of toll does that take on you personally?
It's tough. I had my first kid born in February, so very excited to get home, meet her.
You've never met your daughter?
Nope.
She was born right around when this conflict started.
She was born February 6th, so I was able to get on FaceTime, watch the birth, talk to my wife before everything went down. So.
And you don't know when you'll be able to do that?
We'll see. I mean, hopefully home soon, but unfortunately it's a common story on the ship, I think. Get in the Navy, this is what you kind of sign up for.
I had the opportunity to sit down with Marine pilots that fly the F-35s, and they are really on the front lines of this conflict. And as things heat up, they have to be at the ready at all times. A big part of their job is to keep ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz, protect those ships, and they're having to also shift their tactics sometimes. One of the challenges they told me at the very beginning was these slow-moving drones. They had to figure out how to take those out because they're low, they're slow-moving, and of course, these are very fast fighter jets. At one point, there were 12 one-way attack drones coming in a swarm. And I talked to some of the pilots. One of them.
All right. Well, at least our pilots look like they're doing all right, so I can't be mad. So shout out to the pilots. Make sure we pray for their safety and they continuously be safe, and have a safe return home and all that good stuff, even though they're not going home anytime soon. But pray for their safety. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into independent media. Let's go ahead and get into Piers Morgan. This should be a good one here. Trump calls me a piece of shit, Iran war, Lindsey Graham, and more with Rouhani. Because, man, boy, they did my man Rouhani dirty in Israel. How you going to detain a U.S. politician? Like, you serious? Like, are you dead ass? Like, bro, how reckless are you guys? I mean, you're already killing Americans, and which nobody's investigating because American was killed in the West Bank, which Rouhani actually went out there to investigate. And I love the position that he went in because he said, I want to go from the point of view of a Palestinian. Bro, they weren't going to do that for him at all. It was like, dog, I'm sorry, but if we treat you like a Palestinian, we're going to have to commit war crimes against you. And then we're going to have to take you into a house and blow it up. And then we're going to say that Hamas was with you. So, yeah, you don't want to be treated like a Palestinian, bro.
Happen anywhere else in the world, it would be a massive international incident.
The battle between Musk and Rouhani is because Roe said Elon Musk is a trillionaire and I want to take his money away from him and give it to other people.
Are you sad that Senator Lindsey Graham has died?
No, I'm not sad. I'm not celebrating it either. He argued for wars, including this Iran war that outlives him. He never met a Middle East country he didn't want to invade.
You've had amazing reviews for the book, Donald Trump, who over the weekend posted on Truth Social the book was a joke. 90% of his contents were fake news.
I remember back in 2019, I did a story that he really didn't like. They said to me, the president has a message he wanted me to pass on to you. And I said, oh, what's that? I said, he wants you to know that you're a piece of shit.
On Friday night, Senator Lindsey Graham was speaking to Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kyiv and talking up the tough new US sanctions on Russia. The following night, he died suddenly in Washington, D.C. If nothing else, it's a moment to reflect on the...
And that's the suspicious part. is that, so for like, supporter of the Ukraine war, pretty much love putting money into killing Russians. And he goes over there and shows his support for, your guy Zelensky. The problem is, though, when he comes back after showing such vociferous support for, Zelensky's war with Ukraine, here's the thing. He just dies. He comes back, heart attack, dies. And here's the thing. Lindsey Graham, if you ever seen him in action, I mean, bro sounds youthful. I mean, he doesn't sound like he's 71. I mean, bro be moving all over the place. He be like moving his hands and all that. He sounds very happy, especially when he's talking about bombing people. I mean, he sounds the happiest when he's talking about killing and bombing people. So if you know Lindsey Graham, this is a bit sus. I mean, you would thought the demonic energy that was pumping through his blood would keep him alive forever, but I guess not.
Fragility of life and to pay respect to a giant of US politics. But that's just not how it goes anymore. Social media and later the airways were quickly filled with outrageous, gleeful commentary about his untimely death, proving once again that there are no taboos left. The same thing is happening in the UK, where shocking news broke on Friday that legendary conservative...
You know what? Before we get into the serious conversation, let's joke about Lindsey Graham for a little bit.
Lindsey Graham died. And I know some of you are like, who was she? Lindsey was a senator for Israel and occasionally hung out in South Carolina. He was known for laughing like a schoolgirl while also supporting bombing them. I know some people are going to be like, wow, making jokes about the dead? No, I'm not going to mock him because I support LGBTQ. I love my gay friends and family, but Lindsey was a special kind of gay. He was gay for Israel, you know? He was a man who liked a package, you know what I mean? He was Mossad's ladybug. He's the only queer person I knew of who supported carpet bombing Iran. I called him the gay of Hormuz. Ironically, he didn't support gay marriage, which just means he was a playa. He was senator for 23 years, which apparently is God's term limit, and his age setting on Grindr.
Oh.
I hope I don't go to hell for these jokes.
Whoa.
Because I don't want to meet him. Lindsey Graham died before Mitch McConnell. That's not funny. I lost $500 on Kalshi. It was basically a race between the two, the tortoise and the bear. I actually found out that Lindsey died because I was on the phone with Mitch McConnell earlier, and he was like, I was like, Mitch, speak in Morse code. He's like, and then we called Lindsey on three-way, and he's like, three-way? I love that more than I love Israel. First Plattner and then Lindsey. It was a bad week for the graham crackers. Oh, do you think God hates that joke, or does he want schmore? Sorry, call the grammar police. It doesn't make sense that he suddenly died. He didn't have a terminal illness. He didn't recently meet with J.D. Vance. He was 71, but appeared youthful and energetic, like most older gay men who are just cruising. And then he suddenly fell ill after a trip to Ukraine, where he was signing aggressive sanctions for Russia. But no one in Russia is known for poisoning anyone. Oh, you really think poison was put in his drink? Ooh, Moscow Mule, my favorite. Let's be honest, he was a war criminal. That's why he got cardiac arrested. I'm aware these jokes are bad.
I say he supported war crimes.
And a fan replied, this is so wrong. I had a ticket purchased for your show, and now I'm not coming. Man, just like South Carolina, now there's another empty seat. I don't normally make this many jokes about the dead, but I know posting this is gonna make a lot of people happy on IG. So I guess you could say this one's for the gram. No filter.
I just love dark humor. Oh man, you gotta love dark humor a little bit. Well, honestly, I just love comedy altogether. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into our guy, Pierce Morgan. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, or you can send in a Venmo. All right, let's get back to it.
MP Anne Widdecombe had been murdered at the age of 78. In both cases, there are tasteless jokes, bitter celebrations, and wild conspiracy theories. In both cases, people have every right to feel and say whatever they like. And I have every right to feel and say that they are deplorable and classless. Many people didn't like the way that Senator Graham operated, and they didn't like his politics. He made himself one of the great DC survivors by cozying up to President Trump when it suited him, and he was also for decades one of the most ferocious hawks in politics, with claws sharpened for just about every war the US could possibly get involved in. Most recently, he was one of the...
Remember, Lindsey Graham was a never Trumper. Let's not forget that. The man did not like Trump, and he didn't get behind Trump until Trump was like, oh, so like supportive of Israel. Like, trust me, when Trump would like pretty much establish the Golden Heights for Israel, Lindsey Graham was like, "Yep, you're my favorite president now. I'll love you forever, and I'll ever cherish you. I'll even drink your bathwater, Mr. President, as long as you just keep on striving for Israel." Like, bruh. But yeah, it's pretty much the reason why, because Trump started supporting Israel and started doing more for Israel, so we just start getting behind Trump. I mean, same thing with Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro, all the same.
Loudest cheerleaders for the disastrous Iran war, which is now raging all over again, as we will discuss. There's a time and a place to debate his ideas and his legacy, and there's a respectful way of doing so. Celebrating his death is not that. And I said exactly the same thing when President Trump jumped on the graves of Robert Mueller and Rob Reiner. When tragedy strikes, remember the words you probably...
Hey, yo, shout out my man Siri coming in again with a clutch for 30 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend. Have to make sure I catch that one.
You were taught when you were 4 years old.
Guys, we got over about 300 of y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's try to get to 100 likes. You can help me out by double tapping that screen, liking the video. And like I said, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. All right, let's let the video roll.
Oh, if you've got nothing nice to say, well, just shut up. Well, Mehdi Hassan and Hogan Gidley are standing by, but we begin with a man who's made a lot of headlines this weekend, Democratic Congressman for California, Ro Khanna. Congressman Khanna, welcome to Uncensored again. You hit the news because you were detained, you said, in the West Bank in Israel for 90 minutes by armed Israeli settlers during a visit there last week. You posted on X, Israeli settlers brandishing American-made M4s detained me and other Americans on my trip to Palestine. When the IDF arrived, they sided with the settlers and continued our detention. They made a huge mistake. Now, you were visiting a small Palestinian village that was abandoned after escalating attacks from settlers and then demolished. You were eventually allowed to continue your...
You know the worst thing about these settlers are, like I said, they've killed Americans, they break international law, and you know they're supported by Zionists. Yeah, they're literally supported by churches in America that send their money out there so these settlers can pretty much take land from Palestinians. Yes, we have churches in America that are supporting that, sending money to it right now.
Journey, but this has created a huge firestorm, obviously. A spokesman for the Israeli military said it received a report of Israeli civilians unlawfully blocking the vehicles of foreign nationals and members of the news media near the village. Troops were dispatched to reopen the road. The spokesman said the military disputed its soldiers had participated in blocking the exit and said the identity of the armed civilian was being reviewed. And when Benjamin Netanyahu was asked about this, he said this.
We're a country of laws, and people who break the law, we take them to court. In the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, we've had thousands of attempted attacks and warnings against terrorist activities against innocent Israelis, families, mother with their children driving along the road. They're stopped by terrorists and they kill them. And this has happened again and again and again. There is a vigilante effort, not by the settler community. They're 99.9%, law-abiding citizens. I don't want vigilantes of any kind.
So, and here's a problem, though. The Knesset pretty much just voted to annex the West Bank. So what they're doing is not against Israeli law, but it is against international law. But, Israel don't give a fuck about international law. I mean, we all know that.
And we are working to put them under the law. But I think if we put things in perspective, we should see that we have thousands of attacks and some few, but obvious breaking of the law. Then we apply the full measure of the law against them.
Now, what's interesting about this is that Haaretz, which is one of the big newspapers over there, wrote an editorial on the incident in which it was entitled, Ro Khanna got the VIP version of what West Bank Palestinians face every day. Yep. And certainly there have been myriad reports of appalling behavior by Israeli settlers against Palestinians, very aggressive expansion of settlements, and repeated evidence in these reports of the IDF siding with the settlers, even when they appear to be committing crimes.
And the worst thing about this is that, bro, this type of mindset is literally taught to Israelis since they were kids. Like in their textbooks, they're literally taught to hate Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims. They're literally taught to hate them and to live in fear of them as if they're all just going to attack them one day and destroy them. That's literally what they're taught. That's why a lot of Israelis have this attitude. mean, that's why a lot of Israelis are okay with what's going on in Gaza. They're okay with the Palestinian rapes that are going on in their prisons. It's all okay because they were taught not to see them as human. The problem is, as an American, I don't know how the hell you could think like that because you weren't raised under those values. No school's ever taught you that, and any school that's teaching that now, but we need to lock them niggas up. But it's kind of crazy how Americans have adopted that thinking. You could tell how much they fed into Israeli propaganda, because I can't really blame the Israelis because, bro, they were opening that up in their textbook since they were kids. Dude, you just hopped online in one day and got into this type of mindset. Like, are you serious? And your school never taught you to think like this, but the internet did. It kind of shows you how dangerous the internet can be.
You know, Haaretz is not wrong here by categorizing this as being you as an American over there, obviously encountering what Palestinians get all the time. So a long-winded intro. My apologies for that. But Rokano, your response in particular to what?
Yeah, this is what Palestinians get all the time, a kick in their ass off their own land. I mean, it's been happening since the 1930s, but, you know, and that's kind of what started the whole like little conflict with Palestinians and Jews. But, you know, nobody want to talk about that.
Netanyahu said that.
It's all about October 7th, guys. It's all about that. Don't pay attention to the past. I don't know, like 40 years before. Don't pay attention to that, guys. Just focus on October 7th. Let's pretend like a bunch of Israelis or Jews didn't pull up and just start kicking these people off their land because they got the okay from the UN.
Well, I appreciate your laying out all the facts. I am just stunned that Americans are detained by vigilantes. A foreign government cooperates with those vigilantes, and the American factual account is being disputed. I don't understand it. I mean, there was a New York Times photographer there. It's not just my testimony. It is the testimony of Israelis who were with me. It is the testimony of security forces. It was written up in detail in Reuters and the New York Times. And the prime minister is denying what happened. His ambassador is denying what happened. I guess people who can lie.
Well, apparently, I mean, look, Rohana, apparently he was hanging out with the self-hating Jews. Because as soon as they say anything against Israel and expose, you know, the atrocities that go on in Israel, they're a self-hating Jew. So who you were talking to don't matter no more. I mean, welcome to Israeli or pro-Israeli logic.
About a genocide, feel licensed to lie even about the illegal detention and threatening of American citizens. But what is outrageous is if this happened anywhere else in the world, it would be a massive international incident, and it would require the government to immediately arrest the people who did this and to investigate the soldiers who did this.
You know, a lot of your critics, as you know, because they've come racing out to criticize you, the Israeli ambassador to the US, Dr. Michael Leiter, said you mischaracterized it. He accused you of visiting the West Bank as a political stunt to distract from your past support of Graham Plattner, the former main U.S. Senate candidate. Accused of
Nah, that's the craziest deflection. Like, you're only here trying to get at Israel because of Graham Plattner. Like, bro, Graham Plattner ain't got nothing to do with Rouhani keeping his seat, him running for president, nothing. Like, look, he made a bad judgment call, and that's that. That has nothing to do with his escapades in Israel. Like, let's be real here.
Sexual assault, and to promote your own presidential run for the White House in 2028. What do you say to that?
Well, he didn't describe any of my 3 previous visits to Israel as political stunts. What bothers them is that I said I wanted to have a Palestinian-led tour through the West Bank. And I informed the Israeli government that I was going. Obviously, I got through the airport. They helped me get back home. But what bothers them is that I said I was going to visit Palestine from a Palestinian perspective. And it's not just about me. They don't want other American politicians to do that. Just today, Piers, there was body camera footage released about this whole incident, which shows that the IDFs were siding with the settlers. And so the ambassador is on national television just lying. Now, their hope is that America just moves on and they can obfuscate the facts, but they're really risking the anger.
I mean, let's be real. They're going to move on from this because, bro, Americans didn't even get outraged that an American was killed by these settlers in the West Bank. Nobody cares. And I mean, you probably don't even know the guy's name, but he was an American and he got killed in the West Bank while visiting his family. And he could have made it, but the settlers were pretty much blocking the ambulance and not letting him through. So he died, most likely a painful death.
Of a lot of people in America, because this was how they treated American passport holders.
And what is extraordinary is it comes against a backdrop of Israel getting more and more unpopular globally, but especially in the United States, with nearly 2/3 of US adults now having a negative view of Israel, which is significantly up year on year. I've repeatedly called out members of the Israeli government like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir in particular, whose rhetoric and actions, and in particular actually involving the aggressive expansion of settlements on the West Bank and the IDF complicity in that, these guys, they don't seem to care about how unpopular they make Israel if they can have license.
I mean, why would they care when they have unlimited support? Like, let's just keep it 100 here. Why would they care if they have unlimited support? I mean, who cares what the F we talking about? As long as those senators vote the same and they continue to support Israel no matter what, I mean, who cares what the American people say? Bro, they're trying to fuse our military, so it's F what the people say and F how we feel about Israel. No matter how bad we feel about them as an ally, they're just going to be a part of us no matter what. And that's what the government is trying to push. So why do they care what they say when they already see that there's no way they can lose our support because of the Zionists in our government?
To achieve their bigger plan, which appears to be expelling all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank, getting rid of maybe up to 1 million people out of southern Lebanon as well now, that they have a grand plan here.
Over 1 million.
And they don't really care about global opprobrium for it.
You're absolutely right. It's just the utter arrogance of power. Here's what would happen in a normal situation. Let's say this happened to me in Saudi Arabia or China, not necessarily always aligned with the United States. You would have the head of state or some cabinet member come out and say, we absolutely condemn what happened to Congressman Khanna and the other Americans. We will make sure that we take prosecutorial action against the vigilantes who did this, and we will have an internal investigation. This is not how we do business, and we're sorry that this happened to Americans.
I mean, trust me, I wish they were like that, Rohana. I just wish they were like that because we wouldn't be here. Trust me. And then, like I said, it's like, dog, they was able to dismiss they're going to be able to dismiss what happened to him when we've had whole American citizens die over there and nobody's covered it. Nobody's pushing for accountability or nothing.
And if they did that, it would be a one-day story. But the fact that they are calling into question my credibility, calling into credibility the New York Times photographer, the New York Times journalist, the Israeli citizens who were testifying to this, denying that there was anything wrong. It just shows how arrogant they are to deny things that people are seeing with their own eyes on video.
What do you make as a high-profile American politician of some of the more vicious commentary about the death of Lindsey Graham, who, I had a lot of issues with some of his stances, not least on the war in Iran, for example, and other wars. He was big on war. But I interviewed him a number of times. I once interviewed him with John McCain and Joe Lieberman, the three amigos, all together, actually. I went down to the Senate and did them there for CNN. It was an amazing experience. And he also did a lot of bipartisan work, crossing the aisle and making things happen with Democrats. So there was a lot of good in him, as well as things I didn't agree with. But this place we've got to as a society, and we're seeing the same here in the UK after the death of Anne Widdecombe, a famous Conservative member of Parliament here, the glee that some people seem to want to express in the immediate aftermath of a human being's death. And we've seen it, as I said in the intro, from Donald Trump towards people like Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller and people like this. I don't like that either. What do you feel about this? What should we do about this as a society?
I actually agreed with your monologue, your introduction, that if you don't have something nice to say about someone who has passed, you can keep your mouth shut at that time. I mean, look, Lindsey Graham and I had very different views on foreign policy, but he's someone who wore the nation's uniform. He served
guys, we got over 100 likes. Oh yeah, make sure you guys subscribe as well. Appreciate all you guys who liked the video. So celebrate those 100 likes. Not as good as Dancing Kim, but it's still smooth.
The Air Force, he questioned his own party on immigration, saying that there should be a path to citizenship. He would engage in debate. And it's not just being uncivil. It shows that in our country, we're no longer to see the humanity in any way of people who have any different view, that we are so wedded that we have a monopoly on the truth. The essence of liberalism is to have a humility that you may not have the whole truth, that in a country of 330 million, maybe you should have some sense of listening to other people and having debate. And so there's something really wrong with our political culture that we can't have a decency when someone passes away who we strongly disagree with.
You had a run-in also with Elon Musk. He threatened to sue you after you accused him of possibly sentencing 4.5 million children to death with the cuts to the US Agency for International Development. You said in a podcast last month, they're celebrating that he created 4,500 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world who he possibly sentenced to death by dismantling USAID.
Goddamn, bro. He said, he may have created over 4,000 millionaires, 4,400 millionaires, but due to them those cuts, he probably done, killed like 4 million children. I'm like, God damn, bro. And here's the thing, though. I can't really sit there and blame it all on Elon because, he did send out guys, give me some results, tell me what you're doing. And a lot of these guys were, I guess, too stuck up to go ahead and send Elon a report on, this is what we're doing. This is how we're using the money. This is why you should keep us funded. Instead, they just expected him to keep it funded, and he didn't. Remember, Elon, I'm gonna have to give him this argument. He literally said, I tapped in with you guys. I asked you guys to send me what in God's name are you doing? And if not, we'll just cut off funding. And for some reason, they didn't want to send him what they were doing. So funding got cut. And that is crazy because, people like the money we were sending for food for other countries and medicine and all that good stuff is like, well, isn't that kind of on the employees who are working there to make sure and send that report so they don't get their funding taken away? That's helping all these kids instead of being petty and with Doge. Like, come on now. But hey, still though, I think Elon, and just to be fair, Elon should have did deeper investigation himself before making these cuts.
Responded by calling you a liar and a robber, while also accusing you of insider stock trading. Time to sue this liar, Musk wrote. You responded to that by pointing to a 2025 study that determined that without access to USAID resources and funding, 14 million people in lower middle income countries could die by 2030, including more than 4.5 million children under the age of 5. You also said, Elon, I thought you were a free speech guy. Why not debate me on these issues instead of threatening lawfare? Has he actually gone through with suing you or not?
He hasn't. I was a bit surprised. You become a trillionaire, the richest person in the world, and you're obsessing about a statement I made. And it obviously got under his skin because the cuts that he did to Doge had real world consequences. And I cited 2 academic studies, the Lancet study and Adil Gawande study, saying that when he cut food and medicine from some of the poorest people, that potentially could have led to deaths. And it's surprising to me that he threatened a lawsuit because, he claims he's all for free speech. But I'm happy to debate him or the ideas on their merit. And I wish he would do that.
Just finally, there's, as we've been talking, a post from Donald Trump on his Truth Social platform saying the Hormuz Strait is.
The funny thing is, I've heard Elon defend this before. Like, people were pretty much criticizing Elon about this before Rohana. And the problem is, Elon already answered the question. He's like, look, I sent out emails. I told him to tell me what you're doing. Go ahead and respond back. And if you don't, your cutting is getting cut. They didn't respond back, and some of their funding got cut. I mean, I really don't know what to tell these guys sometimes. Sometimes I think the protests against Donald Trump go a little bit too far.
Open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it's only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the Strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, in a matter of fairness, we will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process of formation will begin immediately. There's a very competing narrative here because the Iranians appear to be exercising control over the strait and appear to have shut it down again. Donald Trump is adamant that it is open and will remain open, but just in the way that the Iranians are charging a toll and want to have a toll process for ships going through there safely with their backing, Trump is now saying he wants 20% of all value of all cargo shipped to provide security for ships going through. Does any of this make sense to you?
Pierre, the greatest tragedy with Donald Trump is he didn't listen to Winston Churchill's basic advice that to be a statesperson, you had to read history. And had Donald Trump read any history about what happened with Mossadegh and the overthrow of Mossadegh in 1953, because Mossadegh wanted to nationalize Iranian oil, and how the cardinal sin of the overthrow of Mossadegh has destabilized the region, he would never make a statement that the United States somehow wants to take over the Strait of Hormuz and engage in a kind of gunboat diplomacy. He would instead be working with the international community.
Here's the problem. Most of these people who feel like, oh, they've been a threat for 47 years, we should just nuke them, they don't know the history. They don't know why Iran says, they don't even know why Iran says death to America. They literally think it's because they want to kill us all, when no, they're really speaking to our government. And two, we've been tampering in their government for decades. And let's not forget that we literally funded a war. Like, we funded Saddam to go to war with them and gave him precursors for chemical weapons to gas Iranians. And remember, they lost about like what, 500,000 people, maybe more. And you don't think they you thought they forgot about that? You thought it was, it's all good now? Like, no, they held, trust me, they got that beef still. Actually, a lot of the IRGC commanders are veterans from that time. So trust me, they did not let that shit go. Who the heck was that?
Unity to make sure that we had the denuclearization of Iran, some kind of agreement, and not provoking them by threatening to conquer the Strait of Hormuz or take over the Strait of Hormuz. It is its illiteracy of world history and American history that, in my view, is actually greatest weakness.
Finally, on Sunday, you said you regretted endorsing the former Maine Senate candidate, Graham Plattner, who's now dropped out of a Senate race after an ex-girlfriend came forward and alleged he sexually assaulted her. He's denied those allegations, but has dropped out. You said you got the call wrong. I endorse a lot of people, but when I make a mistake, I take accountability. You were criticized for endorsing him even after a photograph emerged of Plattner with a tattoo on his chest that resembled a Nazi symbol, and there was already backlash over online remarks about survivors of sexual assault and so on after other girlfriends had claimed he was aggressive towards them. I guess my question to you would be, when it comes to these kind of things, the feeling that people get is that politicians get very tribal, that if the situation had been reversed and this was a Republican candidate, you'd have been straight out the traps, along with a lot of Democrats saying, this is disgusting, he's got to stand down and so on, much quicker than you distanced yourself from Plattner because he was on your side. What do you say to people that feel that?
Sure. First of all, I think that's a fair criticism, and I appreciate you giving this the...
Oh, yeah, and shout out AJ for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
Appropriate attention. In some other interviews, it becomes half the questions as opposed to one question of many things in the world. But look, do politicians give the benefit of the doubt to their own side? Yes. Do I need to be more sensitive to the biases we bring? Yes. Should we think about how we treat the imperfections of our opponents and people on the other side with far less forgiveness than we do our own side? Yes. And that's what I said when I said I made a mistake, that I should have seen the signs earlier, and I probably should reflect more about this bias that we have in politics, and why I owned up to the mistake of getting this call wrong.
Do you know what? That might be one of the most honest things a politician has said to me in the entire time I've done this show.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. Roko.
No, honestly, though, Shout out Rohana, because let me be real with you, bro. A Republican would have said that. They'd have pulled the whataboutism. Be real with you. Most Democrats, 99% of Democrats wouldn't have said what Rohana said. They'd have played the whataboutism game immediately with Pierce.
Anna, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Summer is almost upon us, and if you're not completely satisfied with your beach body, my condolences, that must be hard for you. It's not just because you're watching retain muscle and recover from injury that I sent you. Well, joining me now to debate all this is Mehdi Hasan, founder of Zeteo, and Hogan Gidley, the former White House Deputy Press Secretary. Mehdi, that was quite something. To hear a politician just say, yeah, I was biased, I was partisan, my thinking about this, my judgment was skewed, effectively what he was saying, by the fact this was a Democrat who was involved in a scandal, and that he would have felt differently if it had been a Republican, and he's got to think about that. I always like it when a politician shows self-awareness, a bit of brutal honesty, and tells us what we're all pretty much thinking anyway.
No, I agree with you. And I think Ro Khanna has won over a lot of admirers because that is the approach he takes to politics. He's quite honest. He tries to be transparent. Excuse me, I've lost my voice after shouting at the screen on Saturday after the game. So,
do you know what? There are millions of people around the world, Mehdi Hasan, absolutely jubilant, not at the result on Saturday, but the fact you've lost your voice.
Not quite. I'll get it back. I'll get it back for this discussion.
Including Hogan Gidley.
And for Wednesday's game, of course. It'll be back for Wednesday and then gone again Thursday. But I think, look, Ro Khanna has been admired by a lot of people for doing that. He goes into a lot of spaces that other politicians don't go into. He's obviously running for president in 2028. He's a guy who goes on Fox and talks to Republican audiences. In fact, funnily enough, Piers, you mentioned Elon Musk threatening to sue him. I pointed out to Musk, I tweeted at Musk, which of course he ignores me, that Musk used to be a big fan of Ro Khanna. He used to praise Ro Khanna as a guy who could reach across the aisle. Now he hates him because Ro Khanna called him out.
That is true. Hogan Gidley, welcome back to Uncensored. Just in response to this breaking news from Donald Trump about the Hormuz Strait, because it seems to me, you know President Trump better than most. It seems to me he's got himself into an unholy mess with this Iran war. If he could get out of it cleanly tomorrow in a way that didn't look like an abject failure, he would. But it's impossible to do that. And the Iranians are continuing to exercise control of this strait. And as long as they have that, it's hard to listen to what Donald Trump says about the Americans now running it, keeping it open, charging 20% on all cargo shipments. That all sounds great. But the evidence seems to suggest that it's just not actually what's happening. The evidence seems to suggest the Iranians have control of this strait.
I mean, like I said, all they got to do is be able to strike missiles inside of it. They've already struck 2 ships on the opposite side of the strait. You think anybody's playing with them at this point? No, they're going to back off, hopefully, if they know what's good for them. And I'm be honest with you, like, we don't have the munitions, nor do I think we really have the capability to sit there and defend every ship that's going through the strait. Like, bro, we would have to keep constant bombing on Iran and not allow them to fire off a missile. And we cannot do that because we're constantly bombing Iran now, and they're still firing off missiles. So how long can we keep this up? And 2, like, did we really take control of the strait, or is Trump just bullshitting us? I'll tell you this right now. I ain't gonna lie. He's most likely bullshitting us. So it is what it is. Like, hey.
Before I get to that, man, make a comment about Ro, since I'm up in the House of Representatives all the time. He is clearly running for president of the United States. His measured tone is one that he's trying to bring into the party and say, look at me, I can be conciliatory, but also I'm a fighter. But the battle between Musk and Ro Khanna is because Ro said Elon Musk is a trillionaire and I want to take his money away from him and give it to other people. What Ro doesn't say is that he has hundreds of millions of dollars himself. And if we're going to get into the business of saying, I want that person's money and I'm going to take it from them and then give it to somebody else, I choose myself as the recipient of Ro Khanna's money, and I want big pieces of that for me. That's why he's mad.
But that wasn't actually the point of contention between them. The point of contention between them focused on the cuts that were made by Doge to USAID and the potential and the potential impact though of those cuts on the line.
Let's be real. Elon Musk didn't call. I mean, Rohana didn't call Elon Musk out or ask for a debate on Elon Musk when it came to wealth disparity or who should be paying more taxes. No, he said, bro, let's go on a debate on how bad those cuts are and how it might have caused the death of about 4 million children. Let's talk about it. I'm like, well, damn. Like, yo. I mean, and I don't think Elon want to have that conversation because I don't really think he knows himself. And then let's be real, even the excuse that he has may not be good enough. He can sit there and say that, yo, I sent the report saying that, yo, if you don't tell us what you're doing over there, we'll shut your funding off, and they didn't do it. Well, people will still double down and be like, well, because it's so important, don't you rather go out there and look for yourself? Like, wouldn't that be pretty important considering what you're cutting off could go to children and all that good stuff? Like, I'm just saying. So I see both sides of the argument here.
Of children in particular, which have been well reported. Now, Elon may want to contest those, but they are widely reported that one of the consequences could be a lot of people dying, including children.
He should engage, because I'd like to see a report that says it's the United States' responsibility and or reason or rationale of existing to pay for everybody else around the world when we have our own problem right here at home. That's really probably part and parcel of the with the larger argument, which is it's a difference in where the money should go and where it should be spent on. The Republicans writ large want that money spent here in America. Democrats want it spent all over the world to fund all kinds of crazy projects. And so that's the real debate.
Can I respond on that specific point? Hogan's right. Of course, it's not America's responsibility to feed and provide aid to everyone in the world. That's not the debate. The debate is, should Elon Musk have sent a bunch of 20-year-olds with no...
And here's the problem, though. It's like, why are we even doing all this anyway? Like, bro, we have sick kids in the street. We have homeless children, and we're out here sending money to others, sick kids and homeless children outside of our country. Like, look, man, I have a heart, but can we fix what's going on with our kids first before we focus on other countries' kids? Like, isn't that a bit like ridiculous? And isn't that kind of just like ignoring your problem at home? Like, dog, you got a homeless kid on the street somewhere around the corner, but you want to go ahead and send money to kids outside of the country? I mean, what the hell are we doing? I mean, look, if there was no kids going hungry in this country, every kid could get a plate or something like that. I'll be like, okay, great, let's feed the world since we can feed ourselves so proficiently. But if we can't even do that, what the fuck are we doing? But all right, then.
Qualifications or expertise into USAID to gut the department overnight. I think Musk's words were, I fed it into the wood chipper this weekend while you were all out partying, to cut off aid overnight, to leave USAID officials and diplomats and aid workers stuck in foreign countries. Some of them had to be, helicoptered out because suddenly all the funding got cut off. Their laptops got shut down. And people did lose access to aid overnight in soup kitchens and in aid clinics all over the world. Nick Kristof of the Times went and got names of children who died, and he gave them to Elon Musk, and Musk keeps ignoring it. Musk keeps saying, there are no kids. Where are the kids who died? Nick Kristof gave him a list publicly, and Musk, of course, ignored it. And the academic evidence does suggest, from multiple sources, including the Lancet Medical Journal, that millions of kids will die, that tens of thousands of children have already died as a result of these Trump-Musk Doge cuts. And that's the real issue. And by the way, to say we don't have money for it, Hogan, how much are we spending on this Iran war that you promised we wouldn't have, that your president and you said during 2024, no more wars? We're spending $100 billion, way more than the USAID budget in Afghanistan or Sudan. So please don't say we don't have the money for it when we always have money for war.
Well, first of all, that money goes to support and protect the American people and our interests around the world. And I didn't say we wouldn't get into any wars. What I said was the same thing Donald Trump said.
Trump said no more wars. Those were his words.
He said he wouldn't get into stupid wars or long-term.
He said no more wars. Those were his exact words. I have them in front of me.
And that's what he meant in the context, and you know that. That's fine.
Hey, yo, I ain't gonna lie, I'm reading this right now. It don't sound too good for my boy Elon. All right, guys, let's get into it real quick. It says New York Times columnist. New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof responded to Elon Musk's claim that no one could cite a single name of a victim resulting from his USAID funding cuts by providing specific names of real children and adults he met and investigated. All right. So Kristof's list of individuals who died due to severe aid includes Yamaha Freeman, a 23-year-old woman who died in childbirth in Liberia after funding for ambulance diesel went out. Damn, they couldn't get the ambulance to her? Okay. Gubesi Kabdu, a 1-year-old in Liberia who died from malaria. Hold on. I mean, I'm sad. I ain't gonna lie. I am sad about that. But I mean, come on now. Like, how long we've been funding to fight malaria? When are they gonna show some results here? And Ibrahim, let's see here, Komaya, whatever, an infant who died of AIDS. God damn, ouch. An infant who died of AIDS in Sierra Leone after HIV supplies were disrupted. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that one probably hurts me the most. Anyway, though, let's get to the next one. We got Okay. Yo, these names getting more crazy. An 8-year-old in South Sudan with HIV who died when funding for her medication ran out. Yeah. Where's this coming from? Telegraph India, Elon Musk USA cuts New York. Oh man. Yeah, yeah, I'm good. I ain't gonna lie, man. I ain't gonna lie. Those 3 made me sad enough. I don't even want to go look up more. Man, God rest their souls. Damn.
We can debate where that money should be spent and how it should go to different groups. But what Elon Musk and Doge did was kind of pull back the curtain on the radical leftist woke policies and ideologies of our dollars being spent in these foreign countries to fund all types of radical, weird behavior, as opposed to trying.
After learning that, it's going to be really hard for me to support that guy, Elon. And I got homies who love Elon, but I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know about that one, dog. Like, damn. And he just ignored it. Like, bro, we're talking about women, children, infants. Like I'm feeling like if you know these services were supporting children, I feel like you need to double check on that before you just cut it because it didn't respond to an email.
To help and prop up the veterans here in this country.
No, we were funding AIDS prevention.
I would say,
it was a George Bush program.
Hang on.
It was a George W. Bush program.
Betty, just to remind you, it's still currently my show. Despite your failing voice, you have a tendency to forget that sometimes. Hogan, you know, the point I think people would make about this is you could make a lot of cuts to obvious waste. Some of the stuff Doge uncovered clearly was waste and should absolutely have been stopped. I saw that multiple times. But I think they went too far. I think the cuts were too dramatic, implemented too quickly. And these things do have real world consequences. And I guess my point to you about, well, who do you help around the world? I mean, is your position that the United States shouldn't help anybody? And if it isn't, then who should they help and how much?
I'm real with you. We should help ourselves first, make sure our children are doing good, our homeless are doing good, make sure our sick is doing good before we focus on anybody else. And once we're done helping ourselves, and trust me, dog, I don't care. I'll give the extras. I mean, that's all I do is donate. So trust me, I have no problem with giving to other people. The problem is, though, is like, is our own taken care of? Like, can you imagine if I'm homeless and I'm giving money to another homeless person? Like, come on now, the logic is insane.
Should they be spending on helping people that were being covered by USAID?
Well, first of all, let me ask you, because you just brought up the point. What cuts were okay? Did you find okay?
Well, like I said, there were a number of things, and I can't remember the exact ones now, but I remember when they were being done in real time, a number of things being reported. Elon was saying them himself, where I was nodding away, going, well, that makes sense, and that makes sense. Yeah, that looks like waste.
But what about Ebola?
Right, but there were right. So there were certain things in there where I thought, hang on, that seems a risk, a big risk. Why would you do that? Other things seemed a little bit inhumane, a little cruel. But ultimately, it comes down to the question I posed to you, which is, what is America's moral responsibility to the rest of the world? Because on one level, President Trump and
I mean, yeah, that's a good question. But here's the thing. I'll tell you a thing. Like, you want to know where our number one moral responsibility should be? To the American people. Like, and why isn't that being done? I'm being real with you. This is why some people are getting a bit heartless towards what's going on in other countries, because nothing is being fixed on our own. Like I said, we're giving out to kids in Africa and all this good stuff that are hungry and dying of diseases when our kids are hungry, homeless, and dying of diseases. And we're not really getting on top of that, but we could put more money onto it if we, and that's what I'm saying. I don't even like the idea of taking from those kids. I really don't. But, and trust me, I wouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't. But if somebody gave me the argument, if I'm be real with you, we might have to cut that to go ahead and feed our own. I'm being like, all right, us over them, our children over them. And it should be that way, but it doesn't look like it is. And then here's the thing, like, how long have these like places been running? Like, where's the real progress? Will we be forever spending money here? Because I'm gonna be real with you, that's not the goal. That shouldn't be the goal. Our goal should be there, pull up with enough money to solve the effing problem and leave, and then help the people solve the problem for themselves, not constantly be a handicap for them.
We're taking a very strong position in the run up to the last election, which was America first, America first, America first. No more meddling in stupid wars, like you put it, and so on. Focus on getting cost of living down. Focus on American lives. A lot of people voted for President Trump on that basis, right? But that, that conflicts with reality. And the reality has been this sudden war with Iran that's proven to be unbelievably expensive, costly to American military lives, is still ongoing, despite we were being told it was all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Here we are 4 months later. It's still raging. The Iranians, the regime is in place. The IRGC are in control. They control the Strait of Hormuz. They're still firing rockets and missiles at the neighboring Gulf states. All of this is terrible. All of this could constitute, many people would argue, a stupid war.
Hey, and shout out for was it Quellium? Well, appreciate it. She's like, no, Q-Lee? You know what? I'm just gonna call you Q. Appreciate the support. She sent in a flow state. I think you're a she. You know what? I think I heard you say that you're a female, that you're Jewish and black. Which shout out to that. I mean, man, that means you're a hell of intelligent. But oh yeah, and you do deserve a shout out. But so appreciate the support. I'm mad I forgot. Razor blade hard. All right, guys, let's get right back into it.
Well, remember, Americans were taken hostage in the October 7th massacre, as you well know. Americans have been killed by Iranians for the last
that's all true.
Years in this country, no question. From Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama to Joe Biden to Kamala Harris, they all said Iran can't get a nuclear weapon and shouldn't. Donald Trump was the first president to say, you know what, I'm going to try and do something about it.
Yeah, I'll be real with you, though. No, Obama actually did something about it with the JCPOA, and he got them to remove about 1,000 piles of enriched uranium, kept their enrichment at 3.67%. So that was a pretty good deal, actually. No. So what are you saying here? That Trump was the first one to do it? No, he was the first one dumb enough to actually go in there and attack Iran, thinking that he could do something about it. Be real with you, the best way to deal with Iran is through diplomacy, because the more aggressive we get with Iran, the closer we push them towards a nuke. And for some reason, you guys can't understand the pattern of that. I mean, every time we've gotten aggressive towards Iran, what have they done? Pushed more and more towards a nuke. So I really don't understand like these guys is like plan when it comes to like containing Iran, or, oh, well, we don't want them to get a nuclear weapon. Yeah, guess what? We kind of solved that with Obama. And then you guys ripped up that deal. And you guys been there forever cursing the deal. But guess what? You sure do need that deal right now. I'll tell you that. We wouldn't be in this war if we were still under that deal. Now, would we? I thought so.
And prevent that from happening.
What has he done to stop that? Because as far as I'm concerned, they've still got every single tiny piece of their enriched uranium, right? We were told last summer in the 12-day war that their nuclear capability had been put back decades. Donald Trump's words, not mine. And yet here we were 8 months later having to go to war with them because according to Donald Trump today in an interview, they were literally like minutes away from getting one and using it. So none of these things, they can't all be true.
But many of them can be simultaneously. Donald Trump and the moves they made at the Fordo nuclear plant and others was one of the most successful military operations, strategic military operations of all time. And while
but how could it have been, Hogan? With all due respect, how can that be true? And it also be true that only 8 months after that incredibly successful operation, suddenly America had to go to war in Iran to stop them doing what we were told 8 months earlier had been put back decades. That can't all be true.
It's not going to stop them from attempting to gain nuclear weapons, as you all know. In addition, I'm sure there were some sites that maybe weren't struck in that particular military operation. That being said, we know the design of the Iranian leaders. They've been very open about it. The death and destruction of Israel and the death and destruction of America. That's what they want to do. So if Donald Trump can use our military to prevent that from happening, not just for this generation, but for future generations.
Where's the win right now, Hogan? I will come to you. I'm just giving your voice a rest. It needs it. The vocal cords need a rest. But Hogan, where's the win right now? 4 months into a war that Donald Trump said would last 2 to 3 weeks. I'm not seeing a win here for the US unless I'm missing something.
Well, you know already, they've talked about ruining their ballistic missile capabilities with military strikes. The nuclear program's been set back. Their ability to pay for their proxies that commit terrorism all over the world is part and parcel of this too. But as you said, now we're at a different spot. And as I've long commented, that if this appears to be a win, it won't really matter to the American people because it will look like a win. Now, how does that look moving forward to accomplish that? Are we going to have to take Carg Island? Are we going to have to take control of the Strait? I don't know that. They have military experts that have
taken Carg Island suicide mission. I mean, look, we can get on there, but bro, holding that, bro, Ron's just gonna be throwing missiles and drones at it all day. Like, and they're just gonna be testing our ability to hold it. I mean, that's not a good idea. And then getting onto Carg Island, considering how close it is to Iran, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, Jesus. But I mean, hey, it would control one of their main trades in oil, production. So I see the value in capturing it. The problem is, though, can you hold it without losing a whole bunch of soldiers?
Been deciding these types of outcomes for a long time.
You think Iran's not about to send like 100 drones off the coast of Iran right at those ships, helicopters, or that's going to try to land on there? You're tripping. You are tripping.
I'm gaming this out in the Situation Room, the Pentagon, and other places. So I would imagine in the coming days and weeks, what you're going to see is an even further frustrated Donald Trump, because inevitably what we knew was going to happen was that there were some entrenched radical leaders who were committing acts of atrocity, of course, while they were talking to some people in that government that were more moderate. When I believe they made deals with them, it was the radical side that took over, the radical side that began to fire off missiles, et cetera. And I think Donald Trump's pretty much fed up with it. He's had enough of it. And that's why you see the retaliatory strikes, upward of 90, 150 different installations struck over this past weekend.
Okay, Mehdi, I mean, the problem is the Iranians are hitting back. They still appear to be in control of the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump is saying it's open and will remain open. He's now going to do this charge on cargo shipped and so on. That again, those two positions can't both be true, right? We can only go on what we're seeing, and what we're seeing is a very small number of ships getting through that strait, which we know causes enormous damage to the global economic energy market, right? So this is dragged on and on and on. I do think Trump is frustrated. I do think he's pissed off with all this, and I do suspect that if we gave him his time again, he wouldn't have got into this, but he is where he is with it. What do you think is now in reality happening?
So, there's the famous phrase, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. This idea that Trump is going to start a blockade again, start bombing again, start threatening Carg Island again, and anything fundamentally will change is absurd. We know that it won't change. We know the two sides are locked into this position. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. We know that negotiations is the only way to deal with the nuclear program. That was what was on the table on February 28th, that Trump and Netanyahu decided to wreck together. And the war is a disaster. Let me just deal with a lot of things that Hogan has said. Number one, just on USAID, just one last point. The idea this was some woke lefty department. The left were very critical of USAID for many years. One of the programs that the Doge really undermined was the anti-AIDS program, PEPFAR, George Bush's program. Marco Rubio was one of the biggest champions of USAID, as was the late Lindsey Graham, I should say. So this was not some left-wing thing. Even Republicans used to recognize that aid abroad is a good thing for the United States. Number two, on terms of the actual war and how it's going,
I don't know about a good thing. It's a nice thing that we do, but I can't really say it's good. It's kind, it's considerate, it's generous, but I don't know if it's good for, the women and children in our country. Like, come on now. But hey, like I said, I ain't mad at helping nobody out. I'm just saying, though, it's supposed to be us over them. And it's kind of crazy how I know our children are homeless and hungry, but we're helping out other children in other countries without first securing our own.
It's funny that Hogan said,
I was going to have a problem with that, not going to lie.
What about the ballistic missiles? Well, according to US intelligence, Iran still retains 70% of its ballistic missile capability. And the funniest thing about debating Trump people is Trump always throws you under the bus. Hogan's saying ballistic missiles are bad. But I heard Trump say a couple of weeks ago that it's fine for Iran to have ballistic missiles. They have a right to have ballistic missiles. And when a reporter said, wait, hold on, you want Iran to have ballistic missiles? He goes, well, I can't tell them not to if everyone else has them. So Trump is all over the place on this. A month ago, he said the Iranian...
No, that was hilarious. He's like, yeah, they do have right to defend themselves. I'm like, you can't say that Iran can have ballistic missiles, but Israel and Saudi Arabia can. I mean, come on now, that's ridiculous. And you're crazy for even implying it.
Regime were good people, nice people, smart people, rational people. Over the weekend, he said they're evil, sick people. This is the most erratic man who has ever held any kind of power in this country. And as for going to war, Hogan says stupid war. Piers, you rightly say this is a stupid war. And by the way, he didn't just say stupid war. He said no more wars in multiple rallies. Hogan was the campaign press secretary in 2024. He was there when Donald Trump said, I don't have wars, he said. He said on election night, I'm going to stop wars. I'm not going to start a war. He started this war for no good reason because Lindsey Graham and Benjamin Netanyahu and others persuaded him to do this ridiculous war. And now we're in this stupid war where oil prices are up. He also said, by the way, Hogan, you remember, he said, I'm going to end inflation on day one. We're going to bring prices down. Instead, we've got gas prices going up and up and up because the Iranians know if they hold out for the midterms, it's going to hurt Trump and the Republicans. They have their own incentive for keeping this going. And Piers, I don't know if I said it on this show or another show, but I said, this war is not over when the MOU was signed, when the so-called ceasefire was done.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought it was. I honestly think Donald Trump is scrabbling to find an exit ramp, and he's finding.
We talk about a ceasefire, but like, bro, both sides are low-key firing at each other, and we're both committing military actions. It's like, bro, what ceasefire? What memorandum of understanding? It feels like we don't have a single understanding of what's supposed to be going on here and how we're supposed to progress towards peace. Not one single understanding, but it was called a memorandum of understanding. That's hilarious. I mean, I'm telling you, bro, this war is getting a bit comical, tragic, but comical.
Really hard because
escalating to exit is not a good move.
But you don't think 47 years of terror and October 7th was a good enough reason to?
Right. So why didn't he say that on the campaign trail?
Well, why didn't he say 47 years of terrorism? Which, I mean, let's be real. I mean, we kind of started it. And October 7th, which was done by Hamas, which is a proxy of Iran. But I mean, it's not like Iranian soldiers or the IRGC went in there and started kidnapping Israelis. Now, did they? Did they start negotiating for Hamas? No, they did not. So, I mean, are you really about to sit there and try to bring in all the terrorism in the Middle East and just all blame it on Iran? Because you guys blame the roadside bombs on Iran too, and it's been proven that those are also made by Iraqis. So, is everything that happens in the Middle East that's against America Iran's fault? Bro, yeah, like, let me know, because apparently that's the logic y'all going with.
I'm going to become president, and I'm going to go.
Crazy how y'all able to do that, but you can't put together how a lot of these countries are effed up because of us. Crazy.
Go to war with Iran to punish them for 1979.
Well, actually, I would say I would look at it differently. Look, you know, you've got a lot of bad actors around the world. You've got North Korea, you've got Russia, you've got China, you've got others, right? And America doesn't march in and attack all those countries for good reason, right? Simply being a bad regime. As we learned,
also they have nukes. Piers.
Well, as we learned, I know that's the point. But the principle should be the same. You know, I remember with the Iraq War debate in 2000.
Guys, I really want you to like listen to what you're saying here, because there are some people who just say, "Oh, actually, Iran wants to destroy us all." Well, why don't they just do it? It's like, guys, you understand that they could have been closed the strait. They could have been destroyed water desalination centers and energy infrastructure throughout the Middle East and send the entire world into a global recession or depression. You know that, right? They could have did that. Like, so it's kind of crazy how y'all think they need a nuke to do so when they can do so with just missiles and drones. This is why I say you guys don't make sense when you say, "Oh, Ron just wanted to destroy us all, bro." I'm gonna be real with you. They could have did that. They could have destroyed our economy a long time ago if they really wanted to. They could have made things tough on us. But they haven't. I mean, real with you, they could have lashed out all ballistic missiles on Israel and completely decimate Tel Aviv if they wanted to, but they know the response from that. But y'all logic is that, oh, well, they're just itching and waiting. As soon as they have the capability, they'll do so. Bro, they got the capability and they still haven't done so. Well, so they might do it now, though.
2003. I opposed that very vociferously. Because I just thought this makes no sense. And it backfired horribly and had 20 years of mayhem and led to the rise of ISIS and so on. You don't necessarily have to march in and attack bad actors in regions. Now, I will never defend a thing this regime has done in Iran. They're a despicable, awful regime that oppresses its people, and they've clearly supplied arms and resources to a bunch of terror groups in the Middle East. All of that.
Yeah, the regime ain't my cup of tea either, but I mean, the Iranian people seem to be rocking with it, and that's just the sad reality of it. And here's the thing. It's like they do support these terrorist organizations, and like I said, you got to attack them at their plight. It's like, why does Hamas exist? Because of the unfair treatment of Palestinians. Why does not the Houthis, but why does Hezbollah exist? Because of Israel's aggression. So if we just solve those two, I mean, hey, look, those are two terrorist organizations we ain't got to worry about no more. Now, the Houthis, that's a little bit more complicated because that involves Saudi Arabia as well, but we can take care of Hamas and Hezbollah by just restraining Israel. But nobody really want to do that. They just want to complain about terrorism and act like it's hopeless to fix or you got to kill them all to fix it, when really that's just going to create more terrorists. And two, I mean, if you just get a, two-state solution, one-state solution, either you give the Palestinians their own state or make them all Israeli citizens. Pick. Either way, you're going to get the end of Hamas with that. It's either, you got to work out some type of peace deal with Lebanon, and that's how you're going to end it with Hezbollah, instead of just entering these ceasefires that you're going to break anyway.
Is inarguable. But my concern from day one, and I said it on day one, is what is the war objective here? Is it to get rid of the regime? And if it isn't, the very last thing you should want to do at the end of this war is empower the regime. And I have a horrible feeling that by working out the unexpectedly huge impact of being able to control the Strait of Hormuz, this Iranian regime now feels more emboldened and more powerful than it did 4 months ago. That's my honest problem with this.
Foreign policy, as you know, is fraught with a whole bunch of different issues. I've traveled with the president all over the world. We went to North Korea, actually, China, etc., to deal with some of the geopolitical threats that this country faces. Now, they're not imminent threats. They're more economic. They're not military in nature, in that they're not doing kinetic activity in the moment and funding terrorism to try and kill Americans, which Iran, as you pointed out, clearly has done. But most news reports pretty clearly have pointed out different pockets within this Iranian regime. And as Donald Trump said, we kind of did get rid of the regime because we killed everybody in line for control of Iran. However, there are two basically competing groups. One, very militant. I'm going to use the word old school to define, use the words old school to define them. They're the ones who really want to continue down the path of death and destruction, stated goals of killing Americans, killing Jews, etc., versus ones who may be a little bit more moderate. And I guarantee you this administration has spoken to both factions in both groups.
I'll be real with you. We killed all the moderates, and now we got a bunch of hardliners. Like, we killed the moderate Ali Khomeini. Like, that was a moderate, believe it or not. And now we put in his hardliner son. I mean, bro, we killed all the moderates, and now they've been all replaced with IRGC commanders. Like, bro, we don't have no more moderates. We got hardliners. You guys took out our best deal with the Iranians, and now we're over here fighting for a good one.
It appears that when we do move toward a memorandum of understanding, it's because we've had conversations with those who tend to be a little bit more sensible and maybe care about the well-being of their own people. And then, of course, those who don't, who have killed many tens of thousands of their own people, tend to take control by striking targets, killing civilians, and then Donald Trump has to change.
This reminds me, you know what this reminds me of, though? Hogan, it reminds me of the scorpion and the frog tale, which I won't repeat because everybody knows it, but it reminds me about the scorpion. Scorpions tend to behave like scorpions. I just want to end very quickly, Mehdi, because we run out of time.
Hold on. Just on the Iran point, I've got to say very quickly.
No, you can't. You can't, because I've got another guest waiting.
Well, I waited half an hour to come on this show, and then you'd save my vocal cord. So let me just say this. The Iranian regime, to say there's been regime change in Iran is gaslighting of the highest order.
I agree.
We've replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei, a more radical hardline version, who has much more of an incentive to get
Mehdi, I agree with you 100%. So let's forget that. I just want to ask you very finally, Mehdi, are you sad that Senator Lindsey Graham has died?
No, I'm not sad. I'm not celebrating it either, as you suggested.
Yeah, low key, I'm not sad about it, but I ain't gonna celebrate it. I'm gonna say R.I.P. to the man. And I already said my piece. I said, I may have hated the guy, but I mean, R.I.P. I'm not gonna sit there and hate him. God rest his soul, and I hope God wash away the hate from his heart once he reaches the gates. That's it. That's all.
in your introduction. I think it's a bit of a straw man to say everyone's celebrating his death. I think as journalists, Piers, you and I, we hold power accountable. We speak truth to power. I'm not of the school that says when a politician dies, a public figure dies, we treat them like a private figure and just shut up. I don't think journalism should turn into hagiography. At Zeteo, for example, we published a list of what Graham said and did. We just let the facts speak for themselves. He was a man who said awful things, genocidal things, racist things, and we put that on the record for people to see. That doesn't mean he didn't also do, I'm sure, good things in Congress as well. But overwhelmingly, he argued for wars, including this Iran war that outlives him, that killed 100 schoolgirls on day one of the war. He argued for the Iraq war that you and I opposed, that killed over 1 million people. He never met a Middle East country he didn't want to invade. And I think that's how we should remember him. We should remember the full record. The problem is when powerful people die, people in our media, especially mainstream corporate media, want to just do hagiography and say, what a wonderful person they were. Weren't they lovely? And I'm sure.
Let's be real, though. You're going to hear that from the right. So you can't get mad that the right's going to sit there and just glaze Lindsey Graham all day. Like, let's be honest. I mean, bro, it's crazy how Bibi Netanyahu came out to pretty much, oh, poor Lindsey, he was our biggest supporter. Ben Gvir came out, the guy who pretty much was calling for he was the guy that pretty much said for every Israeli mother's tear, there should be 1,000 Lebanese mothers weeping. Burn all of Lebanon. All of Lebanon must burn. Like, yeah, that guy was pretty much sending his condolences to Lindsey Graham. So just like, yeah, I'm be real with you, dog. Lindsey Graham's reputation speaks for itself. I mean, you got war criminals and people arrested for hate crimes pretty much, condoning, or pretty much, mourning your death more than some of the politicians here. It says a lot. It says a lot. But hey, I digress.
Well, many of those powerful people were lovely and they have families who love them. But as journalists, our job is to say, here's what they did. Here's the truth about their life and record. Here's an accurate obituary. And with Lindsey Graham, the man has a ton of blood on his hands, and we shouldn't just forget that.
No one's asking anyone to forget the record of politicians, but I do think in the immediate aftermath of public figures dying, unless they're genocidal maniacs like, Hitler or Mao or Stalin, Hogan, there should be a modicum of respect for the death of a human being. And my issue with this, it doesn't just relate to the left.
Donald Trump.
Well, I was going to make the point. I mean, Hogan, I presume you would be appalled by the reaction from many on the left to Lindsey Graham's death, as I have been.
There aren't many on the left.
But of course, there are many, actually. I've seen so much of it online.
And it's honestly, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, every prominent Democrat.
No, let's be real, though. You can't, Piers, it's not fair to just blame it on the left. There's people on the right, too, that are also celebrating, are also in jubilation over this man's death. Like, people on the right who consider themselves conservatives or Republicans are also happy about Lindsey Graham's death. Not, no prominent Republican or anything like that. No faces you see on TV, but the commentators, there's a lot of right-wing commentators, especially the America First crowd, that are actually ecstatic that, Lindsey Graham is dead. Even though he's just going to be replaced with another pro-Israel goon, is just like, it's like, oh, come on now, guys. We're acting like we fixed the problem here.
Honestly, it is disgusting. It was after Charlie Kirk got murdered. It is disgusting. However,
you didn't call Donald Trump disgusting, Piers. You didn't call Donald Trump disgusting.
If you let me do my
when
job,
he said it about Rob Reiner.
If you let me host my own show, I was about to
let me speak an equal amount of time.
Ask Hogan Gidley if, given that we should all be able to condemn the reaction of the left to the death of Lindsey Graham and to Charlie Kirk and others on the right, would you also condemn the way that Donald Trump has talked about Robert Mueller, Rob Reiner, and others that he doesn't like who die when he trashes them in public quite quickly? Because I never like him doing that. I always think it's wrong, particularly given he's the president of the United States.
Well, do you condemn what they said and lied about Donald Trump as well? Both Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller.
Well, I don't think that's a relevant point. Everyone's entitled to criticize the president of the United States. The point is, should the president use his pulpit to attack Rob Reiner when he's just been murdered? I don't think he should.
Those people have attacked him. He responded in kind. Listen, I was executive director of the South Carolina Republican Party in Lindsey Graham's era. I've known the man for a long time. Was he right on every issue? Did I agree with him on every issue? No. But he loved his country. He loved his constituents in the state of South Carolina. He loved being a United States
senator.
Senator.
Robert Mueller.
You can hate his policies. You can not like some of his votes. I got crossways with him a couple of times. Remember, in the first Trump administration, he wasn't on board with Donald Trump's closed border policies.
Bro was an open border guy. Like I said, it's only because Trump was supporting Israel is why he got behind Trump. As long as Trump's supporting Israel, he don't care what Trump's do, he'll get behind it. As long as Trump keeps on supporting Israel with all he has, just like Lindsey.
Any stretch. On the North Lawn, I said when I was at the state party in South Carolina, he got booed off the stage for supporting George W. Bush's amnesty. We called him Gramnesty for a reason. And his staff called me and said, hey, you know you're off the Christmas card list, right? We laughed about it, and Lindsey Graham finally came on board with the proper policy, which is to protect the American people first. And he cozied up to Donald Trump because he knew that he had enough power and sway within the United States Senate to get things done for the America First movement. He was a patriot. You can disagree with him, Eddie, all you want to. You can not like the wars. I don't like the wars either. But the fact is, the man was a public servant his entire life.
But I didn't say good. I'm glad.
You know what? I didn't say good. I'm glad he's dead. I think it would be nice. I think it would be nice in public life if every time a big American public servant, someone's given their life to public life in America or the UK, anywhere actually, if both sides just manage to show a modicum of respect when somebody dies. I don't think it's too much to ask. Then you can get into the legacy stuff. Give it a beat. Give it a day or two.
The problem is, you say you're on.
That's my view.
Hold on. Let me make this point. Last point. Then you can cut me off. You say you're in the middle and fair on this. You said the left yesterday. I read your tweet.
Yeah.
Despicably cruel, heartless, and abusive. The least kind people on earth.
Yeah.
You did not say that when Donald Trump said the same thing to Mueller and Ryan.
I have regularly criticised him.
You said take away his phone.
I have regularly criticised him. I have regularly called him out when he does that. I didn't like him doing it with John McCain.
I don't know. Let's be real though. What some of these lefties was doing when Charlie Kirk died was despicably cruel. Like, let's just keep it a buck here. It's like nobody on the right was out there really celebrating any political pundit's death. I mean, actually, I'm trying to remember the equivalents here.
But you didn't call him.
Oh yeah, with Trump. It's like, yo, not even Trump took it that far. It's not like Trump was over here. It's like literally making posts about this man. Like, oh man, thank God. Oh, actually, wait, never mind. He was. Yeah, never mind. He was. He was making posts about, oh yeah, I'm happy this bastard's dead, pretty much. So yeah, I'm be real with you. From Trump, sure, but your average like Republican, yeah, he was not hearing that from. But let's be real, he wasn't hearing your average Democratic Republican say, oh yeah, I'm glad Charlie's dead. No. They may sit there and say something wild like, well, he was racist. You got to understand why people feel this way. Like, yeah, that was wild as hell. But they weren't out there just pretty much saying, oh, yeah, I'm happy he got shot.
Despicably cruel.
No, I do think it's despicable. So let me be clear.
You do think,
right?
Okay, good.
But there's nothing,
when we end
to
on
me,
agreement.
there's nothing
we
more
both agree it was
hypocritical.
Despicable.
Nothing more hypocritical than people with the hashtag be kind in their bio on social media.
Do you think it's despicably cruel for Donald Trump to attack the Kennedy family on the day their granddaughter Tatiana Shore spoke?
1 week. Hey, yo. Shout out, Aroa still. I appreciate that. You got to prove my point. You kind of proved my point right there. It's like y'all kind of were justifying it by trying to say he was racist when Charlie Kirk wasn't racist. Like, let's just keep it real. Sure, he had his radical views of Islam, which I disagreed with. His support for Israel, what I disagreed with. But doesn't mean bro was a racist. I mean, he did work with a lot of black people, by the way. Actually, people of all races. So we can't sit there and say the man was a racist just because he hated Islam. Like, I'm be real with you. I don't really make you a racist. Unless you hate Islam because a whole bunch of Arab people follow it, then yes, that would make you a racist.
They die. That is the least be kind thing imaginable. Anyway, I'm going to be kind and put your voice out of its misery. Thank you, Mehdi. Always good to have you. And Hogan, I always appreciate you coming on too. So thank you very much indeed for giving me your time.
Thank you.
Anytime. Thanks.
Well, joining me now is Jonathan Swan, the co-author of the explosive new book, Regime Change, Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. Jonathan, welcome to Uncensored.
One hell of a book.
Thanks for having me, Piers.
The Imperial Presidency. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, my man is out here snatching resources out here, man. Shout out to Donald Trump, man. He doing them like this. Do I still got the video? Of course I did.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat, bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
I mean, you know, I kind of feel him though. I feel him like, bro, you know what? A country got a plot of land, man. They don't know how to use it. They don't know how to use the resources, the strategic positioning. Yeah, bro, go give me that, man. Give me that, bro. Give me your land. You ain't using it right. You ain't utilizing it to its full potential. So give me that. All right, let's get right back into it with Pierce.
As an author, I am insanely jealous of the quite staggering amounts of books you have sold in the previous week. So many congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
For those who've not read the book yet, and there aren't many on planet Earth, judging by your sales, what is your overarching view of Donald Trump, who's now been president for a total of 6 years, straddling 2.5 terms?
Yeah.
Well, I think one reason, hopefully, the book is resonating with a wide audience is we give a nuanced picture of Donald Trump. The book is not a polemic. It's a reported story of how he returned to the presidency and how he's wielding power in ways that we haven't seen for a very long time in this country. In some respects, we've never seen it in some of the aspects of how he's using power. But we show all aspects of Donald Trump. We show, the incredible charisma and talent for mass communication. I've never seen a movement bond with a leader like I have with Donald Trump. We show his obsession with revenge, which has been a thread throughout this administration. We show what I would describe as a sort of feral instinct for power. No president has wielded power over his own party in the way that Donald Trump did last year. There is no precedent, actually, for that. And we show all aspects, foreign policy. He is taking huge risks on the global stage in this term in ways that make it quite unrecognizable from his first term. And we get into that in the book as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I rang him the morning after his win, so a few hours after he'd been declared president again. I've known him 20 years, and I just said, look, he eventually answered the phone. He was pretty tired, and I just said, this is an amazing achievement, putting aside everything else, to win back the White House after 4 years in the wilderness is pretty well unprecedented in the history of America. So congratulations. And I said, how are you feeling about it? And he gave me a little reply. And then he said, things will be very different this time. We spent 4 years thinking about what we should have done in the first term and the way that...
All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on to the next one here. And you know what? Let's get into this whole Tyler Robinson case. Candace Owens did an episode on it, responding to all the people, calling her crazy, evil for, just looking into it. I ain't gonna lie, bro. But by some of these people's logic, I mean, bro, we were never ever supposed to catch any female murderers because, I mean, oh, they're a woman. Oh my God, they're a mother. Oh my God, they're a widow. It's like, okay, I mean, how much women would have got away with murder if we went off that logic? Well, I mean, I guess they don't hear themselves. All right, let's get into Candace and let's see her attack all the haters. Remember, and so crazy. So what was it? Tyler Robinson trial's been going on for like 4 days now, and all of these not pundits, but all of these like X accounts that are MAGA are all coming out like, oh, the overwhelming evidence. Oh, it's so obvious. It's like, bro, are you serious? Are we watching the same hearing? Like, it's obvious that Tyler Robinson did it, dog. That hearing made it more confusing. That made everything just look like, bro, what is he even doing here if nothing's really concrete? Like, yeah, I don't got a clear video of him. The bullet's inconclusive. You got the rifle. You did a DNA test. Bro, there's like 5 different fucking like fingers on there. And Tyler Robinson's DNA is the most degraded. Like, what does that tell you? It's like, and you're telling me, oh, it's overwhelming that he's guilty. Isn't it obvious? You're stupid. You're evil. You're an imbecile for ever thinking that it was different. And I'm just like, bro, shut your ass up. Shut y'all dumbasses up. But all right, let's get into Candace.
All right, you guys, I am finally back. I am so happy to be back. Things tend to get a little crazy when I go away. I have to tell you, when I jumped online and I saw all of the X trends, I wasn't exactly certain whether last week represented the preliminary trial of Tyler Robinson or Candace Owens. I mean, is everybody okay? Why do I seem to have this sort of an effect on middle-aged men? Did you see this? This is real. Those are my former employers, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies, can I just say that if your husband is striking poses in the mirror to look like Candace Owens, you have got to get him off of the internet. Anyway, can I just begin by saying the quiet part out loud? Please forgive me. I have to say it. Regarding the
believe it or not, sis, I agree with you there. I agree with you on that one.
Preliminary hearing.
Believe it or not.
If you find yourself having to invite literal social media influencers into a courthouse, Erica, as in the actual job description of these human beings is to influence the masses about products or ideas. If you feel compelled to invite Benny Johnson, Department of War consultant Graham Allen, Brandon Tatum, people who you, for whatever reason, I'm not judging, did not choose to invite to Charlie's private funeral mass, but extended an invitation for them to come to the courthouse, the public may rightfully have some questions about your intent. Like right off the bat, that's an interesting move, Erica. Right? Benny Johnson came right out of the gate and said, Erica asked me to be here. Okay, really? Why?
One of the biggest, social media figures in the conservative movement and the Republican Party, and you asked Benny Johnson to be here. Yeah, I know, because she knows going to get her. She knows it was going to get her those eyes. Not saying, it's like, hey, doesn't mean she killed her husband, though. I'm not going to jump off the cliff with that one. Like I said, I don't know. I just know that I'm not believing the original story.
Committing the murder.
That's all I'm saying. I just don't believe it. It just seems impossible that a 30-06 hit Charlie Kirk without decapitating him.
We're outside of the 4th District Courthouse here in Utah. The Charlie Kirk preliminary murder trial just wrapped. We were there and witnessed everything. And you have to hear this because it was devastating what we watched. And the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear the license plate number on his vehicle, his movements on the rooftop. You can time it up to when Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what you also couldn't see was what happened inside of the courthouse. Erica Kirk was sobbing in the arms of her mother-in-law. Charlie's mother, Mrs. Kirk, feet away is Tyler.
And guys, it's crystal clear footage. Bro, that mug is pixelated as hell. Crystal clear, bro. Are you sure that's just not what you wanted to see, bro? It's kind of something you went in there a bit delusional.
Why did Erica Kirk request your presence there? I would have asked my cousins, my close friends, people I went to high school with, some aunts and uncles that don't annoy me to be there. But influencers, I don't think so. It's giving, I'm finally going to wear black, but I'm going to invite the glittery pantsuit. You know what I mean? It still feels like a show. And you guys, I have to tell you, I'm getting old. I really am. And one thing that I have learned in my ripe old age is that the truth never requires a marketing campaign. There's just never a budget line item for truth. Of course, the single craziest piece of news over the last week, and plausibly since the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that Ben Shapiro, who just makes everyone's skin crawl in a unique way, has offered up an unusual confession that as Charlie Kirk, his enemy, lay dying and bleeding in the backseat of the car en route to the hospital, an approximate 7-minute ride, someone in Charlie's car was providing Ben's security with updates over the phone while Charlie was in the car. That's massive. I gotta say, for those of us who believe that there is mounting evidence that Israel put a hit on Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro receiving updates while Charlie was dying is not going to go a long way in terms of clearing up any conspiracies. So welcome back to Candace.
Yeah, I never do. All right. Oh, guys, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in or Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Obviously not enough time in the day. We have so much to unpack this week. But you know what? Let's begin with a basic definition, class. What does it mean to be overwhelmed? Like, actually, let's just start with the root word, whelm. The verb to whelm. Let's just pull a definition of that. To whelm is a verb meaning to submerge, to engulf, or to completely cover something, often with a disastrous effect. It can also mean to overpower or to overcome someone in thought or in feeling. So right now, there is a seemingly infinite number of influencers on social media who watched the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing last week, and they reported back to us common folk that they came away from it and they were they were effectively drowning. They were submerged. They were engulfed. They were completely buried by the avalanche of undeniable evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. I mean, they were so consumed that they all just began using that exact same adjective to express themselves. It is overwhelming. In fact, that has really been the key word since last year, right? It is the new wear a mask, save lives, 6 feet social distancing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Check out this little collage you put together of influencers who apparently need to pop a Xanax, right? The evidence is becoming overwhelming against Tyler Robinson.
This is what kills me about all the MAGA influencers. It's literally like, dog, they all say the same thing. Like their message is all the same. And it's just like, all right, bro, tell me you paid without telling me you getting paid, bro. That's all I got to say. You're not about to sit here and gaslight me and say, oh, no, this is just honest reporting. We're all just reporting the same thing just conveniently and damn near going word for word. It's like, huh. All right, man. I mean, shoot, don't tell me Project Mockingbird ever stopped. Don't ever tell me that stopped, because the way these MAGA influencers are acting right now, insane. You also can see the same thing from the left, but, you know, ever since Trump been on his bullshit, bro, these guys have been in defense of this man overwhelmingly, and they all say the same thing when it comes to Tyler Robinson. They all say the same thing. They don't, like, not one of them just strays and be like, oh, no, guys, could it not be him? You know, or they'll be called evil, the devil, nobody loves them just because they just question the results.
And thanks, Graham. Steve Deese, the podcast, today's podcast, an overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson. Paramount, not so tactical. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. Gunther Eagleman, the evidence is overwhelming, to say the least. Kind of feels like he's saying the most. Jack is quoting Don Trump Jr. As having said the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. That's just one page. Allie Beth Stuckey, Mike Lee, the evidence against Tyler Robinson could not be more overwhelming. He couldn't be more submerged. Andrew Colbert, it's overwhelming against Robinson. Whoever Bren is, it's overwhelming. Susie, it's overwhelming. Clay Travis, it seems overwhelming. Some people even went so far as to report that it was actually the most overwhelming thing that they have ever witnessed in their entire lives in the courtroom. Take it away, Josh Hammer, who happens to look like a Bond villain. Take a listen.
So to reiterate and to summarize what we've already said, the evidence presented this week, just during the pre-trial evidentiary hearings in the Charlie Kirk assassin trial, the trial of Tyler Robinson, is the most overwhelming presentation that I have ever seen this early on during a legal proceeding in my entire life. Life.
Whoa. Like his whole life. This is it. This is that moment. So I was in Spain and I said, let me buckle in. I too wish to experience that tidal wave of the.
No, me too, though. It's like, bro, I literally have to sit down for like damn near 9 hours. Well, more than that, just to sit there and see what they were looking at. And I was like, bro, what overwhelming? If anything, I got more questions, and I'm just like, yo, like, what the hell's going on? I thought you had more conclusive evidence. But I'm being told, oh, it's overwhelming. And it's the only reason why I'm playing this video is because I was told it was oh so overwhelming before I watched this video from Candace. And then I'm over here like looking at the trial. I'm like, bro, what's so overwhelming? I'm like, bro, we got heavily pixelated videos. Bro, like we say we got the man's car, but bro, if you actually looked at the trial, one of the investigators pretty much forgot to admit that Tyler Robinson was riding with like 2 to 3 other people, and there was a bald guy driving the car. I mean, if that don't throw a wrench in the narrative, I don't know what will.
Exact same emotion being shared by all of these people. Apparently, though, me and Carrie Prejean Bowler, who I was traveling with, we watched an entirely different hearing. I don't know if it's different in Spain. I had wondered, all right, that's funny. Is it different if you don't have the eyes of Zionists? Because I did notice a little corollary, right? Amongst Zionists, there is an increased sense of...
Oh God, you've got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements for me? I'd be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just send in a super chat or Venmo, guys. Appreciate the support. Now let's go ahead and get right back into it. Don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video.
the whelming happening when it comes to Tyler Robinson. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's begin with a refresher on what exactly the Fed narrative was going into this hearing. Like, you have to remember the stuff that they say, because they very quickly move on from these things. Okay, foremost, we were told over and over again that Tyler Robinson was turned in by his own family and that he confessed to the crime at various points. We were told his mother recognized him on the news. His father turned him in and they both made official police statements against their son. In fact, Bill Ackman, king of the Hamptons, immediately pledged $1 million to Tyler Robinson's father, Matt Robinson. Someone should check in on that $1 million, by the way. He pledged that for the brave act of Matt Robinson having turned in his son.
Hold on. So Tyler Robinson dad turned in his son and somebody gave him $1 million? Like, hold on now. I mean, you look, I that's a bit strange. I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of strange. Now, if you wanted me to put on the tinfoil hat here, this is where this millionaire was told by the CIA to pay this dad off to go ahead and set his son up as a patsy. They say, look, you're gonna sit there, you're gonna say it's your son, we're gonna give you $1 million, you're gonna go all the way through with it until your son goes to jail or until he gets proven not guilty and the real killer is already out the country. All right, I'm just playing, guys, okay? Don't take that serious.
Anyways, here's a clip of people telling us that that's what happened, and we were going to find that out.
I was having a discussion about how just as a father, how incredible it was to see, and just almost unbelievable it was to see Tyler Robinson's parents play a role in turning over their son.
Tyler Robinson and the video and footage of him were identified also by his parents as being Tyler Robinson.
Tyler Robinson's parents see that photo and think, that looks like Tyler. They begin asking him things like, where is I believe it was his grandfather's gun. Mm-hmm. They start asking him this. Tyler Robinson starts talking like he might kill himself. They get a friend of the family to sit down with him. He admits that it's him. They get him to drive up to Orem and turn himself in. His parents helped him turn him in.
They say no face, no case. No, his parents said, that's my son. And then he turned himself in, taking responsibility for shooting Charlie Kirk.
So we have 3 confessions here, one to his parents, one to his roommate, and one on Discord. Those local sheriffs were the ones who took the first statements from Robinson's parents, which identified Robinson as the shooter and provided the motive.
By the way, Allie, do you think that the parents of Tyler Robinson, if he was not guilty, would be making a stink about this if he was innocent? Have you heard a word from the parents? No, the parents were the ones that turned him in.
Turned him in, made statements against their son. Okay. The Fed narrative also stipulated that this was the left, right? We were supposed to instantly go to war over this. The right versus the left. It was a politically motivated killing. Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. First crime he's ever committed. Decided to do that in broad daylight, in a burning rage over LGBTQ rights, particularly trans rights, because he has a trans furry boyfriend named Lance Twiggs. Some hate just can't be negotiated. He wrote via text, like, this is why I did it. Charlie Kirk, I took my shot because I can't stand to hear the hatred.
Did any of you guys actually see Lance Twigg in his, when pretty much giving his testimony and all that? I'm be real with you, for a trans furry, he sounded a little bit too, I don't know, I'm just be real with you, bro. Sounded like a straight dude. So I ain't gonna lie, he did not sound like a gay guy. He did not sound like trans. You know how they try to fake their voice to be a female? Like, you know how these trans women are. Well, if you ever lived in a liberal city, you'll know. But yeah, when they talk, they usually try to like make themselves sound like a girl, like all the time. They usually don't ever dress masculinely, not even for court, by the way. It's kind of crazy. I've seen some things. So like, isn't it kind of strange how he pulls up, deep monotone voice? Like, bro, I'm just like, this is supposed to be our trans furry? But I mean, hey, you never know though. Hey, man, look, you never know. People, I mean, they come in all shapes, sizes, and all that good stuff. You never know who does what. Some people don't even look like they do certain stuff. So, I mean, I give it to you. I'll give you that argument. It's just that, this guy was just set up to be this trans furry guy, and they're in a homosexual relationship, but he come in here, bro, sounding like his, never mind.
That Charlie Kirk spews. regarding trans people. We were constantly reminded that there was going to be footage also of Tyler Robinson taking that shot, that it had simply not been presented to the public yet because it wouldn't have been appropriate at that early phase. We just had to wait, be patient. Erica herself told us back in November or December that she had seen the evidence and she was convinced it was Tyler Robinson by the time she sat down for that interview with Barry Weiss. Her mind was made up. That's the guy. No foreign involvement, no involvement of others.
Julie, shut your dumb ass up, young lady. Is like, first off, I didn't say that they were the same. I said that he is a trans furry, aka he claims to be trans and he claims to participate in that furry stuff. I mean, I'm not sure why you want to crash out about that. I'm like, what? Did I offend your trans furry ass? All right, then we'll go somewhere else then. This ain't the channel for you.
She doesn't need to see anything. Now, we were also told that Tyler's fingerprints and his DNA were found on the gun. And that was presented rather exclusively. They never wanted to mention any other prints, just case closed. This is our guy. We're overwhelmed. Okay, now what was our narrative here on the show? Because after months and countless hours of working on this case, chasing down every plausible lead, I maintained that Tyler Robinson's parents did not turn him in. Okay, that was a mainstreamed lie. I said, rather, he was peer pressured to come in by Mike Mitchell, the former undercover detective with the police force and also a family friend of the Robinsons, because he was Tyler Robinson's Boy Scout leader growing up. I maintained that Mike Mitchell actually was the one who was told that they were going to bring in Tyler Robinson. And he then went to Tyler Robinson's parents and said, look, you can do this the easy way or you can do this the hard way. No matter what, they're going to bring you in. So you're going to have a circumstance where they're going to bust in the door. Your parents could get hurt. You could get hurt in that process, or you can willfully come in. And he agreed to willfully go in, not confessing to a crime, but not wanting them to burst into his home and potentially harm him or his parents because he wasn't suicidal. I also expressed to you that Tyler Robinson was not political, crucial, and that he came from a family of Trumpers. I want to be clear, but I have never denied that the gun found was indeed Tyler Robinson's gun, but rather I have asserted that the gun was not fired on that day and was not used to kill Charlie Kirk. Particularly, we stressed on this show that he had simply inherited the gun as a family heirloom because he is the firstborn son, but that Tyler himself was actually more of a fisherman. His brothers were the hunters. I also have suggested heavily from the beginning that Lance Twiggs is a federal asset who gathered Tyler's belongings to pin the crime on him. A very easy feat because he was his roommate and his boyfriend. And I suspect that Lance himself is heavily blackmailed because he was into.
And let's be real, one of her main arguments is that, well, since since Lance had access to Tyler's laptop and all that good stuff, that means that he can actually go on Discord and start sending himself messages and pretending to be Tyler Robinson. That's the problem of him being his roommate, with them sharing the space. So maybe they even shared a laptop together. And all he got to do to create his own messages would just be to go on his laptop and go into iMessages, if it's an Apple, go into his Discord and just text himself whatever. Like literally invent a complete conversation. It could have happened, but trust me, I'm not there. I'm not there with it, but I see where she's going.
Some dark web stuff. I also noted the rather strange predicament that every single piece of evidence that the influencers are pushing relies on Lance Twiggs, who himself probably should be considered a person that might be guilty of participating in the events on that day, who for some reason was immediately granted immunity by the feds and was not allowed to even be cross-examined at this stage for this hearing. Despite arguments made that his testament would amount to hearsay, they allowed it to fly at this phase of, this is preliminary, we're just going to see if we go on. Now, regarding what took place on that day, we suggested that the feds intentionally flooded the zone with multiple decoys. Different young men, all brunette, all wearing similar outfits. We termed these our maroon boys, right? Decoys. Photos of 3 of them in a row right here. I said, why were so many men dressed like Tyler Robinson on this day? We showed you footage of many more of these men wandering all of who fit the description of what we're about to see. And our biggest claim that we probably made on the show was that Tyler Robinson did not step foot onto campus on that day. At least that is what he told his family. That he was around campus, but not physically on campus himself. So in short, it should have been remarkably easy for people to debunk us, right? On this, very easy. While I was sitting there actually expecting, open and willing to have to concede at least 1 point for my investigation. I mean, I worked really hard to be perfectly accurate, but I was like, maybe he lied to his parents and he was actually driving on campus that day. All they needed to present to make me look foolish was one clear photo of Tyler Robinson on campus. What we got instead was footage of unidentifiable brunette males walking up and down the Losey Center steps at various points throughout the day. What was presented in court was a compilation video, which I would like to note was Exhibit 12.4 in court. Exhibit 12.4, that's going to become relevant later when we talk about the influencers who have sold their souls to the devil. 12.4 was a compilation of blurry male or males, plural, going up and down stairs. And people said, that's Tyler Robinson. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at this video of the males in 12.4 moving throughout the day.
I ain't gonna lie. Most of the evidence that the prosecution have is all assumptions, damn near. Like, we assume that this is Tyler Robinson in this video. We assume that he was the one to shoot that gun. We're all assuming that we have him on camera. We assume that's Tyler Robinson driving the car. Like, nothing is concrete. Nothing is caught in 4K. Which, I mean, bro, out of all these damn cameras we ain't got this man in 4K not one time. 1080p at least. 720. Like, come on. At least that.
Going up and down the steps. Here we go. And we're speeding this up, I think, right? Or we cut it short. This is the undeniable evidence that it's Tyler Robinson. And by the way, if you're feeling overwhelmed, please sit down and have a glass of water. We don't want anybody passing away looking at this. Undeniable. They're like, this is Tyler Robinson. This is just like attempted hypnosis. This is, you're getting very sleepy. That's Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. That's him. That's him. And by the way, I want to be clear. I can't meaningfully deny that could be Tyler Robinson. It could also be Lance Twiggs. It could be Ethan Hawke, Tom Holland, Timothy Chalamet in preparation for the final installment of Dune. Could be any of that. I couldn't reasonably deny that it's any of those young men or any one or number of the decoy boys on campus that day who I speculated all looked to me like they belonged in a military unit. Speaking of which, I think I forgot to mention to you guys that on the top floor of the Losey Center, of all things, it's UVU's military affiliated student hub, known as their MASH Center. It's literally a dedicated student center for student veterans and their families. So that's it.
Guys, you got to remember what the court's got to prove. They got to prove without a reasonable doubt, right? And sadly, well, what the defense is arguing is that, well, his confession isn't enough because you guys can't link him to the gun, and he could have confessed it under a distress situation. So they can say confess during distress, and I mean, there he goes, the confession. Now we got to sit there with the video, with the fingerprints on the gun, and hopefully him on video, and all pretty much tie that into without a shadow of a doubt, or without reasonable doubt. And if we can't get that, then yeah, this kid might walk. But I doubt it.
That's what we saw. We saw brunette males, maybe brunette males. I mean, it could be a dirty blonde. I'm not ruling any A-listers out of being involved on this day. Actually, I'm just not convinced. Now, Lance, the star possible Fed witness, basically says it looks like Tyler in terms of his clothes. Like I recognize.
Yeah, and here's the problem. Is like I said, we got to do this without a shadow of a doubt. So we got Lance Twiggs over here going like, not sure if that's him, but it looks like him. Well, I mean, like, bro, if you can't even pick him out in the video with surety and like nobody else can, I mean, then we can't prove that this is Tyler Robinson on camera. And we need y'all to do that.
Some of these clothes, he liked to wear jeans. I kid you not. That was his testimony. Take a listen.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
Oh, now it's 100%. Okay.
Well, I say it's open and shut. He made it very clear that Tyler wears jeans, that he wears those shoes worn by, we should probably look up how many millions of people wear those shoes. I mean, I think I had 20 pairs of those shoes throughout my lifetime. But he doesn't recognize the hat, not one of his hats, but he does like to wear jeans. And what are those Chucks he's wearing? Like, there we go. That rules it out. Really convincing. So I'm thinking, let's move beyond that. Okay. Blurry video compilation 12.4. Surely they're going to be able to show us Tyler's car on campus, because what would be the point of a parking lot surveillance system that doesn't capture the license plates on cars? That would just be foolish and a waste of our time. Why would you even have an entire surveillance system installed on campus that can't identify any faces or any cars at all? So the question is, did we get a clear photo? I was like, maybe he was actually driving around camp. No, we got more blurry images of what appears to be, judging by the car's exhaust pipes, a totally different Dodge Challenger from the one that Tyler Robinson was driving, okay? Here is what was shown. This is a car, this is his Dodge Challenger, and I want you to pay attention to those exhaust pipes at the bottom. We're going to zoom in there, okay? Damn. You are noticing that is a dual exhaust pipe. You see two?
Both sides.
Right? These are your eyes. I know the final instruction is don't believe your own eyes, but I'm asking you to believe your own eyes here.
Exhaust, by the way, that's why.
Well, Robinson's car, here's a still of the car, which is clearer, which was towed out of his driveway, features not a dual exhaust system, but it's singular. Okay, that's a major discrepancy that people are rightfully pointing out, amongst other things.
Wow, that boy Tyler was tearing up the roads. I ain't gonna lie to you. That boy had a scat pack. No, I'm sorry. Let's get back to it.
I got tons of emails from car people giving me specifics about why you basically, when you order the car, you can order different things. We don't need to get into the nitty gritty. Just believe.
I mean, bro, them chargers are so customizable and you can add so much stuff to it. That's why a lot of people like those cars, but they're terrible in the winter. Terrible. If you buy a charger, make sure you get yourself a winter car. You're going to screw yourself in the winter. You don't understand how much chargers I see crash in the wintertime.
Your own eyes on the car front. Now, if you're thinking, Candace, are you suggesting that someone else could have, rented a Dodge Challenger and been driving around a gray Dodge Challenger just so they could get images and say that it was Tyler Robinson's car? Well, actually, you don't need me to suggest it. Actually, a witness confirmed that they saw someone else driving a gray Challenger, particularly a bald guy driving the Challenger late at 12:47 a.m. There was that Nest video that captured him returning to campus or at 12:47 a.m. around campus. The woman who captured that footage testified to police that she saw a bald man accompanied by 3 other people in the car. Take a listen.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Ring camera that you obtained, and you interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble. Is that right? To get that Ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside?
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Ms. Noble?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Ms. Noble at that time.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
Wait, what? Hold on. So the driver of Tyler Robinson's vehicle was bald? But Tyler, I'm pretty sure he got a full head of hair. So what do you mean? Well, what in God's name do you mean that the driver of Tyler Robinson's car was bald? Bro, Tyler Robinson's not bald. Or maybe the lady miss seeing it. Maybe Tyler Robinson was like moving and grooving so fast in that Charger that it looked like he was bald. So you never know. But I mean, that doesn't help the case that's built against Tyler. Remember, it's supposed to be without a shadow of a doubt, without reasonable doubt. Y'all can't even conclude that he's on video. Y'all can't even conclude that he shot the gun, or that the bullet is conclusive to that gun, or the bullet's matching up to the shot. Like, all of this is within a doubt. So where's the case here?
I do remember that being in the report, yes.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that ring camera, did you?
I did not.
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
Forgot to mention when we showed you this evidence of Tyler Robinson's car that the person who captured it said that they saw a bald man and 3 other people. By the way, paging Blake Neff, he did this weird.
So the person who's seen Tyler Robinson's car, and this is the only person I believe that they have a witness of seeing his car, and she said that she's seen a bald guy in it. Well, maybe she's seen the wrong car. She thought it was Tyler Robinson's car. And then here's the thing, like, bro, even if there's confusion with that only helps Tyler Robinson. Like, that doesn't help the whole, oh, well, this was his car without a shadow of a doubt. No, there's a whole lot of doubt.
X Live that we're going to talk about tomorrow, where his memory gets really fuzzy that evening. Apparently, a few of the people at Turning Point USA, despite Charlie dying, went out later that night and don't necessarily recall what they were doing. I think we got to try to help them figure it out. Okay. Anyway, we told you early on that it is highly unlikely, despite what looks to us to be like Fed drafted text messages, that Tyler returned to campus to, as his text messages say, watch the K-9 officers to babysit his rifle, because we broke the story that Tyler was eating a steak down in Panguitch. He concluded and paid at 9:47 p.m. There's a literal receipt for that because, as we said, he paid with his debit card. So we can timestamp him 3 hours away at 9:47 p.m. when he's apparently texting Lance. Well, I mean, it's his 3-hour ride. So when Lance says that he gets his phone and he's getting an automated message, and they start talking, and Tyler, he says the first message came in at 11 p.m. Well, 11 p.m., I can tell you right now that drop everything and look under your keyboard at 11 p.m. He says that's an automated message. And then him and Tyler begin texting. And he's like, oh, I'm babysitting things out here in Orem. I'm waiting to go back and get my, like, how is that possible? If at nearly 10 p.m. he's leaving Panguitch. He couldn't have been babysitting the campus. This is the problem. The messages are problematic, and that's why they're not timestamped. He could not have been doing what he said he was doing, texting Lance after 11 p.m. Or he decided not to mention that he got pulled over by.
Yeah, but it's safe to assume that the investigators have timestamps. They're not looking at hopefully they're not looking at the same shit we're looking at. If they are, then I mean we got a huge problem. Like I said, it's like we're looking for a shadow without a shadow of a doubt. Like, but it doesn't look like we're getting that with the current evidence. But like I said, you never know what they're going to introduce next.
Police officer around 12:30, and he was texting him in earnest. None of the text messages make sense, and we're going to need timestamps. By the way, just a little fun ad that the messages were apparently extracted by a company based in Tel Aviv. Israel is taking care of the Lance messages, guys. Trust the science. Let's pull these up, by the way. Let's pull these messages up, okay? 11 p.m., allegedly automated. Nobody knows why he sent an automated message. Drop what you're doing and look under my keyboard, he says. Lance, what? You're joking, right? F, I tried to delete that, Tyler comes back with. I am still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. It's very Gone with the Wind. I love that. I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Oh, gosh, I know. He shouldn't have said old age because the Fed narrative is that he was suicidal. It's a bad thing to say that. You weren't the one who did this, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone in similar clothing. I planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Like, I'd like some timestamps here. I'd like to make it work with Tyler going to get a steak in Panguitch, driving 3 hours to Panguitch, and then turning around and coming back. Just 6 hours of driving and eating is not coming across in these messages. And then we have here, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate just can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, this feels to me like a person who is not native to speaking English, American English, is translating. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen is not what we say. That's just not how we speak. You can say it, but it's not how we would say it. I will have left no evidence, going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on.
I mean, let's be real. Like, smart kids really don't talk, like normal people. Let's just be honest. They usually flex the vocabulary and grammar. Sorry.
Haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. I will update you by midnight. Here is what I would like to do. It is very important for us to establish, because he is speaking about the canines. And I think I can, by the way, I can back channel because I talked about the canines on the show and I can go back to that source. But if you have information related to when the canines were brought on to the scene, please email us, tips@candaceowens.com. That will allow us to get a timestamp in there, because he says he's observing the canines going back and forth. And this could be exculpatory evidence. The Panguitch steak. And I think my gut has been right from the beginning, our gut, everyone's gut, that these messages feel a little fed sloppy Joe.
Nah, Jet, that's completely fair to say. He's like, man, he's 22 years old, not a criminal mastermind. But I mean, they did say he was a pretty smart kid, though. Like, what, 160 IQ or something like that? So he ain't no dumbass. He's one of the gifted kids. So you never know. I mean, he could have been a little evil genius.
Tips@candaceowens.com or tips@candaceowens.com if you know.
Or he could be getting set up. I mean, shoot, I'm waiting for the verdict.
What time the officers had the canines there on the scene. Anyway, noticeably missing was any of that shock testimony regarding Tyler's parents' statements turning their son in. Again, we got to get an update from Bill Ackman on the mill. That's a cool mill. It's a lot of money. To the contrary, there was plenty of testimony regarding how Lance Twiggs's prints were on everything: the towel, the gun, the Dremel that was used to carve out the messages on the cartridges. Lance claims, you want to know his alibi is for that day when Charlie was shot or had an exploding mic? Lance claims that he slept in until 1 p.m. How convenient. Charlie gets hit at 12:23 and Lance actually slept 37 minutes beyond that on September 10th. So convenient. And then he woke up. Here are some more devastating points of this hearing, okay? Lance confirmed my report that Tyler was not political. If Lance is to be believed, then their entire leftist rage motive about LGBTQ rights virtually just disappeared, okay? Take a listen.
Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did he ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about
I mean, it is a bit strange, for somebody that this guy was, trying to or wanting to kill. You would think he'd talk about him a whole lot. Usually people that you hate or love, you do have a tendency to talk about them a lot.
Political issues. So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current policies being issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Oh, I think we reported that there was a family filled with Trump supporters, and you're telling me just he would maybe hear something on radio and talk about a policy issue. Didn't seem to stress that he hated Trump there. You never heard him speak about LGBTQ issues. Are you telling me that people were trying to essentially launch a civil war between the left and the right, and the very people who claim to be fighting that sort of stuff were actually trying to instigate it, trying to instigate that left versus right, gay versus straight? This was being initiated by the right because they just couldn't wait to hear anything beyond what the Fed was serving. But there was even more explosive testimony, believe it or not, and it got really scientific. And it came from the ATF on the final day. This is actually my view of the reason that the influencers went positively insane and suddenly pretended that they were made privy to some 4K HD video footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot on the roof. They, of course, were lying through their teeth. We're going to get to that later. But I believe that the reason they did it, the reason why they went insane, was to overcome the testimony of Caitlin Oliver, okay? Caitlin Oliver was the ATF's forensic biologist, and she gave a devastating testimony it was devastating to the prosecution. And these are the major points from that testimony, okay? First, she explicitly admitted that the media's assertion that Tyler Robinson's DNA was found on the gun was, and I quote, a scientifically indefensible statement. Take a listen.
From a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Tyler Robinson's lawyer then goes through great pains to show that the media and the influencers took what was essentially scientific jargon and they lied. And I'm going to explain that to you. So I want you to lock in, okay? You may have heard them over and over again stipulating that Tyler Robinson was a major contributor to the DNA sample, right? So if you're uninitiated and you hear that, it sounds like it means Tyler Robinson's DNA was all over the gun. He's a major contributor to the DNA sample. But it actually does not mean that at all. And I want you to take a listen to what she says, and then I'm going to break it down for you further so that you can understand what they did here.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major.
So pretty much like the major and the minor is pretty much them saying, well, how much of that DNA or whose DNA is on there in a higher concentration? Because once you put your DNA on something, you don't stay there forever. It does take, people do say it takes years, but it degenerates. So AKA like the most current DNA or the most current fingerprints on an object is going to be the ones that's most strongly resembled. And others will be on there, but they'll be decayed. And what the problem is that Tyler Robinson's DNA is the most decayed DNA on that rifle. That's the problem.
Minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone.
Yeah, it's the levels of DNA that's seen. So major levels of DNA shows that, all right, well, this person touched it more or sooner than the person who has a minor trace or less concentration of their DNA on the object.
When being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to break that down further and why this is really big, and we're building on something else that she's going to say that is explosive.
Remember, that was an ATF forensic biologist that said that, who ran the DNA samples on the gun. And and the reason why she had to explain major and minor DNA traces is because she got to explain the fact that yo, the most concentrated DNA on there isn't Tyler Robinson's. It's the most degraded DNA on that gun. AKA, it looked like Tyler Robinson wasn't the last person to touch that gun. And remember, this gun was supposed to be picked up after the shooting.
So the idea of what she's explaining is that, like, this is my mug. I drink out of this mug every day. So I definitively would have the most DNA fingerprints all over this mug. But occasionally, Ashley, my producer, will go fill up the mug. So let's say Ashley, when she fills up the mug, I'm all on the handle. Maybe Ashley just touches her 2 fingers here when she fills up the water. Okay. She is saying that these are mixed samples. So let's say they just took a sample right here of where Ashley happens to have touched it, but it still also has my fingerprint on it. Ashley could be described as a major contributor to the DNA sample, despite the fact that this is my mug and the majority of this mug has my DNA on it. Ashley could be described because they just carved out that one portion, which happens to have Ashley's DNA on it. So they intentionally misconstrued the intention of the ATF report when they were relying on a sample in which Tyler Robinson was the major contributor of that particular mixed sample. And he also went through great lengths to explain to people why they don't use, since 1996, they actually don't rely on mixed samples for that very reason, because it confuses matters. They try to isolate samples. She then confirms our repeat report, as you just heard her, that there was a minimum of 5 sets of DNA on some of these mixed samples. 4 sets of DNA, could be more people that actually were also found on the gun, but prints which are found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. It also included Matt Robinson, Tyler's father. I'm going to guess that it also included his brothers. And of those multiple sets, and this is what is crucial and is explosive, and everyone should have reported on this. She reported that Tyler Robinson's DNA sample was the most degraded. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Tyler Robinson, despite all of these prints on the gun, Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded, or his DNA was the most degraded. And I'm going to explain that in a second. Take a listen to her say that.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together. So I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors.
Damn.
Right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
Exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
Right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question in calculation number 3?
I don't think we need this.
The DNA profile was at least 1.
Okay. So you heard her say that his was the most degraded of the firearms. And she's talking about the trigger guard and the trigger. She's not sure where they got the sample from. And that's a huge difference because they kept saying that his DNA was on the trigger. And she's admitting it could be the trigger guard. That's just the cover for the trigger. And of all of the samples that were on there, Tyler's was the most degraded. That is an absolute bombshell. And let me explain why. Okay. Because it's not possible. For clarity, earlier on, she discusses that DNA can stay on an object for a very long time. She doesn't get specific. I can tell you, and you can research this on your own, DNA can stay on an object for decades. Okay. But over time, it can certainly degrade. It can degrade because it's been exposed, and she does testify to humidity over time. Dust particles begin to set in. If you just put up your grandpa's gun and dust particles are just sitting in your house because you don't use it, that would be a reason that it might degrade. It maybe you had water on it might degrade. It does not seem to me that DNA would suddenly degrade immediately after someone shoots a person, jumps off a rooftop, and tosses the gun into a nearby bush. Okay. This registers to me as more evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. There is no reason why Lance Twiggs's prints are less degraded than Tyler Robinson's prints on this gun if Tyler Robinson is the shooter. It is a massive admission by her that his prints were degrading, given how much it takes to degrade those prints. So that was something that I felt that they were intentionally trying to gloss over, and realizing that she's basically kind of asserting like Matt Robinson and Lance Twiggs had a stronger DNA sample than Tyler Robinson did. He was the most degraded. And then, of course, when you couple this with the day earlier, the ATFs, every time the ATF spoke, it was devastating for the prosecution. The ATF
was the prosecution's worst nightmare. They're pretty much saying, like, dog, let me be real with you. DNA evidence is not there on the gun. Actually, like, there's more evidence that Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's dad held the gun like longer than he did. And here's the thing: if his DNA is the most degraded, and how did he take the shot? That mean the fact that his father's and his boyfriend's in DNA is actually more prominent on there, or at a higher concentration on the weapon. I mean, that kind of lets you know that they was touching it like before him. And remember, this gun was supposed to be used like after the shooting. He placed it in the woods, so you would think his DNA would have the highest concentration, but instead it's Lance Twiggs and his dad. I'm sorry, but like that only means that Lance Twiggs and his dad held that gun longer than Tyler Robinson. And if he took the shot, how is that possible?
ballistics expert was a woman named Samantha Carner. She spoke on day 4, and she similarly gave testimony that was very in the weeds and scientific. And whenever they do that, I just start researching the numbers they're saying, because I know that there's a point being made. And Tyler Robinson's defense did a very good job of asking her to read her report of the diameter range for the bullet jacket fragment. By the way, it was weird off the bat that they said they took 7 fragments from Charlie's body. She testifies that she only received 4 of them in an envelope, in a manila envelope. So 3 disappeared. Of the 4 that she got, 3 of them were unusable. And then she was left with 1, which she labeled 6A. And that's what they're discussing, this bullet jacket fragment. And she gives this a range of diameter. And it describes in detail why she gave it that range and how confident she was that you were looking for a bullet that would be in this range of a diameter. Take a listen to this testimony and the range that she gives.
The range of the diameter for the 6A bullet jacket fragment was 0.286 to 0.301 inches.
The reason why that matters is because it's too small for Tyler's 30-06. That's why he was going through great lengths to get her saying that on record. Because a 30-06 would begin at 0.308. And then it goes upward. The cartridge diameter goes upward to 0.471. So she's basically admitting it's not Tyler Robinson's gun. I would love to see this go on. I would love to see this go further.
And all the MAGA influencers trying to convince you that there was overwhelming evidence left that testimony out completely because it's not what they wanted to hear.
Because, well, if people are going to be able to see the full extent of this trial, you are going to really appreciate the psychological campaign further that is being employed right now, the audacity of these influencers. We return now to Exhibit 12.4. Okay, 12.4 again is the original compilation.
Honestly, they're trying to sway public opinion. That's what they're doing without looking at the evidence, and they're leaving out evidence to sit there and paint a picture like there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk, but there isn't at all.
Footage. It's the footage of Tyler Robinson or Timothy Chalamet, right? Or Timothy Chalamet. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Maybe Ben Shapiro's a little too short, but any brunette male, right, of a decent height could be walking up these stairs. And they're giving us this compilation of parking garage footage plus footage of Tyler Robinson jumping onto the rooftop. They made it clear on day 2 of the trial that 12.4, this compilation, does not show Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Okay, they made that perfectly clear, and take a listen to that.
If you wouldn't mind just describing in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot, and then returning and leaving, and then attempting to gain access again in a vehicle. And his movements throughout the day are included in the videos also.
Is there any footage of the alleged shooting?
There is not, Judge.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
So what the hell was Benny Johnson saying, bro? We're talking about he's seen a crystal clear. It's almost he's seen that motherfucker in 4K and told us to our face that, oh yeah, like it's obvious that Tyler Robinson did it. I seen a clear video of him doing it. Like, dog, the way but the way Benny Johnson was talking, you'd have thought that the camera was like right in the back of him in 4K. You see him take the shot, turn around, look right into the camera, wave at the camera, and then run off the building. Like, that's the way Benny Johnson was talking, as if the evidence was just that clear cut.
Okay. So 12.4 does not have any footage, did not capture footage of Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot, who they believe is Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot. Also on day 2, they discussed a piece of footage that was born from 12.4, okay? They discussed it, and it was an exhibit that was labeled 12.1. It was the same footage as 12.4, which we've all seen. That is available. You can go watch that entire footage. You can watch that day 2 of the trial. It is the same footage, but except they claim that they enhanced the footage, and they were very clear about what that meant. This was a whole back and forth about what does it mean? You took 12.4 and you enhanced it. And here is what they said 12.1 was. Take a listen.
Let's return again to Westbend Mark Stakes Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video.
Yes.
And the difference between 12.1, or what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, what be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights.
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it. Red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned that we've talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that? Tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage, and their faces were blurred.
Is anything other than faces being blurred? And then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out that's in 12.1 that has been removed.
No clear face.
Yes. 12.4. What can you tell us about?
AKA, there is no clear visual, no clear footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot or him even being seen on camera. Everything is all assuming.
The zooming in and the zooming out.
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
So to reiterate, 12.1 is simply an enhanced video of 12.4. What enhanced means is that it zooms in at the end on the Losi Center portion. When we just see a blur running across, they said we zoomed in on this. And I don't know about you guys. My experience is that when you zoom in, things become less clear on my phone, but I've never claimed to be a tech genius. We're also told that it features highlights, and they've added some red circles like we do often on this show. And they also decided to...
I'm not sure what are they building here? Because like I said, everything's assumption. With the videos, they don't know if it's clearly Tyler Robinson. They're assuming. Like the car, bro, they're even assuming with the car. Like, bro, the car that they said was Tyler Robinson's had a bald man in the front. So it's either somebody was driving his car with him, or that's not Tyler Robinson's car. You guys got the wrong one. And you never really caught this man driving in and out. Like, bro, even the bullet, even the gun, even the DNA on the gun damn near says that Tyler Robinson is like probably didn't do it. Why? Because he has the most degraded DNA on the gun. AKA there's stronger concentration of other people's DNA on that gun. How is that possible if he placed that gun away after he shot it? So supposedly he was supposed to be the last one to shoot that gun.
Blur some faces of other people that were in the background during the parking lot shots. They made this clear. Beyond that, they actually showed 12.1 already in court, but it was for the judge and the witness only, except they made a mistake. And they accidentally left their computer open, so Court TV captured some of that footage. And you can see that it is literally the exact same video as 12.4, but it's been zoomed in. So great work from this ex-user at CanCon for catching that. I don't know if we can pull that up, Sky. Around the 2:35 mark, he zooms in and shows the video. Actually, did you pull that link by any chance? Yeah, let's play that. Let's play this link so you can actually see it yourselves before we watch how the influencers reacted. Here they are watching it on the screen.
Okay, now you can see that this is the top right quadrant that you would be looking at when the camera moved to where allegedly Robinson jumps off the roof. Now, you can't see this here because it's a little difficult. I'll zoom in as much as I can so you guys can see. But the clear identifying image of Tyler Robinson, you're going to see it on this screen. And again, this is at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 27 seconds on Court TV's day 2 of the trial. Okay, so you're going to see here, correction, it's 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 30 seconds. He's running across now. I don't know if you can see it because all he is a pixel. That's all he is a pixel. He's running across right now. Watch.
Bro, look like a Lego man, pretty much.
I can see it. Just saw the pixel.
That's it. That's the enhanced version that everybody wants to condemn this guy on. Again, I'm not saying one way or the other here. I am not saying one way or the other here.
Oh, basically they orchestrate. So basically they're going off a pixels moving across the screen, in a zoomed up version of the video or of the footage that they got of Tyler Robinson running off the roof. Yeah, it's still not conclusive.
But that's the enhanced photo that everybody has seen in the courtroom. That's it. It was leaked by the state. It was on one of the state attorneys.
Fantastic work. He is correct. I fact checked that. We looked at it. We saw them go back and forth about why they didn't want to play it for the public. And sure enough, they made a mistake.
This is what kills me about the criticism of Candace right now. It's like people are calling her evil, deranged, and then just like, where? Bro, everything she's bringing up is reasonable. Like, you're right. She's right. We should be doubting the evidence right now because are you serious? And this comes from an ATF forensic biologist. It's not just Candace saying this. That's what kills me about people. Like, people always say, oh, Candace said this and that. Actually, no. Like with the whole Brigitte Macron. Candace says that Brigitte Macron's a man. Actually, no. A French journalist called Xavier Boussard says that Brigitte Macron's a man. He's the one that did the investigation and all that, not Candace Owens. She's just taking off his work. And then even with this, it's like, oh, well, I know what they're going to say. Is that Kenneth? Someone says that Tyler Robinson, like gun is not on the hands are not on the gun, and that's what they're gonna say. And the actuality is actually no. An ATF forensic biologist pretty much said that he has the most degraded DNA on the gun, aka he was the last one to touch it. So how?
Accidentally played it for the public.
You're calling Candace crazy, but y'all didn't even want to look into this. Y'all just hate Candace so much that y'all don't even want to listen to what she's saying. Y'all just going along with your favorite ex-pundit is telling you, or your favorite right-wing pundit is telling you that, oh yeah, she's crazy. She don't know what she's talking about, but I'm gonna be real with you. She might be the most sane person in here that's actually looking at this stuff. Like, bro, all of MAGA just tried to sit there and sell you that this was, oh, it's overwhelming evidence. This is definitely conclusive evidence that Tyler did it. And we're all looking at it, and it's like, bro, this just gives more questions. This does not fulfill the shadow of a doubt requirement to get a conviction. Like, so what's going on here? Why are you guys lying?
That blur that you just saw. Now, granted, obviously, we're looking at a video of a video, but that's the video. That's it. And it's born of 12.4, which you are free to watch yourself on day 2 of the trial. And you can zoom in yourself and you can see it's still blurry. There is nothing identifying about Tyler Robinson, but that's not why Erica asked the influencers to come, right? She didn't ask the influencers come to demonstrate the truth or be honest about what they saw. So here is Benny Johnson's reaction to the video. Take a listen.
We're outside of the 4th District Courthouse here in Utah. The Charlie Kirk preliminary murder trial just wrapped. We were there and witnessed everything. And you have to hear this because it was devastating what we watched. And the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of
4K.
Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear the license plate number on his vehicle, his movements on the rooftop. You can time it up to when Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what you also couldn't see was what happened inside of the courthouse. Erica Kirk was...
I'm sorry, but no, none of that was true. There was no crystal clear footage that showed Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. Like even him running off the roof, that was a bunch of pixels moving around. And here it is. Lance Twiggs wasn't even able to confirm that Tyler Robinson was the one walking down those stairs in those multiple compilation of videos. So it's like, what's going on here? You guys saying that there's conclusive evidence, but none of the evidence is conclusive.
Sobbing in the arms of her mother-in-law, Charlie's mother, Mrs. Kirk. Feet away is Tyler Robinson,
Look, man.
pale, sallow.
Look. Don't tell me about a bunch of crying people. Tell me about how the evidence is conclusive. Actually, no, tell us why you lied about the evidence being conclusive, Benny. Because most people who watch that trial kind of know you're lying.
The emaciated, staring at the floor the whole time, twitching and looking straight ahead, refuses to watch the video, refused to make eye contact with the family. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over. It was really tough to watch. The prosecution has a demonstrable, overwhelming case. They said that multiple times. The defense has...
Now, they did watch the Charlie Kirk shooting, and the judge did flinch, but the judge didn't look like at a 4K video of Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Like, there is no clear video of Tyler Robinson taking the shot without a shadow of a doubt. None at all.
Nothing. They asked minutia questions about DNA evidence, but the judge was just chewing them along as we get to this 4K video reveal that will eventually be made public. It's already a case that is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. But once you see this video, you will cast out all of the demons that have been attacking the Kirk family. It has been one of the most grotesque demonic evils that have been visited upon innocent people has happened to this beautiful family. Once you see all of the evidence that we saw today, it's over. And that's what the lawyers said today. Please pray. Erica Kirk asked us to do this. Pray for a speedy trial. We have a right to a speedy trial here. It's in our Constitution. We don't have to wait years in order to get to a trial phase here. We want justice to be done. Justice.
I mean, I don't know, dog. I think I want it drawn out because I see why you guys want a speedy trial, because the evidence just don't lean in your favor. Like, I'm sorry, but the evidence as it stands is not conclusive towards Tyler Robinson. Like I said, to get in conviction, you have to prove without a shadow of a doubt. We don't have a shadow of a doubt evidence that he's on that video. And here's the thing, his confession doesn't matter. That's the problem. His confession does not matter. If we can't tie him to the gun, if we can't tie him to the location, we can't convict him for doing it because we don't know without a shadow of a doubt. Even if he says that he did it, bro could be lying to cover up for somebody else, or he could have been coerced into a confession. Like, those are all possibilities. That's why we run it even with the confession, because the evidence must point to him as well.
Has to be done in this case and done immediately. So please pray for the Kirks. They've been through enough. Time for justice for the widow. And just a word to all the Christians out there. The Bible calls us in the Old Testament, the New Testament, to defend the widow, to defend the orphans, to provide for her and to stand up for her. And so be a Christian today, be upright. Please pray for justice in this case and a speedy trial. Thank you. God bless you.
Sus.
I don't know. It's so shameless and grotesque and dishonest, and the amount of money being spent on this for these emotional assets to come out and wax poetic and then not realize they made a mistake. And
Margaret, do you understand that him being identified with his dad doesn't mean that he did it? His dad could have got the wrong person. You know that, right? You know that's entirely possible, and that's not evidence. That's like witness. That is not conclusive evidence that he did it. You know this, right? So what's conclusive evidence? It would be him clearly 4K, 1080, him clearly taking the shot. Without a shadow of a doubt, we know that is him, but that was not substantiated in court. Actually, it's been proven to be inconclusive. The bullet that shot Charlie Kirk coming from that gun proved to be inconclusive. Like, bro, Tyler, bro, his boyfriend is pretty much looking at all these videos of all these guys walking down the stairs, and he said he cannot conclusively say if that's Tyler Robinson. So it doesn't matter that he was identified by his dad. His dad could have got the wrong person. That is completely possible, especially when the evidence don't point to his son. So you understand how that's not actually like conclusive evidence, right? I hope you do.
now they're all kind of backtracking, being like, oh, no, it doesn't actually show him get shot, but it shows him getting into the
I hate Christians. Lady, you know how dumb you sound? I literally have the Bible like right freaking next to me. Like, what are you talking about? I hate Christians. No, you're just you're just easy to fool. Hopefully you don't believe that whole, oh, God blessed his spine. So hold on. Are you telling me that God blessed Charlie Kirk's spine, made him the man of steel for just 5 seconds just to deflect the bullet? Is that what you're going with? And that's all because God, right? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You let people fool you with your religion? I hope not.
prone position, and they didn't realize that they had no idea when they all started making these videos to cover up the minutia of the DNA evidence. They were talking about the DNA evidence. Don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the video that we're telling you was exclusively shown to us, which is like, it's crazy, but it was so clear at the very end of day 5. They showed the influencers 4K HD perfectly.
No, okay, no. I want to challenge you on that. What's my motive? Please tell me my motive for unbiasedly going through the trial and looking at all the evidence. And here's the thing. I went with all the MAGA supporters said. You guys said there was overwhelming evidence. Yeah, guess what? His dad, him confessing, sadly, isn't overwhelming evidence. A lot of people say stuff and end up not doing it. Like, bro, there's killers who confess to killing people and end up not being the one to kill that person. So confessions really isn't conclusive evidence. I would hope you understand that part. And once again, what motive would I have for wanting Tyler Robinson to be innocent? Like, I really don't care. I'm just saying that, it seems funny, and none of this evidence really points to Tyler Robinson. Actually, them even saying it's a 30-06 that shot him doesn't make sense, because if you know guns, that was going to supposed to decapitate Charlie Kirk. So once again, what motives do I have? Do I get paid if not Charlie Kirk, but if Tyler Robinson get off? No, I ain't his lawyer. Please tell me my motive, because I guarantee you, you don't know. And here's the thing: the only motive I have, I'll be upfront with you. The only motive I have is my curiosity towards the case. That's it. My motive is curiosity.
Clear. Everyone else was spending 9 hours a day watching every day of the hearing, but they waited till the end to give this gift to the same influencers who have been trying to help the government wage a war against our minds. This is a psychological operation. It is failing. It is, like I said, requiring an unbelievable amount of money. And now I get why they had to file for FARA, right? People are getting paid. There is no other explanation for how people could lie like this. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at Benny Johnson. I've never had an issue with Benny Johnson. This gives me an issue with Benny Johnson.
Nah, facts though. He did not just sit there and say in front of the world that, oh no, there's this clear evidence. Like it was in 4K. We look in there and there's a pixel walking across the screen. It's like, are you serious? You said it was clear evidence. And then you got an ATF forensic biologist coming out pretty much telling us that actually Tyler Robinson seemed to be the last person to touch that gun that we found hidden away, because his DNA is the most degraded and the most highest concentrations of the DNA that is Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's father. But you're telling me that doesn't poke any holes in his whole narrative that he did it? None at all? Like, what about the messages? Well, you understand Lance Twiggs was Tyler Robinson's roommate, right? AKA boyfriend. So he had access to Tyler Robinson's laptop, or possibly could have had access to Tyler Robinson's laptop to curate his own messages on Discord. Like, come on now. And if you understand your computer, yeah, once you sign into an account, all you gotta do is pull up the website and now you're into your account.
How do you lie like that?
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that this is 100% true. I'm just saying it sounds more likely than the original narrative.
Influencers who came out and lied. This word overwhelming. The reason why they do that sort of repetition, just so you guys understand, is because it's proven effective in the past. It used to work. How many of you guys watching this right now did actually lock down at home and believe that you were going to die from COVID? Wear a mask. 6 feet social distancing. The evidence is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. They have shown, right, over the course.
No, the lapel mic that's alleged to be the thing that took out Charlie Kirk. Yeah. I mean, apparently there was some glass from it, there was some glass on the floor where they was carrying Charlie Kirk. Well, the glass on the floor in the car that looks like it came from that ceramic mic, but no, they didn't forensically, dust the mic off. They did not do that at all, which they should have, but they didn't. I mean, dog, they didn't even give up Charlie Kirk's original clothing that he wore. Like, guys, Charlie Kirk's clothing that he wore during that shooting? Yeah, somebody took that off him and it was never turned into forensics. Or they might have been able to extract some type of explosive agent on there or anything. Hey, and shout out Kimmy West. Hey, sis. Appreciate you. And she says, hey, sis. Hey, But yeah, I hope you guys all understand that this ain't me, like, guys, cheering for this guy to be innocent. No, this is me just saying that, looking at this case and giving an honest judgment, dog, you're extremely biased if you're saying that this is conclusive evidence. I mean, Pixel's walking across the stream. His own boyfriend can't even identify him in the video. And do you understand the amount, like, what we need to get a conviction, right? Without a shadow of a doubt, without a reasonable doubt to get a conviction. And that's what the jury got to decide on. Is there reasonable doubt? And I'm sorry, but what the jury's hearing right now sounds like there's all the doubt in the world. Like, we can't even get confirmation that he's on video. We can't get confirmation that, yeah, he was the last person to shot that gun. We don't even have confirmation on that. The bullet to be matched up to the gun came back inconclusive. Like, everything is going against a guilty verdict right now. If they're able to get one, then okay, but be honest with you, they better show something different.
Course of many decades that these sorts of psychological operations work. If you repeat something enough times, it can become true for some people, even if it defies common sense. Like I said, I was willing to concede points. Like, I've been investigating. It's possible we got something. Nothing that they presented. In fact, the contrary was presented.
And this is where I got to give it to Candace. Is like, bro, that's what I'm saying. People have been trying to treat this a bit unfairly. It's like they don't really try to, debunk her. They just try to come at her and say she's evil and all this good stuff. And it's just like, all right, bro, how about this? You debunk her, you talk to her about it, and then she can keep it pushing. Just debunk what she's saying and she'll go in another direction. And no, don't freak out and have her double down. And here's the thing, though. It's like I said, what Candace is starting to prove is that there's more evidence that Charlie might have got shot with his mic than a shot with a 30-06. And that's just a sad reality right there.
No, it's not minute when they're talking about the DNA. It's not minute when the ATF is saying that the most degraded sample was Tyler Robinson's on not the trigger, or not clear if it's the trigger or the trigger cover. That's not minute. That is a crucial detail in which somebody's going to have to explain. Somebody's going to have to explain why Lance Twiggs is not being considered a suspect when DNA is on everything, more of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun. That requires a logical explanation, not a unit of influencers that are taking money trying to convince us of the opposite.
And remember, this isn't Candace saying this, guys. You can go back. I mean, you can go back in this video, and the ATF forensic biologist, yes, forensic biologist pretty much said that Tyler Robinson's DNA is the most degraded and the stronger concentration, aka people who didn't touch it first and longer than Tyler Robinson, is his dad and Tyler Twiggs. I mean, yo, why is that? Well, how come Tyler Twiggs ain't getting grilled? It's like I'd have sat his Lance Twiggs. Sorry, guys. How come Lance Twiggs is not getting grilled? I'd have sat his ass down and be like, bro, you got to explain to me how in God's name we have this guy out here on the stand saying that when we're trying to throw him in jail for shooting Charlie Kirk, but the gun we're saying that he used got most of your DNA on it. Actually, his DNA is the most degraded, and your DNA is at the most highest concentrated level. Can you explain that to me? How the hell does something like that happen, Lance? Please explain. Nobody's asked that man that question at all.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a war for your mind. I think you understand that. And they put me on trial in a variety of ways. And I don't actually care because I'm built for this. I am not going to watch Charlie Kirk, my friend, be assassinated in broad daylight, watch everyone turn their back on him for money, and sit back idly and allow it to still go. That doesn't work for me. And actually, I am so rested right now and so ready for war that they have the last 9-10.
But all right, though, we're going to go ahead and move on from this. She pretty much explained everything that, sent me in a little bit of shock because I was like, you know what? I was listening to the same trial and I was like asking myself the same questions like, hold on, guys. Like, I'm backing out. I'm looking at the evidence. I'm over here watching the ATF woman talk. And I'm just like, bro, what part of this proves that Tyler Robinson did it? Please tell me. And all you guys can tell me is that, well, he made a confession. His dad identified him. That's not conclusive. It's not. I mean, I don't know who told you that, but go Google it. Like, is a confession conclusive evidence to a crime? No, because people lie about what they do all the time.
And months.
But all right, though, let's get over into this. Let's see here. Nick Shirley sets to testify on fraud in front of Homeland Security. All right, I guess he did an interview with Alex Jones. Let's get right into it.
Wednesday, tell us about it.
Yes, I'll be testifying.
So you're about to testify Wednesday. Tell us about it.
Yes, I'll be testifying in the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, talking about what I've seen and more so representing Americans in the fight against fraud, because it is so big and so many people are being defrauded by these fraudsters across America, and it's not just in blue cities or these big cities or these blue states. It's in all of America and all 50 states. It just happens to be that the most amount of money that's being defrauded is inside of these big blue cities.
Now, is that Senator Paul that invited you to speak?
Yes. I'll be testifying, so should be interesting.
Have they given you the specifics? You've done so many investigations, so many areas.
Not really. It's just been, I'm just going to be talking about fraud in general, about what I've kind of uncovered here inside the United States. Because before then, there wasn't this war on fraud. I mean, Elon did his best effort and they burned down his factories. They even bombed a Tesla.
I don't even know about that, man. According to some studies done, Elon might be responsible for the death of about 4 million children. I mean, it's already been confirmed that due to the Doge cuts, let's see, a 23-year-old woman died in childbirth in Liberia after funding for ambulance diesel was cut. We got a 1-year-old in Liberia who died from malaria. We got an infant who died of AIDS in Sierra Leone after HIV supplies were disrupted. And then we got an 8-year-old girl in South Sudan with HIV who died when funding for her medication ran out. And this is all because of Elon Musk's Doge cuts. Yes. So yeah, there actually were kids dying.
Bunch of Teslas.
Yeah, a bunch of Teslas. And so they had massive protests, everything like that.
They blew up some and burned some here in Austin.
Yeah, the crazy thing is the government had the opportunity to have the smartest man, most successful man, and the richest man of all time to help them, and they denied it, and they villainized him.
They were threatened by it, but I know Elon's boosted your stuff, but he's obsessed with the country not going bankrupt. Because he says, I need a stable country to operate out of. A truly wealthy person wants to rise all, the ships, or they sink together. Rising tide raises all ships. Kennedy said, And these
actually, guys, I mean, no, here's a problem. And I know there's the MAGA guys in here who don't want to believe that Elon or Trump could do anything wrong, but no, bro provided names. No, bro provided names. Here are like 3 names that he provided that are confirmed deaths that were caused by Elon's Doge cuts. Because, well, and here's a defense for Elon. I mean, like I said, he sent out pretty much an email to all these guys, pretty much saying what you're doing. Let us know any progress. If you don't let us know anything, we'll cut funding. That's what Elon said. And it looks like he carried that out. But Elon should have did a little bit more investigation into what the fuck he was cutting. And yeah, this just seems to be the reality of it. New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof responded to Elon Musk's claim that no one could cite a single name of a victim resulting from his USAID funding cuts by providing specific names of real children and adults he met and investigated. Well, Kristof did exactly that. Exactly that. Kristof lists of individuals who died due to severe aid cuts. And yes, Yama Freeman, 23-year-old woman who died in childbirth in Liberia. Gasabi Kadu, a 1-year-old in Liberia who died of malaria due to Doge cuts. Abraham Karama, an infant who died of AIDS in Sierra Leone after HIV supplies were disrupted. I mean, guys, let's not play stupid here. Like, look, I know y'all sat there, y'all supported it. You don't want to sit there and feel like you were supporting children death, but you weren't, because we didn't know that this was going down. And if somebody told us that this was going to be the end result, trust me, we'd have stopped it.
These other elites just don't think like that. What's your money worth if there's no infrastructure to have it in? It's the people's wealth is your wealth. But he's got to really appreciate you, because you carried the ball on his work further than anybody individually.
Yeah, and I really appreciate Elon because of all he's done for humanity. I mean, giving us X was probably the greatest gift he could have given all of us.
And that put Trump over the top.
It leveled out the playing field for all social media to actually give us freedom of speech. Like, we can have freedom of speech in the public, but if we don't have it on the internet, what is it?
Real time. I mean, it's controlled speech, and that's what we got. We have controlled speech. I'm gonna be real with you. We still got controls. I'm gonna be real with you. X is controlled speech. Like, dog, you get no real growth on X no more unless you're spewing propaganda. It's kind of crazy. And I mean, on either side, like, it don't matter. Like, it's kind of crazy. They don't kind of allow for a neutral position. And here's the thing. I don't know why a lot of X influencers been hitting me with this, but they're like saying there's no growth on X. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I grew a little bit on X. But the main problem what they're talking about is that, some speech is pushed and some speech is throttled. And I mean, is that really freedom of speech? Not really. It's controlled speech. And that's what I always do say. I really don't think we have freedom of speech anymore. I think we have controlled speech that we confuse with freedom of speech, because when a controlled speech goes along with your ideas, goes along with what you believe, you don't really say anything wrong. But when you go against it and your speech is like pretty much throttled in the algorithm, or you just banned off social media, you see the controlled speech, but not the person who agrees with the controlled speech, or who agrees what they're talking about was being controlled and spread.
As reporters, investigative reporters. And here you are, a guy with a cell phone, basically. A citizen journalist that has done what you have done in Minnesota, now obviously New York, other states, and even in California, there is legislation to prevent you from doing investigative journalism. It truly is remarkable. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that way back when I was in high school, that's when I first got into broadcasting, WCPTV, community access. I was 16 years old. Here you are in your early 20s, making a difference that no news organization has made in some time. What made you want to get into this?
And guys, look, trust me, guys. I also don't like the fact that we got starving children, homeless children over here, but yet we're over here pretty much getting pushed or getting, I guess, emotionally blackmailed to go support kids in other countries. Like, trust me, I get it. Trust me. I'm also with you on that one. I don't like the fact that we got kids going hungry, kids without shelter, and all this crazy stuff going on in our country, but we're dedicating millions of dollars outside of it to help other kids. Like, how about we help our own first? Like, trust me, I get you guys on that. But here's the problem, though. I mean, look, I agree with Doge on the aspect of we need to cut government spending, but let's not get too reckless with it where we're putting people's lives in danger. That's all.
What was the inspiration?
Well, I just started seeing what's happening in our country, from the border to the fentanyl crisis to the election, and then I eventually got caught wind of the fraud. And so I've been seeing what's been happening in the country, and I was wondering, like, why aren't people reporting on this? It's not even right or left, it's what's wrong and what's right. And obviously what's happening was wrong. Our money was being defrauded by Somali leering centers, and then you have these other adult daycares that are taking our money. People were getting trafficked at the border, and yet nobody wanted to cover that. And so I was just trying to report on what I saw, and it was never right or left. It was just like, this is what's actually happening, and people obviously like it because I'm not trying to paint any narrative when I go out and do these videos.
Nick.
Well, when I'm the needle against corruption, I get excited. Also get excited around scientists and inventors. And
now here's the thing, though. I mean, bro, this man, Nick Shirley, unstoppable. And here's the thing. A lot of people were trying to call him racist for going to the Somalis and all this good stuff. But, well, he also went to the NYC and pretty much got at the Koreans as well. Like, the thing you got to appreciate about Nick Shirley, it just really isn't about, getting on the Somalis or the Muslim community. This is about having accountability when it comes to fraud. The fact that he even came at the Koreans about it, hey, shout out. I mean, shoot, he even came for like people in California about voter fraud. So let's be real. It's not about him being racist. It's just about him actually going out there and tackling fraud.
People that have, developed and done incredible things, or, folks that have been able to climb Mount Everest, they got prosthetic legs. I mean, it's stuff like that that really impresses me. The engineers at SpaceX, with how they've innovated more than anybody's done in decades and decades. That is the things that I really admire, and people that have gone through.
All right, hold on, guys. We went a bit over time. I was only supposed to be on here for like 4 hours and 30 minutes. Man, it's 4 hours and 51 minutes. I'm cooked. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here on this one, guys. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do it now. And make sure to hit that bell for notification for when I come back on live or clips, guys. Now, all right, guys, I'll catch you guys on the next one. I'm going to leave you with this nice, fun clip to exit out. Peace.
Iran doesn't have nukes. Iran has said it doesn't want to have a nuke. Iran has said that nukes are haram. Who says that? Iran does, apparently. Iran said nukes are haram, but America doesn't know what haram means. And so people hear that and they're like, I think they just said they have a lot of nukes. I think that's what they said. Bro just said he has a harem of nukes. I swear to God, he's got a harami thingy of nukes over there, man. According to our totally legit, not questionable at all, trusted source, Netanyahu, Iran is going to have a nuke anywhere from between 1 hour from now to 3,000 years from now. It's a UPS window. Be at home. Be ready. Now they're saying Iran should have 0 uranium. That's coming from us, Israel. That's coming from us. Last year, they bombed Fordo, Iran's main nuclear facility. They're like, we obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And then I guess it grew back. And so this year, like, we're going to bomb the rest of it deep into the ground. I don't think you know how this works. And that didn't work, so he's like, we're going to bomb them so hard, they're going to give the uranium to us. And that didn't work, so he's like, all right, we're going to put boots on the ground. They're going to go grab the uranium, bring it back to the mothership while we shoot off the Iranians. Like, is this the plot of Chernobyl? What is this? And that was a dumb idea. So now they're in talks with the Iranians, and they're going to buy the uranium off them. I swear to God, they're going to use taxpayer money to buy the uranium. They're calling it cash for uranium. I'm like, fine, give them Patel. Just get him real drunk before. He won't know where he's going. Put him on a plane. Like, you're going to see your girlfriend, buddy. Don't worry about it. Like, I have to watch our administration talk because I need material for the jokes, right? And I'm like, there's no way that's right. So then I'm like, okay, now I have to go watch a Lego video. Because that's where I get my information from in 2026 is Legos. Because those Lego videos are fire, dude. That's how war is fought in 2026 with music videos. Get in the game or get out. Our administration will not admit that. They'll be like, we took out their Air Force. We took out their Navy, which is not even true. 60% of that is still there. Like, we took out their nuclear sites. But you're not even mentioning that we're getting our ass destroyed on the music video front. We are literally getting nuked every day by another banger. Because you know Iran like met up, they're like, yeah, they're like dumb like this. And we do! They're right, we do! And the music they're making is good. Like, I'll listen to an EP on my own, And we're not doing that. Like, they're making these in English for us. We don't even speak Farsi. The only musical talent that Trump has is Kid Rock. He's gonna come out in jean shorts like, Iran did Iran, to bang, boogie did Iran, to bang, boogie. Like, what the is this? I watch Trump speak for the jokes, and then I go watch the Lego videos for the truth. But this is all propaganda, right? It's like, who do I trust? Orange man or yellow man? You know what I mean? The truth is somewhere in between. The truth is golden, okay? Like his showers. But it's like, we know what this is about. This is not about uranium. This is about imperialism. It's about taking their resources. It's all about money. It's all about greed. And yet they'll make it seem like it's anything else. They're like, this is for your security. What security? I can't afford eggs. You spent all of Easter with the Easter bunny. I can't afford eggs. This is for your safety. We're doing this to keep you safe. I didn't ask for any of this. The United States government protects me like my cat does. Just stays up all night when nobody asked it to. Goes outside, kills a big old bird, drags it back inside. It's like, I did this for you. This is what you wanted, right? Like, no! No, motherfucker, no! It's not what I wanted! Can you put it back in the tree? And it's always the orange tabbies. I swear. Always the orange tabbies.
All I'm saying is usually the good guys historically are not the ones trying to dismantle an international criminal court that's trying to hold people that are committing war crimes responsible.
Today, powerful people in faraway places want to take that away from us. They believe that they should be in charge of your laws, of your country, your life, and they don't care whether or not you agree.
For whatever reason, I have this iniquitous feeling that all of a sudden we hate the ICC because they're the only ones that are actually trying to hold us accountable for blowing up 150 children, girls, at a school. Because, hello, somehow we're still fucking investigating. And that means nobody's been held accountable. That means nobody has gone to prison. That means no one has even lost their job. But 150 school girls were killed. As an American, yeah, I want whoever okayed that strike to be held accountable, whether they're on the American side or on the greatest liability side. Somebody has to pay for killing 150 school children. That's normal.
Halfway across the world, there's an institution that calls itself the International Criminal Court. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. But chances are you don't know the names of its judges, of its prosecutors, or its president.
See, Marco the Narco, you're saying that like it's a bad thing when it's not. I would rather have people that have no skin in the game hold people accountable for obvious crimes. Because it seems like we never hold ourselves accountable, ever. Because now when we look at the tape, Iraq, Afghanistan, we was doing some bugged out, vociferous shit that motherfuckers should be in prison right now for that. But we don't hold ourselves accountable because, for whatever reason, we live above the law when it comes to killing people that are of Muslim descent.
As we speak, the ICC and its friends are waging a war against our country, not with bullets or missiles, but with statutes, compacts, and the force of so-called international law.
So-called international law? Are we trying to say we don't believe in that either? There's a little fun fact of countries in the world that accept the ICC. As you can see, we were one that signed on, but then signed off because they're like, wait, y'all about to hold us accountable too? Nah, we ain't with that. Now, the countries that are not with the ICC are countries you're supposed to hate, supposedly. China, or Russia, India, Israel. Well, not them. They're our greatest ally, of course.
When the ICC was born 24 years ago, they told us that it was merely a narrow backstop, a global court that would step in to prosecute only the gravest offenses, things like genocide and war crimes, and only when a nation's courts were unable to prosecute them on their own.
Yep, like this guy. They are supposed to be moving, grooving, vibing, sliding, and going to take him out. But they can't because we're telling them not to. And who's not going to hold them accountable? Their own country. So really, the ICC was invented for genocidal maniacs just like this one. But now we're saying that's our friend, that's our boy, even though, you know, we're all goy-goyim, that's a separate conversation. But no, ICC, you can't go get the person that has now killed over 200,000 women and children over the last 2 years. That's our ally.
It was something far more radical and extreme. It was a global tribunal staffed by unelected globalist bureaucrats who claim their power is almost unlimited. The danger of this global court has only continued to grow. Today, it threatens every aspect of our political and legal system.
I want you to think real quick in history, when has the ICC ever been out of pocket for who they were charging with war crimes? And the only time it has been is black guys. And they're like, wait, we actually didn't have enough evidence. You told us the dude in Congo was wilding the fuck out. But for the reason, these two are untouchable. We have the guy that's all in the files, rape, possible murder, and we have somebody that, you know, this is proven on camera of how genocidal he is. If none of us are going to do anything, that's where the ICC steps in. Because clearly, our countries are both occupied. Because even though our populations hate these motherfuckers, you guys don't do anything.
Border Patrol agents removing violent criminals from our country. American Marines risking their lives to defend our homeland. Prosecutors working to dismantle terrorist plots to attack and kill Americans. If we stand idle, all of them would be at the mercy of foreign judges thousands of miles away, facing the constant risk of prosecution and even imprisonment.
First off, I'm so sick of this stupid ass. They're defending our country. We have not been playing defense, nigga, since ever. We have constantly been on offense my entire life. Always defense, 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 defense. No, nah, offense. Nigga, we putting up Kobe shots over there in international waters. Let's just get that out the way first. And then second, yeah, hold American soldiers accountable. If you have them on tape killing people that are innocent civilians, them niggas should go to prison. I don't give a fuck about, oh, there's so much mental trauma. Well, then don't go sign up for war.
For the so-called crime of defending their own country. The American people never agreed to any of this.
Actually, we did agree. And then 9/11 happened. All of a sudden, Bush was like, yeah, we can't be getting held accountable. We about to definitely go commit some war crimes. So we're not going to actually ratify that.
Read the words of our Declaration of Independence. We fought a revolution against a foreign power, transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Independence is our birthright. We will never let foreign bureaucrats take that away from us. This administration will not sit by as the ICC and its allies seek to threaten our people. If they believe they can deprive us of our sovereignty, we will teach them the full meaning of American resolve.
Yeah, because it makes sense to just end it with a threat against the ICC and every country that's for it. I mean, people, we are cooked. I'm just saying, once again, all the ICC does is try to hold people accountable for fucking war crimes and genocide. And for whatever reason, we're so scared that they're going to come our way in our greatest liabilities way and start holding both of us accountable. And people are going to go to prison that deserve to go to prison. So as an American, I don't really know what I can do at this point in time because it doesn't seem like our administration really listens to us at all. And that's bipartisan, left, right, same bird, like I've always said. But yeah, we're cooked. And in history books, shit is not going to look good for us.
All right, I'm out. See you soon.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...